Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Classic Fall Conquest. I'm your host, Elliot Vinruki Benzel, joined here with the lovely Zico. How are you doing today?
You know, last week we crowned some champions in BFA. Today we're doing something different. It's good to be back in Classic. I'm excited for some AB games, and obviously covering it with the handsome Vinruki. It couldn't be better.
Yeah, we're here. We had the pleasure and privilege of actually throwing an Arathi Basin tournament. I don't think this has been done for quite some time, if ever. And we can take a quick little look at the format. You can see it is going to be Arathi Basin. And once again, it will be a best of one. So lots on the line for these teams. Double elimination. So if they do lose, they have a chance in that lower bracket. Of course, it will be first to 2,000 resources. And I think that's one of the interesting things about Arathi Basin, Zico, is when we did Warsong Gulch, we had to have a few tiebreakers in effect just in case the game was going too long. But with Arathi Basin, it's just first to 2,000, no exceptions, winner take all.
Yeah, that's the great thing about it. And it kind of makes it a little bit hard to kind of predict how is the matches actually going to be. Do you think we're going to see a lot of 3-2s, people trying to hold one base as long as possible and win that way? People maybe going for a little bit more risky strategies, trying to get even more of those resources by capping even more. So I don't know. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be chaotic, and it should be fun.
There really is no question about it. We got a bunch of teams signed up. I think we have almost 20 teams in this tournament, and that is a lot of players. Each one of these teams is going to be 15 players. So 15 versus 15. Like I said, I don't think this has ever been done before, especially an official Blizzard tournament. So it will be exciting. It will be chaotic. But at the end of it all, we will be able to see who are the Arathi Basin champions in both North America and Europe. Today, we will be starting off with Europe. So a bunch of big teams. I think the big story for this one, Zico, has got to be Apes once again. I mean, they were the champions. They kind of dominated the Warsong tournament that we had. Do you think we're going to see that same level of domination here in Arathi Basin?
Well, I mean, if they have anything to say about it, then yeah, I would. I would, if I was a betting man, I would probably bet on Apes. In the Warsong tournament, they had two teams that made it all the way to the finals. So if that's an indicator of what we're going to see here, I think Apes, they're probably feeling pretty good about themselves. They're probably feeling good on the day, and they're probably ready to win another tournament.
Yeah, another thing that's kind of interesting about this tournament in particular, and the classic tournaments that we throw, is that these characters or these players are going to be playing their live characters. So that is one big difference from when we see like a Battle for Azeroth tournament in the AWC, where they're on a tournament realm and everyone has, completely fair gear. In the true spirit of classic, these players will be basically, it's a free-for-all. The gear that they've acquired in AQ, as well as by pushing rank 14, it's all going to add up to a slight benefit. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see those kind of gear differences and how they come into effect in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the kind of what, like you mentioned, the true spirit of classic. You make a character, you gear him up, you invest lots and lots of time into it, and then going on a tournament realm, I don't know. I think this is a nice way to do it. That way you can get your guildies, you can get your friends in, and you can just sign up and see what happens, for fun. So I'm sure there's some teams like that in here who just want to try their footing and see what they can do. And I think this AB tournament should be a lot of fun because, like you said, it's not something that we've done. And here can also take a look at the bracket. Here we got some of the teams already lined up here, man. What do you think?
It's a lot of teams. It's a lot of teams working through this bracket. We can see actually a bunch of teams got by, so there's only going to be a few first round games. I do believe maybe just one first round game. Apes getting a bye in the early stages. So
XXL Fanny Pack. Yeah, we got XXL Fanny Pack. Do you remember those guys? We got Apes. I think I saw one other team as well that was I think Tribe is a team we've seen before. Feeling a little bit bamboozled here, looking at the Dadbringer, yeah.
Dadbringer, I guess there's a lot of dads that play Classic. A lot of these teams
it's an old game
themselves. That's true that. I think that's one of the really cool things about this tournament in particular is, just like Warsong Gulch, Arathi Basin has been around for such a long time, right? So I think anyone that's played WoW at this point has probably queued up in Arathi Basin at some point. It's a really simple battleground. You go, you cap the different nodes, and the more nodes you have, the more points you collect. And eventually, whoever hits 2,000 points first does end up winning. So I think we're going to be looking to see a bunch of like little skirmishes throughout the map, big team fights at certain objectives. And I think the thing I like the most is when we see, ninja caps happen where, a rogue or a druid go in and stealth cap, stuff like that. I think makes it really, really interesting and really keeps you on your toes while you're playing the battleground.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something we're definitely gonna have to look out for. I think what we kind of should expect is, these teams, they're gonna go in, they're gonna, Alliance side probably gonna get stables, Horde side getting farmed, and then it's kind of interesting to see what teams do. Some teams, they like to send like someone who's a little bit tanky and like maybe 2 healers to blacksmith and just try to hold it as long as possible. Some teams, they like to send most of their resources into that blacksmith. Some people, they like to send their resources to lumber mill, hold blacksmith a little bit, and then try to slow fall and kind of jump across, and then back up that blacksmith fight after they have that numbers edge in lumber mill. So a lot of it is, you have those 15 players. Where do you want to allocate them? Obviously, every class as well is going to be extremely useful. If you want to try to win team fights in blacksmith, having something like a shaman could definitely be huge there. Having something like you mentioned, like a rogue or a druid, can go to a GM or something and try to ninja cap. I think plays like that are going to be big as well.
Wow, keeping track of where everyone is on the map, how many people are defending, if nobody's defending, just little things like that certainly add up. But you can see there's a lot of teams. We will be jumping into these games relatively soon, and just slowly working through this bracket today over the course of this weekend, and then of course next weekend we will be doing the North American side of things, and we actually have a special guest that will be on, and I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, I mean, especially for North America, I feel like the special guest has already been announced, so we don't need to tippy-toe around it. It's going to be Rockman, of course, joining us for the North American weekend. But this weekend, it's going to be all EU, and that means me and Venruki. Obviously, I'm from EU, and Venruki, I mean, he's from Canada. It's basically the same thing as Sweden. So,
I have European roots, though, right?
That's true.
All my ancestors are from Europe, so I'm basically a little European, right?
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, so I think our first match, I could be wrong here, but if we're going from the top to bottom, I think we're seeing Ashbringer versus the Pressburg Pumper Blasters.
That's another familiar team.
Yeah, the Pumper Blasters feels like something we've said before, right?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at I mean, a lot of these names are familiar. There's just so many players on all of these teams. It's gonna be hard to break down all their rosters. One thing that we talked a lot about with Warsong Gulch, and I think is kind of interesting about Arathi Basin too, is kind of the differences between Horde and Alliance. Especially, I mean, we were talking to Rockman a little bit yesterday, especially the differences in AQ gear where, damage starts really ramping up. Like at this point, in Phase 5 with AQ gear, who do you think is going to have an edge, the Horde or the Alliance?
I feel like in a straight team fight, the Horde probably has the edge, but I don't know. I feel like it's like following your heart versus following your brain. It's a timeless debate. Horde or Alliance, who has the advantage in BGs? I would say probably Horde. Because of those Ellie Shamans, especially when they get AQ gear. Like Ellie Shamans in general, once they get their AQ gear, they get their BWL stuff, some of that ranking gear as well, their crit really goes up. And once that happens, it gets super scary. So I would say I probably would favor the Horde in a team fight, but I don't think something that's going to decide, the best teams here. I don't think it's going to be, what ratios they have. I think it's going to be how well they team fight, how experienced they are, defending when they're disadvantaged and just holding a base, or how proactive they are on the map as well. So I think that's going to be the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. But I am excited to see the Elemental Shaman one shots. I mean, it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. One Elemental Shaman can take someone down almost instantaneously. So definitely something you have to look out for in these various team fights. But yeah, like we said, this is when we take a look at the bracket, or when we were looking at the bracket as well, ladies and gentlemen, just keep in mind that this is it's a best of one. So one game, if you lose that, you're going down to the lower bracket. If you lose again, you're completely eliminated from the tournament. So very unforgiving, but that also means this large bracket we have, we will be moving through it really, really quickly. And for these teams, if they can win, 2, 3, 4 in a row, all of a sudden they find themselves in pretty much the grand finals at that point. So win streaking here is going to be really, really important. But yeah, these games starting off soon. And I just want to get clarification on what our first game is going to be. But hopefully we have these ready to go relatively soon. You said it was the Pressburg Pumper Blasters? I
That
believe.
was if we're going from top to bottom on the bracket, then yes, that would make
Okay.
sense.
All right. Well, that should be a good one. And another thing about this tournament is that we do, because it's being played off the war game feature in Classic, we will find situations where teams are. Oh my goodness gracious, that's a lot of
Oh,
nameplates.
they're
All right, I
all.
was gonna say. I was
Go
going to
ahead.
say we are going to find ourselves in situations where it is going to be alliance versus alliance and horde versus horde, depending on which teams. But this is going to be our first game. Ashbringer going up against the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, and you can see very early on that we do have a few members going down to the gold mine, and we'll see. It looks like the alliance side will probably have an advantage in that team fight. But this blacksmith battle is going to be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's going to be 1 point immediately here, awarded to Zico, one sticker for predicting the first matchup of the day. And I recognize some of these players. Do you remember Jatis? He was that crazy Pompyro mage playing in that Warsong tournament, but we're already seeing a fight break out here in Blacksmith. And you can see all of these casters just dropping damage on each other. Big Chain Lightning connects here. Arrow, he's dropping super low there. I think he should be okay, though. Looks like he's going to be able to recover there with some heals. But so for now, I think we got one Hunter solo in Lumber Mill. We got a big team fight going on here in Blacksmith, and both teams have capped their ordinary bases. So I wonder what's going on here in Gold Mine as well. But right now, a big cleanup happening here in the team fight. Everyone is getting AoE down, and there's multiple deaths here on both sides, Van.
Yeah, I mean, this team fight is really important, and it's one that once you kind of cap the middle, and the fact that you can reinforce in the middle and keep spawning there, it makes it really difficult to recap. So a lot of the time, the team that wins Blacksmith ends up winning the game. So this team fight, you really have to commit to, you really have to pull out ahead, and if you don't, you find yourself in a really, really difficult position. But it seems like right now, Ashbringer is actually falling a little bit behind Pressburg Pumper Blasters. It's actually relatively evenly traded at this point. They've lost a few members as well, but they're going to have reinforcements relatively soon. Ashbringer pulling back just a little bit, taking huge damage from the Elemental Shamans. You can see those Chain Lightnings. That damage starts really adding up as both the Horde and Alliance at this point are on 2 bases each. So Horde side's got the Lumber Mill, Alliance side has the Mine, and the winner of this game could come down to this team fight. So really, really important. It might even be important at this point to pull off defenders to really commit to make sure that they get it.
Ooh, we got ourselves a ninja cap
Ooh.
situation here in Stables. The Horde are pulling ahead big time right now. And if the Alliance doesn't win this team fight here in middle, all of a sudden we could be looking at a 4-1 cap. That's going to snowball those resource points that are being awarded. Right now, only a 10-point differential here between these teams. And that's because of the fact that one team has lost one base, so they're only getting resources from that one base, whereas the other team is getting resources from 2 bases. So even if that base doesn't get capped, if we stay in a stalemate here where nobody caps Blacksmith, that cap is still going to be enough of an advantage here for the Horde to secure the match. But still, a lot of people dying here in midfield. from both sides. I would say Ashbringer looks like they are pulling slightly ahead though in this fight on Blacksmith. And I really think this is going to be what decides the game here. Whoever wins this team fight here, whoever can cap the base, they're going to have a massive edge here. And we're seeing people getting slow fall jump now from Lumber Mill back into Blacksmith. More reinforces here coming down to Blacksmith from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters as somebody gets pumped with a Chain Lightning. Now Warlock going down as well. It's looking like the Pressburg Pumper Blasters might be taking this base here, Van.
Yeah, Slimmo CB right now, absolutely going insane. Another Chain Lightning lands. Oh, I'm just watching this Elemental Shaman. I swear by himself at this point, he's taken down like 5 people. Chain Lightning, Lightning Bolts, Earth Shocks, and the Alliance is getting absolutely destroyed by these Elemental Shamans. Fancy Fries in the backline as well, throwing out another Chain Lightning. It's going to be able to get it off. Gets ranged, but still just really back and forth. Horde side, though, with 3 bases. At this point, they're up 50 points, 50 resources overall, and that is such a big lead to have. If during that kind of stalemate moment where it's 2-2, someone can come and ninja, even if they end up losing that base, like you said, just being 10 points ahead puts it so, I mean, if it continues that trend, you will end up winning the game, and it puts a lot of pressure on the other team to try to make some plays happening. And I think that's one of the things is Arathi Basin gets really snowbally. If you're behind, all of a sudden you have to take big risks in order to catch back up. And if the enemy team kind of realizes you're taking those risks, they can kind of abuse that and really put pressure and make you defend. And it becomes really difficult to come back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at this point, the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they just need to hold Blacksmith, and they're looking like they are doing just that. If they can keep people rotating around the map, just backing up, whoever needs it, I think that's all they need to do really here to be able to actually secure the match. Right now, we are following this Disc Priest going on a little adventure here. I think he is trying to potentially set up a push here, join his teammates there over at Farm. It looks like we do have a big fight here at Farm. Now, Farm, it's not the greatest node to attack here because, well, even if you do cap Farm, there's always going to be coming reinforcements from Lumber Mill and from the actual, starting base, so to speak, because there's a graveyard right there at the base too, if you don't have any graveyard. So you might actually res there as well if you die on farm. So for a farm, to be successful, to be able to take it over successfully, I think you need to invest a lot, and you need to already have a lead before you go for that base. So this base is going to be shut down here, and we are going to see most of the Alliance here getting wiped, and I don't think we're going to see the cap happening anytime soon. So still a big lead, I would say, for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters.
Yeah, really no question about it at this point. Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they're looking fantastic, already to 420 points out of 2,000. And it looks like this flag will be defended. And I think it's one really important thing to keep in mind. If you have a node, like Farm, for example, you're just going to constantly be getting reinforcements there. So you really have to pull out ahead. You have to kind of steamroll your opponents if you want to end up getting that flag or ninja cap it, because if you're just kind of trading, you will always lose that trade with the reinforcements consistently happening, especially with how mana is in Classic. You run out of mana, then you kind of run out of steam to fight. But you can see right now another Alliance push being set up here on the mine side of things. Looks like they're buffing up and getting ready to once again go for an assault on the stables or on the farm, and we'll see if they can actually make something happen. I feel like at this point, the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they can see this attack coming from a mile away, and they're more than ready to defend.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely in position here. They're going to have people going ham in that midfield, and they're going to just keep getting people kind of rotating in from Lumber Mill if they need it. You can see a priest just enter the fight right there from Lumber Mill. And I think if you want to try to take farm, the best way to do it is actually to just use it as a distraction. We see somebody get erased right there. Warlock just going down now. Druid as well.
I swear.
These shamans are having so much fun. You look at that.
The only killing blows I'm seeing. Every time someone goes down, it's just a chain lightning coming up. Just a flash of lightning from the corner of your eye, and someone just gets dropped immediately. Shamans are so strong right now. And I really feel like Horde side, they are looking good. And at least in this particular game, Pressburg Pumper Blaster is going to be using 2 shamans on their team. And once again, I feel like Ashbringer, this attempt is not looking too good for them. And looks like they will end up getting slightly wiped here, especially with the reinforcements coming in from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. Actually, not too, but there's actually a lot of alliance right now still on this node, and this is a really highly contested node. You can see there's another fight going on at Blacksmith right now, so we can take a look at what exactly is happening over there. And this is basically a two-pronged assault where the alliance are trying to create pressure in multiple points, but with a 4-1 bases right now in favor of Horde, it is going to be a tall task for the alliance to come back in this one.
Yeah, and as we see more people getting cleaned up here in Blacksmith, you can see these mages, they're playing, some of them are playing that straight up Pompyro, and these Ellie Shamans, they have been the story of the game. I think as long as you have a bunch of Shamans, you're going to have a nice lead in those team fights because of that explosiveness, because of that damage coming out from those chain lightnings, and we're going to see exactly what's happening here over at Stables, which is a Horde base in this game. We're going to have one more base here for the Alliance before they potentially get 5 cap. No, they do. Double time coming in there, finally getting that node right there, but I'm not sure if he's going to actually be able to hold it. Looks like they are going to be winning that fight there in Stables. And this is kind of the thing about Stables and about Farm. It's those kind of bases. It's not really that easy to hold on to them once you get them. So I prefer when, you try to get the other bases and then you attack Stables. And that way you can get yourself an advantage for a little bit. Potentially you can attack Stables, try to force the other team to send too much reinforcements there, and then go after a base that's a little bit further away, such as Lumber Mill. But I just don't see it being one of those bases, which is why I haven't liked those pushes on Farm from Ashbringer. And look at that, Slim OCB smoking another player right there immediately here on Lumber Mill. I don't think the Alliance, I don't think they want any of this. They're getting slow trapped here on the kind of banana here. They're being completely choked out. You can see they're just getting destroyed by these hunters. Look at Slim OCB, he's loading up another Chain Lightning right there. Target even dies before he can connect it. And that's going to be another team fight secured here for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters.
This is just looking like an absolute disaster for Ashbringer. And I mean, we can kind of talk about the overall strategy for Wrathy Basin. I would say, as the Horde side, if you can maintain the farm, you can maintain Lumber Mill, and you can maintain Blacksmith and just hold on to those three, that's a very reasonable thing to do. It's easy to rotate between those three bases. And I feel like at this point, the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are doing exactly what they should. They're holding on to those three bases, but they're also sending a few people to just go and really force Ashbringer to have some defense, because Ashbringer, if they want to win these team fights, if you want to win a team fight at a node, you kind of have to overcommit, like we were talking about. However, that becomes really difficult if you have, one or two rogue players pushing in and trying to ninja the bases that you do have. Then all of a sudden you have to really consider defense as well as making those offensive pushes, and that becomes a really difficult thing to balance. So I would say the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are looking good. Really like their strategy at this point. And you can see Ashbringer, the Alliance side, they're going to be making a big charge here onto Lumbermill and see what they can get done.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, let's be honest, at this point, it's 3-1, and you are behind, 600-700 points here on the side of Ashbringer. Actually, 700 points nearly. So we're going to see these guys, they really need to try to make this push here count, because otherwise they're going to need potentially 4 bases just to even have a chance of winning. And somebody gets erased.
Double time. Double time charges in. It's just double chain lightning. Rename them double chain lightning. That one, a little unfortunate.
Ooh, there it is.
Another chain lightning. Another one bites the dust. It's very unfortunate. And this is absolutely insane. I mean, these shamans are, at least in this game, I mean, we kind of made the prediction that shaman were going to be absolutely crazy, in a Q gear in these team fights, but this one is looking like very one-sided. Ashbringer, they do have 2 nodes right now, but look at the difference. At this point, I feel like the Alliance would need to get a 4 cap to come back in this game.
We got a bit of a 1v. Well, that's not a 1v1. Come on, he got dispelled right there. We had a bit of a 1v1 going on there between a hunter and a mage, trying to steal that stables right there, trying to cause a little bit of extra pressure. Nicely done there by area, but the thing is, even if you go like if you're the team that's ahead and you send one player who plays a class that's pretty good in 1 versus 1, something like a rogue or a mage even has their cooldowns, you can send that player to, let's say, stables. Just the fact that he can be there and distract, the defender plus maybe one or two additional players actually helps you stall out the game so much because they're wasting resources defending when they're actually behind. So the best defense can definitely be a good offense here in Arathi Basin. And, if no one backs up those 1v1 players, those mages and rogues, then all of a sudden they can just go and take control of the match on their own. So I really like that the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are sending people like that to try to go for those 1v1s. And Area of Smooth, I think potentially might go for more plays like that. And we see an engage here in the water. Area of Smooth might take out the warrior and just ran in and tried to ZF everybody down
Look,
here.
they're all going down.
He set up his team so nicely here.
Oh my goodness gracious, the Warriors just charge in, everyone's getting chain lightning, sapper charges are coming in, and that's a worst case scenario. You try to group up, you're trying to make it out of the water, and then the Horde just brings the fight to you. I can definitely relate to that position. I mean, this is just such a difficult spot to be in, right? You're just trying to find an opening. You're trying to find somewhere you can pressure and try to create an opportunity. But at this point, the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they are not giving any room in this game, no ground whatsoever. Can they get a pick here on Solai? It would be big. Can they actually take him down? The Priest almost going down, just spamming out Holy Nova, then will end up falling. But you can see these reinforcements every single time someone goes down, they're going to have an opportunity to res, and it's these constant reinforcements that make it so difficult to recap. But if they can do it, if they can get Blacksmith right now, they might be in a decent spot, but still, I mean, they're just so far behind on points. These consistent kind of ninjas coming in from the Pressburg Pumper Blaster where they go and they just get a flag for just even a few moments to stop Ashburn from getting points. All those little caps, they start developing a lead, and at this point, the lead for Horde side is quite great.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Ashbringer, they're going to need 4 bases to be able to kind of overcome the disadvantage in resources. So for them, like you mentioned, they really have to make it count here on Blacksmith. They have to try to get this base ASAP. And sadly for them, it looks like these Ellie Shamans they're just doing too much on the day here. All of these constant mage engages are so nice, and even when they engage there in the water, I really like what Area of Smooth is doing. He's just running into the water, 1v6, getting his slows out, because when you engage on people in the water, even if they don't have a slow effect on them, their character is extremely slow. And when you throw in a slow effect in the mix as well, it becomes extremely frustrating to play something like a warrior or a rogue down there. So if you can get those engages, you're going to buy your ranged shamans a lot of time to just do whatever they want, essentially. And at this point, I'm not sure what Ashburn can do, really. I think they just need to regroup and try to maybe have a split strategy, send a bunch of people to BS and maybe have 1 or 2 stealthers, try to go after another base. At this point, anything they do is so telegraphed and predictable that I don't know if the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are going to allow it.
Ooh, this Night Elf ponytail looks so majestic riding around on that Night Saber. I mean, the problem is, as good as he looks, unfortunately not able to get too much done in this game. The Pressburg Pumper Blasters right now still with a commanding lead. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. You see this warrior charge in. Breweries just gets absolutely deleted. And that's another thing we haven't really talked about. I mean, a lot of people who play Classic know it, but warriors are quite scary, especially if they have rank 14 gear, especially if they have AQ gear. And you can see that these warriors are extremely geared. And when they have the shaman, the shaman are absolutely great for getting out chain lightnings, but they also provide a lot of teamfight utility, like the Wind Fury Totem. And as a warrior, that's probably one of the nicer things you can get, one of the nicer buffs you can get. And I think that's another kind of added effect of the shaman that really adds, that explosiveness. Because in teamfights, characters are capable of just absolutely one-shotting someone. It's a lot different than the current version of WoW. Like Classic WoW, it is very bursty. Someone can go down and literally instantaneously. So, having the warriors that are geared out with Wind Fury plus the elemental shamans, I definitely, for Ashbringer, I don't envy their healers trying to keep people up. It's not an easy thing to do.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, between the people getting global and between the Viper stings, I feel like you can't do too much, especially when you're on the Alliance side. I mean, at least if you are on Horde, you're gonna have those poison cleansing totems to throw out some AOE dispels for those Vipers. But for Alliance, you have to just use the Paladin cleanse really, and that's pretty much it. So for them, you're gonna have to rely on consumes and that. And I think these hunters. I feel like Hunter and Ellie Shaman and Mage are just so good classes to have in AB because they can stay very far from the fight and still be very, impactful for the team fights. And speaking of team fights, we have one right here on our hands. Everyone is butting heads here in the midfield in Blacksmith. Big aim shot coming out here from Melt EU. Melting what I hope to be a chain lightning coming in, and this is just big damage coming through here from everyone. I think the biggest story for a lot of these fights is the Ellie Shaman chain lightning one is coming out right there, and also the fact that the mana of these healers. I think mana is a big win condition here. So melee is definitely, if they can stay alive and they can run the other team out of mana, they can definitely have big impact here as well. But once again, the Horde side, I feel like should have an advantage when it comes to those melees as well, just because of those Wind Fury totems. And now you can see Soleil here. He has one warrior on him, immediately getting double timed right there almost. You see double time now trying to make his way back into the fight. And this is just looking like more cleanup. The longer the Pressburg Pumper Blasters can keep this fight,
It's
happening,
over.
the better it is for them. And I mean, at this point, it's 1950 resources. This game is done, man.
I mean, unless they get 3 capped on, I think it's not. Unless they literally lose every single one of their bases, I think it's an inevitability that the Pressburg Pumper Blasters will win this one. And I mean, just to kind of highlight, I mean, the big thing in this game was the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. They had great pressure around the map. They were able to pull ahead in the team fights, and slowly capping bases, and then just being able to hold on to those 3, the lumber mill, the blacksmith, as well as the farm. It was really well done by them, and they're really showcasing the power of the Horde and just what a solid team they are overall.
Yeah, so the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are going to be moving forward here in the competition. We're going to have Ashbringer. They are not eliminated, but they will be heading down to our lower bracket, and we're going to be taking a look at all of that stuff later. But for now, I mean, we can take a look at the scoreboard here. Handle it. 17 killing blows on that Arms Warrior. Look at this slim OCB, that Shaman. He smoked 77 honorable kills, 16 killing blows. I'm pretty sure that Slim OCB is the top killing blower on their team right there, or their top honorable kills at least on their team. So he definitely had a lot of fun this game.
Yeah, the top killing blows were Warrior, Elemental Shaman, Warrior, Elemental Shaman on the Horde side, and then Jadis representing the mages, going 9 and 6. But you could just tell, I mean, this is just a story of the Alliance. Unfortunately, Ashbringer, they weren't able to keep up in these team fights, consistently being wiped out, and that is just, it's not the greatest position to be in. But you can see also the bases assaulted and bases defended. And it looked like Ha was kind of MVP in that regard for the Horde side. So definitely have to look out for this rogue in the future. But that will conclude game number 1. I mean, that being our first game, Zico, what do we think so far? What do we think so far?
Well, what I think so far is that as soon as this tournament is done, I'm leveling an Ellie Shaman 100%. If there's any guilds out there recruiting, I just want to get all the PvP gear. It's no big deal. That it looked fun. It looked amazing. It looked like the game kind of comes down to, both teams, they essentially spawn with one free base. You get that stables, you get, on the other side farm. And then usually what happens is one team sends, 1 or 2 players to gold mine, 1 or 2 players to lumber mill. They get those bases, and then it comes down to that big team fight in Blacksmith. And we didn't really see too much of that this game, but I think the most interesting things are obviously going to be, well, what we just saw, the team fights in Blacksmith, but also I think how people allocate their players on that first rotation. I think that's going to be big. If you send, if you're an alliance team, maybe you're just expected to send like one player or two players to Goldmine, try to get that, and then move the rest of your team to Blacksmith. But you could send like maybe two healers and two warriors or something to just kind of stay there and try to AoE and just be disruptive, and the rest of your team to Lumber Mill, get a numbers advantage there, and then move the rest of the team to Blacksmith. So it depends on what these team captains decide to do and how they want to allocate their resources. But in this game, it was a pretty straightforward game, big slugfest in the middle, and that's what I love about Classic. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, the big one shots, definitely. I mean, the Pumper Blasters making a montage in that one. That's the kind of thing you'd see, in these beautiful one-shot videos. But I think we can actually take a look at the bracket perhaps, or at least see kind of where the Pumper Blasters have situated themselves. And with this tournament in particular, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be showing every single one of the games on broadcast, kind of just picking and choosing the ones that look interesting or the ones that are happening at a convenient time. And we'll see. We can stay updated on, where we are at the bracket and who's kind of advancing. But I will say that game to me, I don't know if it was just like a difference in skill between the two teams, but it definitely felt like the Horde had a little bit of an advantage in that one, with the Warriors being so explosive as well as the Elemental Shaman. And what that makes, or what that's why that's particularly interesting to me is because when we watched Warsong Gulch, a lot of the top teams from Europe, and in particular Apes, both their squads were full on Alliance. So you said at the beginning of this that you don't think, the faction, maybe, I don't want to say imbalance, but the faction differences are really going to come into play, and it will end up being, the team that is the best that ends up winning. Do you still feel like, after witnessing that game, that the Alliance still has a good shot in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we see Apes play, I think they're going to be able to do a lot of work, regardless if they have Ellie Shamans or not. But I mean, I'm not going to deny it either. I do think the Horde definitely have a bit of a lead, seeing what these Ellie Shamans are able to do. And especially when it's 15 versus 15. In Warsong, maybe you can't afford to bring two Ellie Shamans because, you got to get your flag carrier, and then you got to get your healers, defensive dispels, your offensive dispels, your mage, rogues, etc. But in Aratha Basin, you got 15 players. You can afford to bring two Shamans, for sure. And all the Alliance could do to kind of match that power is to bring in Hunters. That's the only thing you can bring in that's going to have reliable long-range damage. But let's be honest, I'm a lot more scared of a Shaman than a Hunter. I feel like Hunters are only scary for Clothies, mages, and stuff like that. Whereas the LA Shaman, it doesn't matter what you are. If he gets a Chain Lightning Earthshock on you, most likely losing at least 80% of your HP, if not just a straight up 100-0. So, I think Alliance still have a shot in this, but the Horde's favored.
Another thing about Shaman, just talking about them in these team fights, I feel like early on in Classic, at least when we were playing a lot of Arathi Basin when it first kind of came out in the early phases, it seemed like Viper Sting was it was a really, really important thing. It was crucial, getting mages, priests out of mana, warlocks, just draining everyone, just Vipers going out left, right, and center. But with the Elemental Shaman, especially when you find yourself in a situation where it's kind of 10 versus 10 in one team fight, if you have an Elemental Shaman in both 5-man parties, then all of a sudden you have Poison Cleansing Totem for everyone. Then it kind of throws off the ratio of Vipers. So Hunter can, throw 5-6 Vipers out, but if they're all getting cleansed with just one global coming in from the Shaman, it doesn't create exactly a fair trade. And we are going to be jumping into our next game, and this is going to be a very exciting one. We do have Apes on the Alliance side, a lot of familiar names here. We actually have Monkey News playing with Zulpi now, so it's kind of... And there's 4 Hunters? Look at this Alliance composition. So look at what Apes is running. They're playing... How many Warriors? 3 Warriors. They have 4 Hunters, 2 Paladins, 2 Priests, and a Warlock. So they're actually going with no Rogues whatsoever. They don't have a Rogue on their team.
Yeah, I think the strategy for these guys is definitely going to be get stables, get GM, and send everybody on Blacksmith. And this is kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier. You want to have LA Shamans on your squad. I mean, look at the other team. They have 3 LA Shamans. And if you look at apes, well, what's your only way to kind of match that damage in the team fights is to bring in hunters. So that's exactly what they've done. They bring in 4 hunters here, and the problem with hunters is they're kind of squishy, and they're also physical damage, which means armor actually mitigates a lot of that damage. So if Ellie Shaman and a hunter are casting on each other, the hunter is taking full damage from the Ellie Shaman, but the Ellie Shaman is taking reduced damage from the hunter because he is a male target. Whereas, something like a mage, Clothy, would be taking massive damage from those hunters. So we're going to see how this kind of fares up. And XXL Fanny Pack was another team that we had in that Warsong tournament. And now we're going to see here, LM is being captured. They're just waiting for, those nodes on the sides here to go to their respective teams. And then we're probably going to see these players charge in right now. No one really wants to just charge in and try to, get on top of the flag. Everyone's just trying to poke from far away here. Very methodical approach to this fight so far, Ben.
Ooh, you can see right now, Horde side, they're actually, you might lose a member. That could be the first person that goes down in the game. Are we going to see first blood? Right now, Medj also getting particularly low. But one thing that's happened here is Apes is actually just snuck, and they've taken Goldmine. It was completely uncontested, so they're going to get that node for free. And now that creates a lot of pressure here for XXL Fanny Pack. If they don't end up winning Lumbermill, they basically just gave away a node for free. Mytos in the middle, charging in with all his gear. He might get taken down. Such explosive damage, and he does drop. Beautiful job there by XXL Fanny Pack, picking off Warrior as he did go in. And I mean, if they can kind of coordinate that level of burst fire, I mean, that is unbelievably difficult to heal through. And I would say XXL Fanny Pack, I mean, this is very back and forth, but so far they're looking good in this blacksmith fight.
Oh yeah, Fanny Pack is definitely pulling ahead here in the fight, but for Apes, it's all about the anti-caps. If they can hold 3 bases and just make sure that XXL Fanny Pack doesn't get this blacksmith, that in itself is going to create so much pressure. And I do see what's happening there at the farm. I see somebody is in a trap right now. XXL Fanny Pack still doing a good job here in the blacksmith fight, but people are starting to res on the side of Apes. You can see Mythos there in the back line, Nedge coming back there on that Paladin, going to be able to back up his teams as we see Lumbermill is being claimed here by the Alliance. And now we see somebody trying to ninja blacksmith, and mine as well being taken over here. And finally, Horde. They do get the blacksmith, the Horde side. This is big. Now,
and they're going to get mine too.
Here, if the Horde holds here, cleans up here, gets the mine, all of a sudden the Horde's in the lead here, man.
Yeah, I mean, there was just no defender's mine whatsoever. Apes completely abandoned that node, and they just sent in a member. They were able to take it over. Now with Blacksmith down, but right now Apes are actually in a really good position. They might actually clean up Blacksmith, and if they can get Blacksmith, that is an ideal situation. Blacksmith, Lumbermill, Stables. I think Apes, if they can get that lead, a team of their caliber, I feel like it's going to be really difficult for XXL Fanny Pack to kind of come in and get back into this game. But so far, not looking too bad. We'll see how this one does play out. Right now, there's only 1 base available for the Alliance side. Apes right now at 120 points. Horde side, XXL Fanny Pack only at 20. But we see a big assault going towards Lumbermill right now. And there's only a couple of defenders here. If they can act quickly, let's see how Soralia is going to be able to defend this node. Hunter is sending in the pet to deny. Zulpi getting there as well. Really wants to slow him down. That shadow meld. That is one thing that we haven't talked about a lot in favor of the Alliance is Hunters having shadow meld is really powerful. Being able to sit in stealth, they make for one crazy defender, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely here. That is one of the nice things about being Alliance. You have the Gnome Warriors as well. Monkey News right now. Speaking of Gnome Warriors, about to get clapped here. Execute's coming in, and Monkey News, he is going to be having his news anchor at the graveyard. Zolp right now also being taken down here. And June. Oh, that's June. That's I know that person. We used to play together in Wrath. She is going to try to take that node, but... right now to no success. Still going for some ninja caps here on LM. And this is Apes being kind of slow on the rotation. If we can see XXL Fanny Pack hold on to their blacksmith, then that could be huge here. Let's see if they can do it, though. I'm not sure.
It's going to be so close, Monkey News. He gets coiled. He's trying to slow it down. And no! They get poked at the last second. There had to be 1 second left on capturing that flag. That is so unfortunate. Unfortunately for the XXL Fanny Pack, I mean, they had won the team fight. It was looking like they were going to be able to cap the flag as well, but they needed someone at the graveyard to intercept. I mean, that would have been so crucial. Having someone at the graveyard that could have intercepted, snared, maybe a mage, getting a Frost Nova, something like that. And all of a sudden, they would have actually had this base. But this 3-base lead for Apes is going to be extremely difficult for XXL Fanny Pack to come back in. But we'll see. In these team fights, you kind of get the feeling that XXL Fanny Pack is actually coming out ahead.
Yeah, XXL Fanbike definitely pulling out ahead on the team fights, but when it comes to the strategy and just moving around the map, it looks like Apes have had their number a little bit. And as long as they can hold on to that Blacksmith, I think Blacksmith is like, it's the source of everything good, you know? Having Blacksmith is so important because it is the centerpiece on the map. You're going to be spawning in the midfield, then you're going to be able to do kind of whatever you want. You can quickly rotate to farm, you can quickly rotate back up to lumber mill, or you can quickly res and defend the Blacksmith. So as long as you have that Blacksmith, you're going to be in a pretty commanding position to just play out the game slowly and try to win that way. With that said, though, XXL Fanny Pack's been doing a decent job holding their own. Right now, it looks like XXL Fanny Pack is finally going to get wiped here on this lumber mill push. And I do think it's better for them to just get wiped, regroup, and try to push a new base here, try to find another objective to go after. I think the longer Apes can keep them here, the longer they're going to be able to stall out the game, the longer they're going to be able to extend that lead. And that is the goal, of course. If you are the team with 3-2, you just basically want to waste the time of the enemy team, have them send a bunch of people, and then just defend that node, and then just spam crowd controls on them. Like, look at June here. She's getting feared, mana burned, and wanded, sheeped. She can't move. And that's exactly what you want to do, because that means there's these players that are on lumber mill, they have to stay here and defend it anyway. So if they can kind of force someone to sit there with them, that in of itself is going to be one less player attacking their other bases, and that's going to be a big win.
Yep, and I mean, of course, just like we saw in Warsong Gulch, pretty much all of these teams are going to know exactly when the spirit reses go off. So, kind of denying that for as long as possible, forcing these healers to sit through a complete 30-second res is going to be exactly what they want to set up. Just buying as much time as possible. We're at about 8 minutes in the game, and so far, Apes still has a lead. At 3 bases, around 500 points. So 1/4 of the way there to actually close out this one. And we'll see where is the Horde going to strike next. You can see right now they're kind of at a crossroads, literally. Are they going to go to Lumber Mill or are they going to be going to Blacksmith? And it looks like they are going to be crossing the bridge and going over to Blacksmith. And we'll see how fast Apes can actually send defenders, because this is quite a powerful assault coming in from the Horde side. They have dedicated a lot of their team to actually get here. And you can see Savix as well as another member kind of going to the graveyard to just slow down any sort of rotators. And if they can get these picks, it's going to be really important. But just keep in mind, when you are the assaulting team, when you're going to a place like Blacksmith, you need to have an overwhelming force. You need to have an overwhelming victory, because if it's just kind of you're picking off one person, you're taking a little bit too long to get a second pick, all of a sudden the fact that spirit res is there makes it really difficult to win these team fights. So far, it's looking okay for XXL Fanny Pack, but I just don't know if they have enough time. They do have a lot of players here. If they can get this pick on QK, it will be looking good. Can they take down Pezzy as well, or Pay? We'll see if they can actually get him, and maybe they can get a cap. The Hunter's just poking from such a far distance, make it a nightmare for these players to actually cap this flag, and it looks like Apes has responded accordingly, and they will be able to hold on to this flag more than likely.
Yeah, and this is, like you mentioned, this is all that you need to do here. On the side of Apes, just make sure that the team fight is even. Don't get AoE down. Don't fall too quickly. Make sure that you're staying alive long enough for somebody else to res and, catch the next shift of interrupting people trying to steal the flag. But Savix going for it, and there he is, Voike blinking in, dropping the nades, Arcane Explosion, making sure that he's stopping the caps. And now again, Savix trying to cap. There's a pet on him. Now Parla's going to go down. So this is Apes being wiped. But just as they get wiped, we got another player here, resing. QK is making his way there, trying to stop everyone. But he's getting clothesline with a fear. But no one is actually capping the node even. I mean, for XXL Fanny Pack, they have such a massive order ahead of them. They have to wipe apes quickly, and then they also need to send somebody to the graveyard, preferably a mage or something who can just slow people there, Cone of Cold, Novas, stuff like that. Try to, buy whoever is capping a few extra seconds of actually getting the base, and they're just not able to do that. Apes are just rezzing, in kind of waves here and doing such a great job just staying alive as long as humanly possible here. And now we see a ninja cap attempt here on Lumber Mill, full trap onto Zolpi. Midge is there though, making sure that Dominic here is not going to have that much fun with that base. Nice attempt there, though. Hunter Priest trying to make something happen here in a 2v2, but it's no longer a 2v2, my friends. And you can see all of these apes just swarming the trees of the lumber mill here. And this is why it's so good to Ninja Cap. Because look how many apes players you actually send in to this base here just to hold it. That opens up an opportunity at blacksmith. That's what opens up the opportunities at stables or a gold mine. But it's something that a lot of teams don't actually utilize. I mean, rogues in general don't seem to be too popular here in AB, considering the fact that apes just brought in 4 hunters and 10 warriors instead of bringing in a single one of those rogues.
Well, I think it's just one of those things where you kind of have to play to the strength of your faction, literally. And I think apes bringing in all these hunters and utilizing Shadow Meld and as many warriors as they can. I mean, that is kind of their edge, I would say, is having the hunter defenders are incredibly strong. And if you can have a hunter sit at every single one of your bases, they can delay for quite some time with the amount of range that they have, the fact that they're sitting in stealth, the fact that they have a pet. All of these things really sort of add up, and it makes it really difficult for XXL Fanny Pack to actually kind of break through that defense. So Ape's doing a good job. I like the composition that they have brung. Or have brought, and not really getting full advantage of those rogues. Really, you can tell they're just going for defense and trying to out-rotate and out-defend their opponents, and so far it's working out for them. 930 out of 2,000 points. As you can see, the Horde, they're going to be flying off this mountain just to try to reset themselves, reset their health, reset their mana, so they can go for another attack, because just like you said, Apes, they know that the only way XXL Fanny Pack is going to be able to cap a base is with an overwhelming force. And if they're split up and, not everyone is buffed up and people are completely out of mana, it becomes really, really difficult to sort of create that presence on the map. So Apes playing it out expertly. I mean, they are the team that won our Warsong Gulch tournament, so I would expect no less from this squad.
Yeah, I think them losing here would be a pretty big upset. With that said, though, there has been, a lot of kind of resistance here from XXL Fanny Pack. They're definitely not a pushover team. And now you can see Naru here looking in the wings here.
He's just going in a straight line. He's beelining for. He gets mind control.
He got MC capped. Okay, there's a gouge. Can he get the blind? I think he's not actually going to go for it. There's a scatter. There's a trap. Where's the pet? That's why he doesn't want to go for the blind. He knows the pet is going to interrupt him. I think if you can get something on the hunter and on the pet, like a cross CC situation, he might be able to do this. But right now, Rage JK keeping a nice distance here, just applying the serpent sting.
It's hopeless.
Zero can't do anything in this situation. The only thing he can do is try to maybe kidney the pet or kill the pet and potentially go for a blind there. I think that's what he was trying to set up anyway, but not going to happen for you there, Naru. And again, the hunter is going to successfully defend that 1v1. And that's fantastic news here for Apes, because if we take a look at their situation here in Blacksmith, I don't think they have too many members that they can actually send to defend that base. So very crucial plays there coming out of Rage to kind of keep his team in the fight.
Also, just want to give a big shout out to the spectators. That split screen, that was nice. Seeing that little 1v1 going on, a little defense. You can see right now, the damage coming in, the multi-shots, the arcane explosions. The Horde just got absolutely decimated as they all kind of... Look at that. Look at all their bodies there. They're all grouped up trying to cap, and all of them just went down at the same time. Definitely not the move in that situation. And Apes will be able to kind of keep their lead at this point with 3 bases, and every moment that goes by, every tick of resources is just more and more of a lead that Apes has, and it becomes more and more panic for XXL Fanny Pack, because there gets to be a point where they can no longer just get 1 base. I mean, if the Alliance side for such a long time has 3 bases, all of a sudden the Horde side, they can't just reclaim Blacksmith and then get a win. They're going to have to find multiple points on the map that they can capture, and that becomes a very, very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, if it's taking you this long to try to potentially get just a third base, imagine trying to get 4. I mean, even at this point, if Apes would lose a base, they could probably just defend the 2 bases that they have and potentially just win the game still. And I think taking a base when there's 3 is a lot easier than when there's 2, as we see another Chain Lightning connect, and Zolpi and Mythos here as well. Brothers there in the graveyard. Another priest getting erased. Look at the shaman. He kills 4 players. Folio. This guy is just smoking
Let's
people
watch him
here. Oh, look at the mind control of Mage. He's going to jump down from Lumbermill. Oh, he almost dies to the fall damage right there. Voike now in a mind control as well. Playing priest and shaman in AB just looks like the most amount of fun. You're just mind controlling people, jumping them down, blasting people, just doing all sorts of things here to annoy players on Lumbermill. And I think this is an excellent strategy. You should definitely attack the node that your classes are the best at. You definitely don't want to be bringing these priests to something like a gold mine. There you're not going to be able to do those mind controls. Whereas here, it's definitely game changing.
I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, especially if you're going to be going for 3 bases and you have control of the center, Lumbermill in general is just a much better node. It's easier to rotate through Lumbermill, especially with something like Slowfall. So just positioning throughout the map, if you can hold on to any 3 bases, it's going to be your starter node with Lumbermill and with Blacksmith. And I mean, at this point, Apes, they have that. And it's just like we saw in the last game. If you can hold on to those 3 bases and you can just do a good job rotating and making sure you're not going down to the team fights, once again, we can see, although XXL Fanny Pack, these Shamans were getting big picks and it looked like they were heading to the team fight. It's just these consistent respawns at the node that make it really difficult to kind of push through. See right now, a cap attempt going to be made, but there's no way that's going to happen. They get shut down, and it looks like Apes will be able to secure their lead. Now they're looking to actually go for rotation. We have a bit of a 1v1 here, I believe. Actually, a 2 versus 1 at the stables. The Horde might actually be able to cap the stables. It actually did. So they managed to get the stables. It was a good push there, but I get the feeling the Alliance are going to be able to recapture that and continue their lead. But finally, the Horde showing some signs of life, trying to come back from this deficit.
Yeah, and now finally we're going to see here what's going on at Stables. Naru coming through with the kidney, Calci taking some damage here. So we got, sadly, this Rogue Warrior duo here trying to make something happen there on the Stables, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. Naru,
they got it.
I think I don't know, the pet is on him. I think he's going to get taken down by the dog there. And Rage JK is there. They do get the base, but at this point, you're not going to be able to hold it very, very long. Again, you got the respawns coming through, but now they do have a graveyard here on the stables. So if they could get a few reses here before Apes can claim it back, that could be big. Let's see what they can do here. It's going to be all about that. Mythos, look at him. He's going in immediately, making sure that he can stall as much as possible here for Slicey, trying to buy him time to get it back. But Slicey, not going to be able to actually cap it here just yet. Moshing Shaw finally going to go down, but there it is. Arez, another challenger, approaches the fight here. And you can see Rage already. He's already at the graveyard stopping Rezes. And they're just going to be able to potentially take this fight here on the side of Apes unless there is more backup coming out from XXL Fanny Pack. Mythos versus Dalal. Mythos wins it with that big rank 14 sword, and now he's going after Fulio on that shaman. We've seen him make fools out of these people, man, but I don't think he's going to be able to take down Mythos with those heals in the background. 1 sword proc, he's going to go down, and we see a fight being cleaned up in favor of Apes here in Lumbermill. But so far, XSL Fanny Pack still holding that stables. Don't think it's going to be enough for them to win the game, though, if they can hold on to it.
It's definitely going to be close so far. I mean, I think if this game just continues the way it will, the Alliance will end up winning. So something to note, the Horde still have to capture 1 more flag, but this is a lot of pressure that they have, and they've actually managed to stabilize here at the stables. That I wasn't trying to be punny at all. That just kind of worked out. they've stabilized at the stables and things are looking good. Now they can actually set up an assault. They have a new place that they can kind of res. And we'll see where they do decide to go after. Blacksmith probably going to be looking like that node that they need to take. Maybe send a small kind of hit squad over to Lumbermill, but I think Apes just continually putting pressure on the stables is going to be a good strategy for them. They can hold on to these two, and maybe they even just defend these two. If they know that they're going to be winning with just 2 nodes, all of a sudden, all they have to do is use all 15 people, maybe have one person going off and pressuring nodes, but just defending as best as you can. You can see the Alliance are going to be pulling back and just allowing Fulio and Moss to potentially get off a little bit too much damage. Big burst damage potentially coming in. Big chain lightning. And it does look like Tubster might be able to hold on. It gets a big power ward shield, and that is enough for him to survive. QK is going to be going down, and these Shamans are really doing the work, but good reinforcements coming in from Apes. I think they're going to be able to hold on to the... Maybe? Are they going to be able to hold on to Blacksmith? Fulio still getting picked off, and I would say the one thing I really like about what Apes does, the thing I've noticed the most, is they play the range game extremely well. Like, they make sure that they're not grouped up, so they're not eating max chain lightning damage. They're not getting AoE down. Moss right now going for a cap. Unfortunately, not going to happen. We have a bit of a skirmish here as well at the stables, and it looks like the Horde once again will be able to clean up, and they're going to be able to maintain this base, and this is going to be a really close game.
Yeah, if the Horde can keep up this, they might actually be able to take it here. They have good pressure now in multiple situations, but they need to move some of these members defending stables and try to take a risk here, potentially going for Blacksmith. I don't think that they have enough. I think Apes have enough of a lead to win, even with 2 bases at this point. So if you're on the side of XL Fanny Pack, even if you don't actually cap a base and keep it, if you can cap a base just to slow down that point growth that Apes have, even that might be enough to actually take the game. This game is going to go down to the wire here, and it's going to be decided based on a lot of these skirmishes here. You see June casting the Gnomish mind control cap into the mind control there, but someone Nova Zolp right there. I'm not sure. I think it was Freda. Freda, June is really mad at you for that Nova. That was a terrible Nova right there. You're going to see they were setting up the cross CC perfectly here to try to take this base, but now it is going to be all about these Apes respawning here in their trees.
Freda.
And Freda...
I was going to say, that's like the worst situation for a mage to be in. He's literally running around, right-clicking people with sword, trying to, cosplay a warrior, but it's not working out for him. Just getting vipered. I mean, that is the thing. We talked about the trade between hunters using Viper Sting and shamans being able to use poison cleansing. Maybe that trade starts going in favor of the hunters when you have 4 of them, just using them over and over and over, especially when you have them spread out over the map, right? If you have 3 different fight locations and hunters at all 3 nodes and there's only 2 shamans, that is not, eventually we'll be eating those Vipers, and those really add up, and it's such an impactful spell in these team fights. But so far, still looking good here for the Alliance side of things, and we need to see XXL Fanny Pack try to make a really, really risky play, and I think they're actually going to be pulling their defenders from mine and trying to go for it right now.
I think this is the right call at this point. You just got to play to win. If you lose another base, well, you're already losing with 3 bases anyway. So I think at this point they're doing the right call here, but they need to make something happen fast. If they can just cap a base, even if they don't actually cap the base and keep it, as a Horde side base here, if they can just hold on to it for long enough, if they can just keep it for a half a minute, and then Apes defend it, that might even be enough for them to potentially grab a win here, just because those points are going to be slowing down for the sides of Apes. When you have 1 base, you're not going to be getting a whole bunch of points. You're just going to be getting those 10 points every time it ticks. So that could be something here for XXL Fanny Pack, but right now it is looking like the Apes show, as we can see another fight break out here in Blacksmith, and this one is looking pretty good actually for the Alliance side. They need to try to hold on a little bit longer here on the Horde side, try to stall it out, wait for a few of these reses to go out. And I think Apes are doing actually a good job here on the team fight. This is something we haven't really seen before. They actually just get people low, and they don't actually finish them until they're all low, and then they just try to kill everyone. It's kind of like killing twin emperors here. They're just trying to kill 2 people at the same time, so their reses don't get staggered. Everyone has to res at the same time, and that's going to give you an opening to actually go for a clean cap here. You see Rage JK, they might have an opportunity if they can CC this guy or just take him down very, very quickly. They're going to try for it, and Apes looking like they want to win in style here. Just cleaning out this fight completely. And I mean, this is all you got to do, really. Just try to get people low and then execute them down. For Apes, they're going to be able to hold on to that base, clean it up. And for XXL Fanny Pack, that was potentially their last push there of the game. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything at this point. Even at this point, they would need to get 5 capped, I'm pretty sure, to actually lose the game.
Yeah, definitely a difficult position to be in. I think Apes is going to be cleaning up this one, especially picking up that mine. So now it's actually going to be going 3 bases in favor of the Alliance, and that was a really, really impressive game. Now we'll see, just 20 points away. XXL Fanny Pack, I feel like they're in a lot of trouble, but they played this one pretty well. I mean, XXL Fanny Pack going up against the potential favorites of this entire tournament and kind of putting on a show. I think they're going to be quite the force in that lower bracket, and this could be a matchup that we do see play out again if XXL Fanny Pack can kind of march their way through that lower bracket, which is exactly where they're headed. You can take a look at the score screen, and you can just see this is actually kind of a one-sided story in terms of the Alliance. I wouldn't really expect that, because it felt like the Horde actually were getting a ton of killing blows and had a lot of team fight kind of presence on this map, but the scoreboard kind of tells a different story here, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about the Alliance here if you look at the scoreboard, actually. And I think it's a bit more balanced on the Alliance side in terms of, everyone has a couple of those killing blows. Everyone kind of participated in one way or another. Well, everyone except that mage at the bottom there, but he was probably just defending and trying to stall for his team. And whereas on the Horde side, there's a bunch of people there straight up negative scores and just weren't able to do too much damage actually as well. I guess this is, if you take a look at Noir, for example, the rogue, something like that is not going to be doing a lot of damage. But if you look at his bases assaulted, well, he had 3 bases assaulted. So, Apes kind of favoring having raw team fight power, having, presence on the map, comp that's based around that. And some of these other teams, they're favoring, having some playmakers in there, having, a little bit of everything. And this time around, it was Apes that came out ahead, but it was also a Ninja Cap for XXL Fanny Pack that almost brought them back in this one.
Yeah, really impressive performance. And like I said, XXL Fanny Pack, this is one of those teams we're going to, I expect at least big things from them in the lower bracket and probably make a deep run in this tournament, especially, like I said, going up against Apes, which was absolutely dominant in the Warsong Gulch tournament. And we'll see if they can continue that dominance in Arathi Basin, but that will conclude game number 2. And I would say kind of my main takeaways for Apes is I really like their composition, bringing in lots of hunters to make sure that they have good Viper Sting presence throughout the entire map, as well as really utilizing that Night Elf defender advantage. And also just the way they team fought, I think their positioning was really, really immaculate. Like, they're not getting AoE down by Chain Lightning or mages or nades or sappers. They were spread out consistently throughout the fights, which really minimized the amount of damage they took. And I just think it was a really great performance.
Yeah, they had a really good way of kind of playing that max range game. They would be, kind of defending one side of the map, like there would be a hunter on the node, and then, the other team is attacking, and as they get closer, you would just pull further and further back, leave the node completely, but still be in range to kind of poke everyone there, make sure that he's doing damage and not taking damage in true World of Warcraft fashion. And here we have the bracket. Anything cross your mind here, Van? I think. Wait, is this? We're done with round 1, I think.
I think well, there was only one game of round one, and that was the Presper Pumper Blasters, and they ended up advancing. They still have yet to play their round 2 game, but yeah, we just saw Apes take down XXL Fanny Pack, and they will be advancing to the round of 3. And I'm not exactly sure if we're just going to be going through the upper bracket today or taking a look at the lower bracket as well, but I will definitely let you know. And we can see kind of who's pulling out ahead at this point, which teams are going down to that lower bracket. And like we kind of mentioned, I mean, Zico, this is such an unforgiving tournament. If you lose your best of one, you down to the lower bracket, you lose again, you're completely eliminated from the tournament. So your fate could be sealed in just 2 Arathi Basins.
Look at that name, man. Fighting Club Bale Salona, dude. You know me, I'm a big Diablo 2 fan. That's my new team that I'm cheering for. Hopefully, they're going to do great things there in the upper bracket. I think that's might actually be our next matchup. We just saw, you can see here, some of these matches have already played. Bamboozle here already won their game. Last and Sleep won their game. Everyone with a star won their games here. Scooter as well. So they're going to be advancing to that round 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Aya coming in with stickers, yeah. Unfortunately, there's going to be no stickers here today except on the bracket. Aya is awarding gold stars to everyone that does end up winning these games. So congratulations to all of those teams. But yeah, we'll be jumping into the next match relatively soon, and we can kind of see how that play out. And I'm curious because it is something that I mentioned that just because of the nature of this tournament, the fact that it is war games, we have the possibility of seeing Alliance versus Alliance and Horde versus Horde. And this is something that is particularly interesting to me because there are slight differences in the way you kind of position and defend as a Horde player or Alliance player. And this might be the only opportunity we kind of see, a Horde team on the Alliance side of things. And do you think that's going to actually kind of mess with their strategies? Because when they're practicing and, pushing rank 14, they really only are playing that one side of the map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's something we saw in Warzone, right? Some of these teams, once they played those flag carry strategies, you could see, on the Horde side, a lot of teams were kind of jumping around the tunnel there with the hut and kind of jumping back and forth over the fence, back into the flag room, and doing basically a circle like that, going into the tunnel, up to the flag room, above the tunnel, and then down into the tunnel again. That's something that we saw a lot of the Horde teams kind of have a bit of an edge with, because on the Alliance side, you can do something similar, but it involves a little bit more harder jumps to make when you're jumping from the top of the tunnel roof to the middle portion of the tunnel roof, for example. So definitely something that we could see here in Arathi Basin as well. I'm sure there's lots of spots like that where you can definitely utilize that position. Especially, I think, for farm and stables, kind of how you defend those and who you send there, that might change for sure depending on which side you're playing, and also whether or not you're going to go for GM or LM, because typically you see a 1v1 happen in GM, or just straight up one team forfeits GM and sends all of their power to LM. So it definitely changes the dynamics up a little bit.
No, there's another interesting thing. Even on the side of Apes, we didn't see any Druids. I don't think we've seen a Druid here today. I think there's any possibilities that we see a Restoration Druid or a Moonkin, or in Warsong Gulch, I would say in Warsong Gulch, the Druid is probably the most impactful. The Druid is the most impactful class in all of Warsong Gulch, in my opinion. Being the flag carrier, just super important. But in Arathi Basin, why is it that we're not really seeing them being played?
Well, I feel like the weakness of Druid is that they don't really have a dispel. Like I think if you just look at raw healing output, Druid is fantastic, and Druid is not really a target that you can kind of kill super easy. But I think their weakness is that you don't have dispel. You can't really do anything if somebody sees your teammate. And we are going to see 2 Druids in this game, regardless of what I think.
There we go.
I don't think the All-Star teams, they're probably not going to be using those Druids, but I do like that we get to see.
Wait, are you saying these teams aren't All-Stars?
I'm saying, yeah, pretty much. They have Druids on their teams.
They've yet to prove themselves.
If a team with a Druid wins, I'll be very. I'll change that statement. But for now, we are getting into the game here, and we are already in Blacksmith. Big team fights breaking out here. We see a sap on somebody defending a base somewhere, to a rogue as well getting sapped, and just chaos all over the map immediately here. And it looks like the Horde team is slightly pulling ahead here in that team fight here in Blacksmith, man.
Look, the Alliance are all grouped up. They're getting AoE down. This is not the positioning that you want to have. You don't want to be getting AoE'd down. Scooter so far doing a good job. Let's see what they can get done. Gleeway moving forward on his warrior, trying to get some damage out. Has a Dark Edge of Insanity. That's going to be a massive weapon. You can just stun people with it. That is very impactful in team fights. You can get whirlwinds and just AoE stun the whole team if you get lucky enough with that proc. And Gleeway now charging forward, and you can see just back and forth killing blows. But the way this one is playing out, it does seem like the Horde side is pulling out slightly ahead, and this initial team fight and being able to hold on to Blacksmith is such a crucial part of the game. It is really difficult. If a team is good, it is really, really difficult to capture from them. We can see a little bit of a skirmish here going on at Lumbermill as well. The 2v1 situation. It looks like Maximus is going to be falling, and this rogue/mage combo should be able to get the Lumbermill, and that's definitely going to be a victory here for the Horde.
Big victories there for the Horde, and you can see they drop one player to defend. The mage immediately slow falls, running in here to try to back up his teammates here on Blacksmith. And now we're watching a split screen of Blacksmith. Okay, there we go. Very fancy scenery here brought to you by our spectators. And we're going to see Gleeway here trying to potentially cause some devastation in the midfield. See a couple of mages here trying to hold on to the fight. And I like what you mentioned there, Van. This initial fight, super, super important here on Blacksmith. Whoever gets Blacksmith in this initial fight, more often than not, is the team that can hold on to it. And a big reason for that is because at this point, there is no graveyard at Blacksmith for either of the teams. And that means if you get it, you're going to get that graveyard. And you want that graveyard to be able to kind of just spin the flag. And right now, it's looking like the Horde team might be able to take it. We have a mage here getting crowd controlled, trying to stop everybody here, but I don't think he's going to be able to. He blinks in. Big AoE coming in there with the Nova, with the Cone of Cold, doing a great job still. This is the guy who was on LM, but right now, I think if he doesn't ice block here, he's going to suffer a big, crucial death right there. And now, I think this node might get
Mr.
capped.
Thunderfury! Mr. Thunderfury! Oh, did he manage to shut them down? He did! And now you can see the Horde. They're actually swarming in. Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, spectating this, looking at the UI, it actually is the blue nameplates are the Horde side and the red nameplates are the Alliance side. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but just keep that in mind that the blue is actually the Horde in this situation. You can see the Alliance still with the red nameplates. They are just pushing forward, continuously getting these kills, and it looks like they might actually be able to get it. Maximus actually getting a flag as well. Right now, Horde is up 2 bases to 1. You can see here on the mini-map as well, Lumbermill, Goldmine, as well as potentially Blacksmith, if they can do it. We'll be looking good here. But this is not ideal for the Alliance side. Even if they do end up getting Blacksmith, having stables and farm is really difficult to defend. It's just so split up. It's a lot of ground you have to cover. It makes it really difficult to get your players in the right position. So potentially wanting to pick up Lumbermill at this point of the game is definitely something they want to do.
Yeah, and as you were saying that about farm, it does get defended there by the Horde. So the Horde in a commanding position here. They're already holding on to 3 bases, and they're keeping Blacksmith uncontested, which means if they can do that, they don't even need to win the Blacksmith fight right now. All they need to do is just have enough players in Blacksmith to make sure that the Alliance side doesn't take it, and they can snowball this little 3-base lead that they have. And when it's a 3-1, which is going to be the case here, when the Alliance isn't taking Blacksmith, then all of a sudden you are going to find yourself in a massive lead for the remainder of the game. But this is looking even better right now. It looks like we are going to have the Alliance side actually capping the Blacksmith here. No, a Horde player comes in, and it's very confusing because up until this point, I thought that the red team was the Horde team. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, because it probably would have taken me another 10 minutes to notice. But now, finally, it looks like the Alliance are going to be taking the Blacksmith here. And this is not good for the Horde. I think if you have 2 bases and one of them is Blacksmith, you are in a great spot here for the Alliance. And now we see a victory here in a 2v1 situation here. This mage doing a lot of work. He should have CC'd the rogue further, though. Big mistake there, not keeping the rogue in combat. I think if he did...
Actually a Moonkin.
Oh, there's a Warlock here as well. So, well, a nice play regardless here in GM, but I don't think it's going to net the Alliance a node, sadly.
There's actually a Moonkin that was mind controlled there. He just threw out a Starfire. So we actually are, a Moonfire. We are going to be seeing Moonkin coming in, which is interesting. And now at this point, we could see once again the Alliance side just trying to defend this middle. And I think there was actually a cap that did happen. The Alliance actually grabbed Blacksmith. I guess they had it at this point. So
Mhm.
still looking pretty good here. We do have a ninja attempt, actually, I believe, at farm. So farm has now been taken over by the horde side. Or sorry, stables has been taken over by the horde side, and they're going to be looking to reinforce that as well if they can. If they can hold on to these 4 bases and just continuously pick up, these bases from the alliance side, it will be looking good. And I really like what the horde is doing. Not only are they holding onto their own nodes, but they're consistently applying pressure on the map, making it super difficult for the alliance to decide where they want to allocate their resources, because if there's no offensive pressure coming in from the team that's winning, it makes it really difficult, or makes it really easy for the team behind to kind of pull their defenders and go for like an all-in push. But if you're constantly going for ninja caps and constantly actually you're able to push in, and then all of a sudden it becomes really, really difficult for the team to kind of decide where they want to allocate their resources. And looks like we were able to switch the colors for spectating. So now it's going to be blue Alliance, and once again the red side horde, which is a lot less confusing. So thank you very much.
Yeah, big shout out to the production here. Doing what they can here. It's our first, AB tournament. There's going to be some growing pains, but we are outgrowing them very, very rapidly so far here. And speaking of rapid things, we have a team fight breaking out here at Stables. This time it's going to be the Horde trying to defend that Stables. But look where they had to go from. They had to all pull those resources from Blacksmith to hold this base here. And I mean, the Alliance, they're spawning in their base where the game actually starts, where you enter the game. So they have much, much less room to travel here. They have a shorter flight to get to their destination. And right now we do see some of these heals flying in here onto 9-9, but I don't know if 9-Line here is going to have to call 911 because he's getting executed and sent to the graveyard. 2 more warriors going down here for the Horde side, and it's looking like the Alliance side are actually slowly but surely winning this stable fight. And I think I would rather have 2 bases, one of them being Blacksmith, the other one being Lumber Mill, than being the team with 3 bases, but one of them is stable, one of them is farm, and one of them is gold mine. You're all over the place. It's going to be so hard to defend this base, especially if the Alliance team keeps sending in players to potentially go for a ninja cap, something like a gold mine push. I think that could just force the hand of the Horde here and kind of force the issue for them to take that 3-2 lead in nodes.
Ooh, C-Cell potentially going down, and just these consistent reinforcements coming in at the stables has made it extremely difficult for the Alliance. I mean, the Alliance, they did a great job. They're consistently getting picks, but unfortunately it's just you need that overwhelming presence to stop them from just trickling in over and over. And unfortunately, it's not going to be working out. And the Alliance doesn't look like they're going to be able to pick up this flag. And I think they're actually just abandoning the stables, potentially still just going for that team fight in the middle of the map. But so far, looking good here for the Horde side of things. And they are just going to be holding on to these 3 bases. The only problem for Horde, though, is they have stables, farm, and mine. And those 3 are not easy to defend. You really have to run a lot of ground if you want to be rotating throughout the map. So I expect the Alliance to actually have a chance to come back in this one. If they can kind of pick multiple pressure points and force the Horde to spread out, they might be able to actually pick up, a stables, potentially, or a farm. But I think stables at this point is looking like the best target for them.
Oh, we got little Maximus here in the wings, trying to potentially go for a ninja on that rogue, trying to see what he can get done. I think the best thing the Alliance can do right now is actually attack farm. If you attack farm, you're going to pull the Horde's resources as far away from stables as possible. When you die at farm, you're going to res either at Blacksmith or you're going to res in your base. Either way, you're going to have an easy time to get to stables and attack stables right after. And you're basically going to be able to teleport across the map if you do that. So I think what they're doing right now is exactly the line of play that you want to be going for. But look at that Horde Hunter sitting inside the little hut there, basically in the comfort of his own home, sending out his dog to deal with the intruders here in his backyard. And you can tell this farmer, he's got angry scarecrows. He's got everything he needs here to try to defend from this push. But there are so many Alliance players kind of overwhelming the farm here. And even if they don't take the farm, this is going to be a great opportunity for them to immediately res and potentially do a push on Goldmine or Stables. So for Alliance, they just need to find that weak spot through exploiting the big distance between these nodes. And for the Horde, they just got to hold on to these 3 bases for dear life, or potentially just allocate all of their resources to Blacksmith and then try to trade a base with them. Try to trade, something like stables for Blacksmith, and then you have gold mine, you have gold mine, farm, and Blacksmith. That would be the ideal situation. So for Horde, they have to either stick to defending what they're doing or try to get Blacksmith. And as I say that, they actually cap lumber mill, and that's going to be fantastic. So they trade stables for lumber mill. Not quite the Blacksmith trade there, but it's still a better base for them to hold comparatively to that stables. And for the Alliance, getting stables is kind of a result of this push that's happening here at farm. So both teams making good moves.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it at this point. And it looks like they actually will still have the Horde with 2 bases, but they actually managed to defend. The Alliance actually managed to assault, stables at this point, and if they can hold on to those 3, that's going to be big. I still think there's enough time for them to come back in this game. And now at this point, as Horde, you're kind of freaking out. You had 3 bases, but they were not the ideal 3 bases, and I think that really is the power of grabbing that Blacksmith. It's just such a good kind of central location where you can rotate to all the different nodes. Virix potentially going to fall here, and maybe the Horde can defend this node at this point with no reinforcements. So without the flag actually being capped, no one spawns at that node, and it makes these fights really, really difficult. It does look like let's see who ends up getting it. So the Alliance actually did manage to convert the node, and they will now have stables. The Alliance in a really, really good position at this point. As long as they can hold on to Blacksmith, Lumbermill, stables, that's basically the best 3 flag caps you can have, and it makes it really, really convenient to kind of rotate and defend. And now for Last and Sleep, it's going to be really difficult for them to come back in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough here, and we're going to see a big fight break out here in Blacksmith, and now we're going to jump over there. Big damage coming in here, and you can see a blind on a... Is he dying? Oh, that's the blind from the Cthulhu weapon right there. I was like, wait, what? How is he blinded right now? And just look at it, proc again right there on the Shaman. Look at him getting destroyed there. These AQ weapons are extremely fun to see here in action. That Cthulhu axe, man, I love that weapon so much. It's basically a disorient, doesn't share stun DR, and it also kind of works like a stun because it doesn't break immediately on damage. So definitely a lot of these cool gear pieces being put to the test here for both of these teams.
I mean, it's cool for us to spectate for sure. It's not that cool to fight against. It's getting disoriented and stunned over and over. So definitely look out for that. It has a huge impact on these team fights. And warriors that have that, when they're moving in, not only are they just one-shotting you because it does a crazy amount of damage, but you're also just getting stunned, which makes it difficult for you to kind of fight back. But it does look like the Horde side will be getting wiped out here. Alliance will be able to defend the stables. And at this point, the Alliance can come back in this game. So they're behind right now. But if they can hold on to these 3 bases, it's going to be looking good. We actually have a numbers advantage for the Horde at Lumbermill right now. They're sending 3, only 2 defenders on the Alliance side. Let's see if they can get anything done. They have to hold on. They have to try to make that push. If the Alliance can just defend a little bit longer, they've got reinforcements coming. A huge wave of help is coming their way. But if they split up their defense too much, a lot of Horde just spawned on the farm side, and they could either go help out at Lumbermill if they feel like they're going to win that fight, or try to put pressure in multiple locations and go after Blacksmith. And kind of time will tell what they decide to do.
Yeah, and I just got to say, Rage Monster right there on that warrior did a great job holding this base here. He was basically alone against 3 people, just trying to survive as long as possible, trying to make sure that he's interrupting everybody from taking that flag, buying his team enough time to rotate right there. But we don't have time to rotate. Still action happening here at Blacksmith. And it's looking like, once again, the Alliance is the team that's kind of pulling ahead here on that side. We see a skirmish as well here. Rogue and Druid going for the 2v2 here, 2v1 rather. You can see that Druid, this is why you pick them over something like a mage. You can see that warrior really taking a lot of damage there from that Onyxia skeleton, that entangling roots coming in as well. Big pressure there on that stables, and they're going to be able to hold on to that one. And now, once again, here in Blacksmith, we see kind of the team of the Horde being completely wiped out here. And you're going to see the Alliance, they're going to be completely happy with what is happening here. They just want to try to hold these 3 bases as long as humanly possible. And if they can do that, they're going to be able to actually swing the lead here. I got to say, this is the closest match we've had so far today. And this one could be going down to the wire. Still lots of time left in the match. And both teams are just making big moves here, being very proactive here on the map. You can see the scoreline is almost tied up here completely. The Alliance really only 200 points behind there on those resources. So by the time we hit like 400 or so, 1,400, or so resources, you're going to be able to see that being completely tied up. And you can see it's going to be all about what the Horde decides to do here. They have 3 people going after this rogue druid defender combo. If Maximus gets found here, this could be a disaster on that gnome rogue. Let's see, he gets sapped. Now somebody's going to go for the cap, and somebody is going to go look for that druid. They know that the druid is here from that previous fight. You see this rogue is just ready to resap, and the other rogue is ready to open on the druid, and there it is, full blind out of stealth. And this is going to be a ninja cap here for the Horde, almost guaranteed. If they can just keep CCing here, that should be it. Nice double stun lock. No, he gets the blind. Maximus with a beautiful play right there. Breaks out of the stun, gets the blind defensively, and then he runs away to go for the re-stealth. If he gets it, he's going to be able to interrupt them from stealth without getting CC'd. Maximus making big plays here. Saps the cap. Beautiful stuff here. Maximus really holding onto the base for so long, and now it's going to be a 3v3 as we see more action happening on the other side of my screen. Lumbermill under attack here. The Horde are trying to get it, trying to take it over here, but it's not looking too good for them right now. They sent so many people here to try to take the stables, and they failed miserably here. Excellent defense, and mostly it's because of that rogue.
The nades from downtown as well, just defending. Here we see at the lumber mill, beautiful thorium grenades. That's going to be slowing down the caps, also putting in a little bit of damage. But yeah, I think the big story is just Maximus doing such a great job on defense. And once again, the Horde, they're trying to get back in, but the Alliance is not making this easy. Their defense and their rotation has been really, really good so far, but the Horde have an overwhelming presence. And let's see if they can slow down the Alliance enough. They really need to go to the graveyard. There is just a spawn, and 4 Alliance will be able to come in and continue to slow it down. We have a Hunter in the back line, just poking arrows at anyone that is trying to cap, throwing out the Viper stings as well. But still, Horde is doing a really good job focus firing, and you get the feeling that they're actually going to get this flag. They might be able to do it, and if they can pick up Lumbermill, that's going to be massive. Still, the Alliance are behind on points. I really want to see the Horde go to the graveyard and kind of prevent them from rotating, and they do manage to convert the flag at Lumbermill. Not an easy thing to do, but just such a back-and-forth battle between these two teams, and that is a massive victory for the Horde and puts them back in the game.
Yeah, the Horde definitely going to be happy with that, but they need to actually cap the base here. There's more Alliance players raining in here. They don't have a graveyard on the Horde side, It takes a minute before you actually claim the node. From the moment you capped it, the only thing they've done so far is remove the Alliance graveyard, and the Alliance, they have a minute to just cap it and try to defend it, and it's looking like they might be able to do just that. Not enough Horde players here, and I think that's a massive mistake. Having people all the way in stables here going for ninja caps. You already got Lumbermill. The moment you got that node, you should be sending as many people as possible over there, trying to anti-cap, trying to spin the flag. They're doing what they can here. They're doing a pretty good job, actually. A mage entering the ice block here should buy his team plenty of time to potentially actually get that cap. Right now, this mage is doing such a phenomenal job. He's going to have to exit the ice block, try to slow down the cap, and they are going to be able to hold on to it. Nicely done here. Now it's all about, can they recap it in time? They can't. The Druid is there. The MVP Druid. He gets blinded by the weapon of Cthulhu right there. And I think he's going to be able to stop everyone. Nah, there's no way. The Druid is too good.
Oh, goodness gracious. That was such a close call for the Alliance defending that base. The Horde doing an excellent job. That mage going to the multiple ice blocks, just sitting it as long as possible, buying his team as much time as they can to run across the map and actually come and defend. But I think that's a really important thing to note is when you do capture the flag, it takes a minute to actually convert it. And during that minute, those team fights become really, really dangerous because neither side is going to be able to just res at that location. And that's when those team fights really count, because if you die, it's going to be a long run back to actually get back and defend. So that's what we kind of saw there. And that's what we saw. The Alliance actually almost able to recapture that flag, but unfortunately for them, the Horde was too good at this node at this moment, and they will be able to get those 3 bases once again. And still, this is anyone's game.
Yeah, this is definitely going to come down to the wire. So back and forth here, but right now it is going to Horde in the lead, and now another attempt happening here. We got a rogue mage situation here versus Hunter. And he's going to go down immediately here. But we got another person entering the fight here. I think the Rogue Mage might actually take this, and 2 more players immediately here, trying to take over the node here. Can they do it is the question. They need to get some crowd control here. The mage blinks in. He gets scattered into the freezing trap. But look at this druid. Look at this shaman. They're doing all they can, sending in people there, making sure that the anti-caps are coming in. And this shaman now doing what he can here, throwing out the lightning bolts, trying to go after the hunter, but the hunter's getting healed up. And the druid, look at him. He's just sitting. Look at how annoying this druid is. He's just sitting inside the tunnel here, going out, moonfiring whoever's clicking the flag, and then going back in. I've changed my mind, Van. I think Druid is the best class in the game here. I think it's just like in Warzone. It's the most impactful class. Look at him going out, triple
the moonfire spam.
Just look at him. What can you do about it? You can't do anything.
Yeah, the moonfire spam is definitely, it's an iconic ability for the Druid, getting full use of it here at this team fight. But it does look like we did have a cap, and the Alliance side was able to pick up Lumbermill once again. This is a bit of a disaster for the Horde side. And once again, this is anyone's game, but it's getting down to the wire. And I don't know, is the Alliance still going to be able to come back on this one? I mean, only 210 resources needed for the Horde side. They've got 2 bases, whereas for the Alliance side, looking to get 410 points to come back into this one. And this one is extremely close. Caps could still happen on both sides, and actually Lumbermill gets defended. That is so important. And now the Horde side is looking absolutely brilliant here. They've been able to defend the Lumbermill, and being up 3 bases. The Alliance definitely have their work cut out for them. They're going to have to, I believe, capture 2 flags if they want to come back in this one.
Yeah, and we're going to see now. I don't know what the Alliance can really do here. At this point, I feel like that kind of sealed the deal here for the Horde. I mean, there's still about 150 more resources here to be claimed before the Horde wins, but I think at this point, especially when you get to those last couple of points, you really got to try to just 4 cap, even 5 cap, because it's more about slowing down the enemy team's point gain than it is about actually, increasing your own point gain. You're just trying to equalize it, and they do get the blacksmith here on the side of the Horde. There's no way the Alliance is going to come back from this. I'm pretty sure Last and Sleep will be winning this game at the back of that.
That is a devastating blow to the Alliance, losing that crucial point in the middle of the map, the blacksmith. And unfortunately for them, it is going to require an absolute miracle. They need to capture every single flag if they want to come back in this one. The Horde too far ahead at this point, and it does look like Last and Sleep will be walking away with this one and advancing, I believe, to round 4. So really, really nice matchups so far from this team. And this was a really interesting game for me because it was kind of unconventional. Like most of the games we've seen, if not all of them so far, besides this one, have been you get your starter base, you get blacksmith, you get lumbermill. Those are the 3 nodes, and I think that's how a lot of these games will end up playing out. But the Horde side, they were just going after nodes consistently, picking up gold mine as well as stables, as well as farm or lumbermill, farm and gold mine. I mean, these outside bases, normally you don't see teams win this way, but they were able to do it. They were able to have good rotations, solid defense, and after 27 minutes, they will pull out ahead with a 4-1 lead in bases, but really, really close. And for Scooter, that does mean they will be going down to the lower bracket. But even just looking at the scoreboard, you can see the Horde. This is the first time we've seen a team that kind of got, I don't want to say owned, but they were definitely behind on the scoreboard. They still managed to pull out a victory.
Yeah, and this is what we were kind of talking about. There's different styles, of building your comp. Because if you look at the Last and Sleep squad, look at how many ninja caps they're able to get because of those two rogues and that druid on their team. So I think having two rogues, having a druid, and just having those as your kind of little ninja squad really can do a lot for you. And I mean, it shows. And then on the flip side, you got teams going for as many Ellie shamans as possible, or a team like Apes going for as many hunters and warriors as possible, and their main focus is just win that team fight in the start and then kind of choke out the enemy slowly. Whereas Last and Sleep, they just want to create chaos. They want to, like, Blacksmith was taken so late actually into the game. There had already been ninja caps happening around the map. So definitely interesting to see that composition come in and perform as well. Those Moonkins. Uh,
I don't even know. I, to be
we're not
honest,
going
I
to
don't
flame
even
them
know if he was
anymore.
a Moonkin. I just saw him use Moonfire once, and I called him a Moonkin. He might have been. So, but yeah, Red Sky. I mean, you could see he was actually at the bottom. That was a druid. He was at the bottom of the screen. Lowest killing blows, lots of deaths, but he got actually 4 bases assaulted. So that's a
Yeah.
really, really impact. He had the most bases assaulted by far. So really, really impactful in that match. And I'm curious to see if these druids. That's the one nice thing about them is they're a range class, and they also have stealth, so they can kind of maneuver around the map and actually go for those flag caps. And ended up getting them victory in that game. But we do have our next game going to be ready after we go to a short break. That's going to be Gaslighting versus Bamboozle. We'll get to that game right after we get back from a really, really quick break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the classic fall Conquest, and we are getting right into game. We've got Gaslighting here on the Alliance side and Bamboozle on the Horde side, and this should be a very explosive match. You can see already lots of team members are going to be charging towards a Blacksmith, and we can expect a big team fight here.
Yeah, and we're gonna see if these priests, they have plenty of them, if they can potentially gaslight some people with that mind control over at Lumber Mill. That's gonna be very fun to see. And now we can see the teams are setting up. We got a 1v1 at Gold Mine, and we also have a bit of a situation at Lumber Mill as well. I feel like this team fight here in Blacksmith, I mean, it's impactful, but I don't think it's the most important thing here. And we're going to see some people going in for the team fight here. Both team charging. You can see mind controls caps flying out immediately. These rocket helms as well being utilized. And you can see a big fight breaking out here at Blacksmith. So many people taking damage on the Alliance side. But so far, doesn't look like any big killing blows are coming down. Whereas on the Lumber Mill, Alliance are taking a big victory here in this 3 versus 3. You can see this warrior is just going completely reckless here on his target. Now Mosquito forced into his ice block here, and I have a feeling that Mosquito is getting squashed very, very soon when he exits that. There's a big aim shot being charged up, and he's going to tank that to the face. Exits and enters another ice block, trying to buy as much time here for his team as possible to potentially maybe reconvene. But I do think the Alliance are going to be winning this. They have the numbers advantage here on Lumber Mill, and that's going to be points going in their favor very, very shortly. You still see here in Blacksmith full chaos, and both teams just trying to stop the other team from getting an edge in that team fight. And once the Alliance, if they can hold on here, they're going to have reinforcements coming in from Lumber Mill, Van.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, I think I was actually going to say that's one of the nicest things about taking Lumber Mill is you can immediately rotate down and assist in the team fight. But right now we do have the Alliance. They're up 2-1, and this middle team fight is definitely going to matter. You can see the Alliance, they're kind of getting squashed out right now. One falls, another, it looks like they will end up falling as well really, really quickly. The Shaman coming in clutch with big chain lightnings and picking up that center node, picking up the Blacksmith, super duper important, and the Horde will be able to do it. We'll kind of see what's happened with Goldmine as well as Lumber Mill here in a bit. Exactly what kind of situation the Horde does find themselves in. It looks like we do have a bit of a skirmish here at the Lumber Mill. The flag is still not converted, but it doesn't look like the Horde are really going to be able to make too much happen, and they're going to have to abandon, potentially look for a fight at Goldmine.
Yeah, and we're going to see now. So we're going to have a situation where one team gets the Lumber Mill, the other team gets the Blacksmith. And this is where things get very interesting because both of those are highly contested. The ideal nodes to have is going to be, Lumber Mill, Blacksmith, and stables or, farm. So we're going to see if the Horde can kind of push that advantage. They have the center node, but they are down in overall nodes. Getting that center node, though, is a big win in of itself. They are going to have that farm as well. And now, if they can have a couple of defenders there on Blacksmith, they can send the rest of their team potentially for Goldmine, potentially have one person or two people go to Goldmine and the rest go to Lumber Mill. It's going to be all about how they allocate those resources they have. And it's looking like they might actually go for a push here onto stables. I like what they're doing here, kind of just running. Instead of going up to Lumber Mill, they're going straight to stables, cutting off the reinforcements, and then they can choose to go stables or just rotate immediately for Lumber Mill. I think rotating to Lumber Mill for sure is the right call here, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Alliance are going to be in a lot of trouble here in LM.
Yeah, LM is being a hit, but look, the Horde are actually sending multiple members. I think they're actually stealthing. They're moving incredibly slow to Goldmine, and if they can win this 2v2, it's going to be a massive for the Horde. If they can get the center base, they can also hold on to farm and get Goldmine. I think they might be able to do it. I really like this split strategy coming in from the Horde side. You can see as well as this rogue, they're going to be moving forward. Let's see what they can do. There's only one defender. Can they find him in stealth? It's such a close call. Can they actually find them? One of them is going to have to open up and actually try to go for a cap, likely going to be getting sapped here. And we'll see how this Russian rogue can defend this node. Not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and we're gonna see now. He's gonna get stabbed. Can he find the other member? Mage blinks on top of him. He's all, oh, he gets sheep shot. So the Alliance Rogue has a big advantage here. He's gonna sheep shot him. Where's the kidney shot? Not even gonna go for it. Just goes for the big eviscerate here. And this is looking like a botched attempt here at Goldmine. But they forced him to send 2 extra people here to kind of hold the base. That's gonna be nice for the Horde squad over at Lumbermill. Sadly, there's no graveyard for the Horde at Lumbermill, so they're going to get wiped there, and they're going to get wiped at Goldmine. The Alliance here is going to be holding on, gaslighting here, doing what they can. So far in this match, they're holding some tough bases, but I think so far it's pretty good. I think as long as you keep attacking Goldmine and Lumbermill at the same time, you are going to force the other team to make a really difficult decision in terms of how many players they want to allocate to each side. And it's very hard to move between those 2 sides, which is why holding that blacksmith is it's so crucial, because it gives you that extra respawn point in the middle of the map where you can quickly move around.
It's actually a big skirmish in the road. I feel like if we were just in a battleground right now, the team is typing in /BG, like, get off the road, stop fighting away from the flag.
Fight on flag.
But yeah, fight on flag. But this road skirmish, we have a bit of a 2v2 here, and it looks like some of the Alliance players will get wiped up, and maybe just intercepting. I actually like this. The Horde is basically send a little hit squad to intercept reinforcements coming in for the Alliance, and they might actually be able to do it. The Alliance is getting so close. Can they shut them down from actually getting it? No, they get denied, and the Horde side does manage to get Goldmine. That was just such a great job by the Horde. They sent off a small squad to just delay and prevent the reinforcements from actually coming in. They had an overwhelming presence in the team fight, and now it's a great position to be in. Not only do they have Goldmine, they have Blacksmith, as well as the farm. And that is basically the best 3 nodes outside of getting the Lumbermill that you can get. They're all very well connected. It's going to be easy to rotate between the 3 of them. And I think for the Horde side, as long as they play it intelligently with their reinforcements and how many defenders that they have, this game is going to be looking pretty good for them. And the Alliance is going to have to try to find an opening, and I don't know if that's going to be an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I think the Horde has been playing the map pretty much perfectly at this point. Just keep attacking LM, keep attacking GM. You're going to get one of them. Now you got yourself the GM, and all of a sudden, you're in a situation where you're potentially going to be able to hold on to 3 beautiful bases here, and they should be fairly easy to defend. Like you mentioned, having the Goldmine or having the Lumbermill, it doesn't matter that much as long as you get Blacksmith and your home base. So for now, for Horde, it's just cruise control. Try to defend these 3 bases. All you have to do, talk early about the incoming people, and just try to stall as long as possible, especially those rogues defending. They just need to do a good job, not being detected, try and buy time with those saps, and that's going to be nice. Now we see a push being wiped out here at farm, and for the Alliance side, they're trying to get Blacksmith, and so far they actually have the numbers advantage, but once again, the players on farm can quickly get there. The players on Goldmine can rotate if they need to, and not to mention the fact that they have a graveyard at Blacksmith, so the players who are dying there, as long as they can burn enough mana, maybe take down 1 or 2 players before they go down, they're going to be able to potentially res and stop those next caps. But the Alliance are actually overwhelming this Blacksmith right now. It's looking like they might be able to potentially cap it if they can just clean up here. If they can get all of those people that are low here on the Horde side, if they can kill them all at the same time, they're going to force them all to res on the same timer, send 1 mage to the graveyard, and this is looking like a base that could get capped here potentially. Nice Hunter there dropping down from the side, sniping a few multi-shots in there into the middle, anti-capping as best as he can, but it's not looking too great here still. The Horde should have a res potentially coming up very, very shortly here on Blacksmith, and that should mean that they can keep that node going. Farm still being under attack, Blacksmith still being under attack. This is classic. This is Arathi Basin, and there's action all over the place.
Yeah, all over the map, and I think that's one of the difficult things about the map. And 15 versus 15, you always have to be checking where are the numbers going, paying attention to kind of if they're sending little assault forces and where you're going to be, keeping defenders. And I think it's one of the more interesting things is these kind of little hit squads that can go and try to assault after like a big team fight is underway. But so far, the Horde doing a great job defending these nodes. And it's not easy. I mean, for the Alliance, they have to really overwhelm if they want to end up securing a flag in this position where you are behind these three really, really well connected bases. Make it easy for the Horde to rotate throughout the map. Alliance right now looks like they will be getting wiped up here at the gold mine as well. They don't have the numbers at the farm, so they're going to have to reconnect and regather and kind of decide what they want to do at this point. And when you don't have that many stealthies to really work with, it makes it hard to actually go for, ninja assaults, as you're always going to be able to basically see the enemy team coming. They do only have one rogue. There's going to be no druid, so as long as they have two defenders at each base, it's going to be really, really difficult for the rogue to actually go for any sort of ninja plays where he can 1v1 someone. And I think for gaslighting, this is just a really, really difficult situation to be in. Maybe they want to try to go for a big blacksmith fight, but they would have to really, really steamroll if they wanted to pull something like that off.
I think going for blacksmith at this point, it's just cannon fodder. If you send in, 3 players there, and you can have 5 or 6 players defending against those 3 players attacking, that's basically the best you can hope for. I think once blacksmith has been taken in the start, it is so hard to, kind of take it back. Usually, if you even are able to take it back, it's very late into the game when, blacksmith has just been giving out so many points. So I think at this point, just try to maybe cause a little bit of a distraction at blacksmith, try to make the other team defending overcommit their players there, but ultimately go after something a bit further away, maybe stables, maybe you can go after lumber mill, and if you can do that, I think that's the play. If you can go after something like a gold mine or a farm, that would be the play here for the Alliance side. But taking blacksmith, when you just look at the mini map on your center, you can see it's all blood red there in the center, and that's because it is so important to hold on to that one. And now at gold mine, Alliance with a numbers advantage. There's only 3 Horde members defending here. You can see these guys, they're stopping the reinforcements here on the road, doing a great job here, this mage and this paladin, but a counterspell sneaks in, polymorph as well to follow it up. Nice nade there on the blink sheep.
Ooh.
That's going to allow them to buy a little bit more time for the guys fighting down here, but they need to try to make something happen in this team fight very, very quickly. The Horde resources are slowly but surely coming in, and I think the Horde should be able to defend this with the help of that graveyard. We see even more players are rezzing now on the GM graveyard, and they should be able to clean this one up.
Yeah, it's looking like they're going to be able to. And we actually saw gas lighting. They pulled some of their defenders for a moment, so they actually had no defense at stables. And at this point, it becomes so difficult to actually assault a base when there are these 3 that are connected, that you almost are forced in a situation where you need to take risks on the map. And if you're not willing to take those risks, you're not willing to pull your defenders, you have to basically completely own in a team fight, or there's no coming back. But I would say the way Bamboozle is playing this one, really, really impressive. Their defense is looking really solid. They're making sure that no one's kind of off in no man's land. They're all ready to defend when they need to, sending out like split squads to kind of split the Alliance's assault. And as soon as they defend a base, you can see they're mounting up and they're going back to kind of a more neutral position where they can rotate to any base that they need to. All of them on their Raptors right now, leaving the gold mine. But you don't want to leave too soon. It's still a 3v3 situation. I guess they're feeling confident in this 3v3. But still, I mean, not the greatest position to be. One Alliance member will fall. Let's see if they can get a second pick here. Might end up coming down to a 2v2. You can see this hunter, he's actually trying to cap, but unfortunately gets shut down by a nade. Looks like the priest will end up falling, and now this hunter is in a situation that's basically impossible to win. It's a 4 versus 1. Priest has full dots on him, and he will end up falling as well. And now, gaslighting, they got to regroup, rebuff, and decide how they want to decide to go for this one. I mean, in this position, what do you think their best option really is?
For gaslighting, I think it's really tough for them to try to take over these nodes, but I think the best thing you can do is probably send a few people to attack blacksmith and then have a kind of a stealth mission going on at GM. If they can do that, they could potentially force, an uneven number at GM or at blacksmith and potentially win a fight there. But either way, it's going to be really tough. I think GM is the most likely base to fall because it's the hardest one to rotate to. So I think probably putting most of your money there is the play here. But they're not out of this game yet. I mean, Gaslighting has been they had a good performance so far. The game is very, very even still. If Gaslighting can take one node and hold it, they're going to be able to win the game. So this one is very, very close, and now they are going for that gold mine push. A lot of members here just overwhelming gold mine. If they can go and potentially just push them over very, very quickly and try to take the node before the reinforcements come, that is definitely a play that they could make. But they have to move fast, and on the Horde side, it's all about just staying alive.
No.
And a nice cap here on Lumber Mill for the Alliance for the Horde side. That's going to snowball their lead even further.
That is a devastating thing. I've been in this situation. I'm sure everyone in chat can relate, where you're just behind, you're trying to make something happen, you pull your defenders, and it's a risk, but guess what? Your flag gets capped. And now, I mean, this is the point in the game where the Hordes start developing more and more of a lead. They've already had 3 bases for quite some time, but now as the Alliance, you only have 1 base giving you resources, and as this game goes on, you're falling further and further behind, and now they have to worry about recapping their base, which is not going to be an easy thing to do. I think this is just what I really like about these teams, especially what Bamboozle just did. Even though you have those 3 bases, having one person who's looking for those openings, looking for defenders being pulled and applying that pressure, I mean, that's the thing that makes an absolutely deadly team. So great job by them. They've managed to secure their lead even more. The Alliance actually going right now towards the farm. They might be able to actually win this. They do get multiple picks. There's 5 members, this 5-person hit squad. Let's see if they can actually capture this base. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. There does look to be appear to be a druid, just max range moonfiring once again. The MVP class Zico, just maneuvering in and outside of the range, getting out those moonfires. Now the warrior's there, and it looks like for Firemaw has managed to buy enough time.
Very, very nice class there, the Druid. Once again, showing how versatile it is. Shift through the slows, play on that max range, and really hammer that Moonfire keybind and make sure that no one caps that flag as long as you are alive. You're going to buy plenty of time for your teammates to get back into the fight. Also brings the combat res, that's something, us being arena players, we don't really talk about the combat reses too much, but, those soul stones and those combat reses, you're allowed to use them, I'm pretty sure. So they can potentially bring that to the fight and bring it. They can bring a dead player back to the fight. Like maybe their class isn't super useful. They can definitely bring somebody else in who's useful. So that's good for them. And now, I mean, for the Horde team, they are super comfortable here right now. Even if they don't get that last base, the fact that they're able to hold on to it for so long here and just deny the point gain of 2 bases, that in of itself is a huge win here. And now Alliance getting a little desperate here. This push definitely reeks a little bit of desperation. You can see the Horde squads are already just immediately dogpiling here on GM, trying to do what they can, trying to stop anybody coming from stables to GM, slow them down, try to keep the fight as fair as possible here while they wait for more reinforcements to come. You can see more people, more red on that little mini-map to your left, rotating back down there. But I don't know if it's going to be enough here. It's looking pretty even still in this fight. I do think the Horde having that graveyard, anytime a fight is even, it's going to go in favor of whoever has the graveyard. So for Bamboozle, they are perfectly happy in this situation. They're able to hold on to Blacksmith as well here. And for the Alliance time, I mean, this is literally what I said I wanted to see from them. Just go after, Blacksmith and GM at the same time. It's the play that's going to be most likely to yield, some results. Unfortunately for them, this time around, they lost that fight in GM, but there was opportunity there if they could have maybe played the fight a little bit better.
Yeah, let's see. And we did, in all that chaos, the Alliance were able to recapture Lumbermill. Obviously, going to be really important for them, but I think the damage has been done. The Horde side has actually managed to secure their advantage even more. And I feel like even if we do see Gaslighting pick up a base and they're up 3-2, I don't know if they have enough time to actually come back in this match. So for the Horde, they need to make sure that they are not getting capped multiple bases on, and I think they should be okay with that.
Yeah, for the Horde, I mean, at this point, it's just survive. Don't let anyone take your flags. This game is yours. It's in the bag. All you got to do, even with 3 bases now on the Alliance side, the point disparity is just so big that you're not going to win. You need 4 bases here to win, potentially at least to get 3 bases and cap a base. Try to maybe make it a bit contested at least to slow down those points gains. But for gaslighting, it's just not looking too good for them. Bamboozle definitely turning things around here, and we see right there a 1v1 could go in favor of the Alliance, but a Horde player reses, and now it's no longer a 1v1. Now it's just a sad gnome here, actually, trying to take down a warrior and a hunter. That's not going to happen. Nice try, though. And he's going to be sent back to gnome heaven. And now we're going to see the Horde team here about to reach 1,800 points. Isn't that when the message goes out in the chat telling you, like, you guys are losing? Like, the other team is reaching 1,800 resources?
Maybe
I don't have sound on.
Oh, there it is. You're right. Yep, 1,800. Boom. There's the noise. The Alliance now in panic. Uh-oh. They're at 1,800 resources. They're just 190 away, 180 away. We need to make something happen fast, but it is not easy to do. And right now, Bamboozle, they're doing such a good job defending. They're doing such a good job rotating. We actually have a ninja, a cap here, once again at Lumbermill. Oh, no! And this is, that's got to be the final nail in the coffin. Gaslighting, unfortunately, they had to take risks in order to try to make something happen, but the defense too strong, as well as these ninja caps coming in at Lumbermill consistently. That kind of pressure just put the Horde in such a dominating position. Now just 130 resources away from closing out this game and making it to the round of 4 and being done for the day. Gaslighting, of course, if they do end up losing this, which is looking almost inevitable at this point, they will be going down to that lower bracket to fight for their tournament lives.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been a well-fought game, and we got to give a bit of a shout-out here to Nuke here. He's played that rogue role phenomenally. He's taken 2 LM caps here for his team, and it's a big reason to why they're able to do so well. He's a big reason to why they could even trade nodes in the first place when they had those bad nodes, so to speak. They finally are going to get the GM node here on the Alliance. I don't think they even want to cap it at this point. They're just like, yep, get us out of here, end the misery. They're actually not even going to cap that GM node. So I think at this point, the damage has been done. Like you said, the final nail in the coffin has been hammered in. And for Bamboozle, they're not going to be getting gaslighted today. They are going to be moving forward to that round 4 here. Largely because of that excellent play with those ninja splits.
The Hunter just going for a kind of a nosedive at the last few moments of that game. And once again, I mean, we could take a look at the scoreboard, but Bamboozle, main story for them is they were able to just pick up 3 connected nodes, and it's just really, really powerful to have all of those. It's pretty easy to rotate. Easy to defend, and then also just making sure you have a rogue going and poking around, kind of fishing for any open nodes. And the fact that they were able to get Lumbermill multiple times just made it so Gaslighting, they had such a difficult decision. Do they go for kind of a play where they commit a lot to try to go for gold mine or try to go for farm? How many defenders do they need to have to make sure that they're not getting ninja'd on? And it just small losses consistently throughout the game allowed Bamboozle to pull ahead, and they're going to be advancing to that round of 4. Definitely looking good. And for Gaslighting, they will be going down to that lower bracket, which is a deadly place to be.
Yeah, it's looking like some shark-infested waters down there already. Very, very strong teams going to be waiting for them there in the wings. I mean, we already saw, Ashbringer go down there earlier against the Pressburg Pumper Bastards. Not a team I would want to fight down there. And some other scary members like the XXL Fanny Pack, one of those teams that during the Warzone tournament I didn't have the most amount of faith in their abilities, but they had a nice round that they played against Apes, and seeing them do so well against one of the favorites in this tournament, it's not one of those teams that you want to be going up against down there. But today is all about that upper bracket, and we are gonna have. who is our next game here, Van? Is it going to be...
That's a great question.
I think it's going to be Apes versus Zug Zug Esports Club.
Well, that definitely could be. We'll get confirmation on that one, but it would be exciting to see Apes go at it again. I like the composition that they are bringing. We can kind of talk a little bit about them. We can take a look at the bracket as well. And I believe Apes... so we've done round 1, round 2, round 3. Okay, so Apes likely to be playing here. They will be going up against Zug Zug Esports Club, just like you mentioned. And I mean, for Apes, playing the Alliance side, they're using a lot of Hunters. They're not using any Rogues, so they're not really going to have the opportunity to run around in Ninja. No Druids as well. So actually just not using any Stealthers, just really focusing on Hunters in those team fights and Hunters as defenders. And so far, it's worked out quite nicely for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's interesting to see, we've talked about it quite a bit already, but, some teams, they opt to go for those like double rogue setup or, like a rogue and a druid or double rogue druid. And they just kind of have their team fight in the middle. And then those guys, they're just kind of the little bomber squad sneaking around, seeing what they can do on those nodes. And then, like you mentioned, you have teams like Apes just playing raw team fighting power. Just trying to slowly win the game on a 3-2 chokehold.
Yeah, and I mean, being in that situation, it's a really difficult spot to be in. And I think that might be the story of this tournament. I mean, the team that can pick up Blacksmith, such an impactful node to have. And if you can get Blacksmith and 2 connected nodes, it's really difficult, quite honestly, to break through that kind of defense. So that's the situation all of these teams want to find themselves in. We have seen games end where the team that won actually never got Blacksmith. They were just picked up outside connected nodes. A lot harder to defend, but definitely possible if you're kind of keeping an eye on the enemy team and seeing where they're going. So we'll see what this next game is going to come down to. We are going to be jumping into the game. Apes on the Alliance side. And then, of course, we actually have 3 Shamans for Zug Zug Esports Club. So definitely making full use of the Zug Zug with 3 Shamans. And let's see. Let's basically see how Apes is going to be able to deal with this, because I think the one thing that really stood out for me, and I want everyone to pay attention to, is Apes positioning. They're always spread out. So they're spread out enough so Chain Lightnings aren't really cleaving them down. And they play the range game extremely well also. And I think that's going to be a key for them if they want to survive here. Not getting multiple Chain Lightnings going out, just one person being hit, and maybe he can hold on. But this team fight going to be really, really important. And keep in mind, Apes, they're going to have a difficult task ahead of them. If I feel like with the composition Apes has, if they fall behind, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to come back with no Stealthers whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to basically play the numbers game. They're going to have to send a certain amount of players here, send a different amount of players there, and then rely on winning the team fight, rely on just winning a fight basically where they're outnumbered on one node, or at least creating enough pressure there. But it might not come to that. It might just all come down to this first node here on Blacksmith. And we're going to see what Apes can do here. We're going to see 2 players from Apes on Lumbermill, 3 players on Lumbermill, and then 2 players here on Goldmine. We're going to see the first fight here about to erupt in the midfield. But I honestly think the most important things to watch for in the start of the game has got to be those side fights, because I feel like they can decide so many points. And we see somebody get blasted. Zolpi, he is going to be getting one-shotted right now. Zug Zug Esports Club taking down 2 warriors immediately here. Triple Shaman, triple warrior. This is the Zug Zug, man.
What is going on? We just see chain lightnings going off, spreading everywhere, and just one-shotting these warriors. Medj trying to hold on, but it looks like Golden Calf might be able to just get this flag right away if they can get it so early on. This would be massive Apes. I mean, you would not expect this going behind so early on in the game, and Zug Zug Esports Club doing such a fantastic job really utilizing those Shamans for these big one-shots, and they have been pulling ahead in these team fights.
Yeah, Zug Zug Esports Club, slowly becoming our favorite team name to pronounce, slowly winning our hearts over here, taking a first blow here against the Titan Apes. But look at them making their way back to Blacksmith, wiping out everybody. They need to anti-cap. They only have a little shaman right now for that. And can they do it? Maito's going for the last couple of swings. We got Muammar here going in with the Holy Novas, but he's going to get taken down. Look at the King Warstorm coming out there from the Tauren, but it looks like Apes might be able to take this one. We got QK in the back line stopping everybody, and you are going to see the lumber mill here being claimed by Apes and Blacksmith being claimed by Apes again. What a clean team fight. They cleaned out everybody at Blacksmith at the same time, got a clean cap right there, and won the fight at lumber mill. This was a huge swing of momentum going in favor of Apes, and now they're basically playing the game on cruise control. They just need to hold these bases, and that's it. All they got to do, call inks, rotate people there early on, make sure that the people defending aren't, kind of feeding and running it down, and that's it. Apes in a very commanding position.
Yeah, this is the exact position you want to be in. And I don't know. Zug Zug Esports Club, I can't believe that Teamfight at middle didn't go their way. They ended up getting 2 early picks, but you have to give it up to Apes. I mean, they managed to hold on. They managed to wait for reinforcements and then make that final push to actually get the node. So definitely a difficult spot here, and right now Apes, they are pulling out ahead, still with the center node, and now fighting for a lumber mill, or defending this lumber mill. The Alliance has now taken it, and that does mean Apes will be getting reinforcements at that node, which is really, really crucial. There was a small window where Zug Zug Esports Club could have pushed in, tried to make something happen. There was not going to be any rezzing going on by the side of Apes, but unfortunately that window has been lost, and now Apes will be able to pull it ahead. And they actually have 4 bases, so they've got the gold mine as well in their back pocket. But I think the main focus is just going to be holding on to Lumbermill, holding on to Blacksmith and Stables. And I think if they can do that, they will be walking away with this game. But every second that goes by, or every couple seconds that goes by that they have gold mine, they're going to be securing more and more of a lead. And Zug Zug Esports Club has to be in a bit of a panic right now.
Honestly, when you saw the opening to this game, you would not expect Apes to be 4-1 here with bases, 4 minutes into the game. This is something that you really couldn't see coming. They went for a big play there, taking 2 nodes at the same time, the 2 most crucial ones, and now they are in a bit of a tricky situation here. Rage JK trying to do what he can. Krotos, will he get the swings that he needs here? Will he take down his target? No, QK is there with the polymorphs, with the crowd control. Helia trying to go for a heal, doesn't get it in time, and now it's looking like Apes are going to be walking away with this 3 versus 3 situation here. The title charm coming out from Helia, probably should have used that when you were trying to heal your teammate earlier, but that's not going to help him now, and he is most likely going to be taking the big fall here. He's going behind the pillar trying to heal himself back up, but that means that his teammate is going to be taking a lot of damage here. That Warlock and Rage JK doing what he can here, loading up the damage. Kelsey as well on that healer. It's basically a healer lock versus a healer hunter. Not sure actually who wins this 2v2 in Classic, but one thing that Apes have going for them is the fact that they have a graveyard right there, and I do think that Mage, who just died, could potentially be spawning here anytime soon. They get the leaf, and it looks like they are going to be winning this fight on attrition, as we see a massive fight happening here on the lumber mill. Once again, looks like it's going in favor of Apes.
Yeah, and another thing I really want to just call out, and we did talk about it earlier, but if you're just joining us, I think the nice thing about Apes composition is if you have a hunter defending all of these bases, that means you have a Viper Sting at all of these bases. And Viper Sting, the way it burns mana, it puts you on a time limit very, very quickly, and you can see Solthrak just no mana whatsoever to get anything done. This Priest as well, just getting vipered on cooldown, and now just sitting down, he's like, please just take me out so I can go back to the graveyard. Don't just viper me. But they are going to delay it and make it slow, miserable death for Hylia. And not having enough poison dispels throughout the map makes these Viper Stings super effective, and that's why I like all the Vipers that Apes is bringing to the table, as it makes these kind of assaults really difficult. Because Zug Zug Esports Club, if they want to end up winning this, is that actually, what did they get? They defended the Stables. So Stables was assaulted by the Horde, but Monkey News and Slicey were able to defend that and recapture, and now securing and maintaining their 4 point lead, or the 4 base lead.
Yeah, and that's great news for Aves. It's not easy to hold 4 bases, but they are able to defend that before the graveyard gets given over. But if you are going to lose 1 base here for Aves, losing Stables definitely the safest bit. Oh my God, look at Parla. He is on a sliver of heaven. Somebody wand him right now. He's got to survive. Unbelievable. Nice recovery there with that blessing of protection. I got to give a big shout out to my boy Midge here. He's been carrying Apes for a long time, and, I had the pleasure of actually ranking with some of these guys. He is definitely one of those top holy paladins here on Gehennas. He saves his teammate right there in that big fight. Actually, it could have been Pei as well, but I'm gonna pretend it was Midge. And we're gonna see here Apes cleaning up at Blacksmith once again, and it's unbelievable, but it looks like they're actually holding on to all of these 4 bases here somehow. And I think this is the real strength of Apes and their comp as well, is the fact that they are so coordinated. They're good at moving around. They're good at, knowing how many players you need to allocate on each place. And I gotta say, these hunters, it looks very frustrating to play against them because they're just playing max range, dropping out the Vipers, not really getting caught, dropping out early traps, and really doing a great job spinning the flag, making sure that nobody on the enemy team is able to cap it. And that's all they got to do. They just got to buy time. I mean, Zugzug Esports Club, they are definitely on a big timer, and that timer is just ticking faster and faster because of these individual plays here from these guys.
I mean, at this point, there's only a few minutes left before it's almost impossible for the Horde to come back in this game. So as long as Apes can hold on just a little bit longer, they already have 1,030 points in this game, going by very quickly for them. They're over halfway in the resources that they need. Quick math. Mytos looks like he will be able to defend with his team at the lumber mill, and they're just going to completely abandon that. If we just look at the mini-map, I mean, look how well spread out the Alliance are. There's a big assault here coming in from the Horde, though, at the central location. Apes definitely needs a little bit more help, but it's always a bit like when you look at Apes, they're always so spread out that it's a bit deceiving, like if they're winning a team fight or not, because they kind of just play the outside of the fight, playing the range game, taking full advantage of their 4 hunters. Big fear coming in from Parl as he charges in. It gets a massive fear, but they might be able to actually cap the flag. Zolpi going in now saying, no way are you going to be capping that flag from us. And the Apes manages to hold on to that lead. But this is a good push from Zugzug Esports. They just need to hold on a little bit longer. They might be able to. If they can get multiple picks here, they might have a chance. Zolpi might go down. He gets a big heal. Goes back into Zerker stance now, looking for that execute, and takes down the Shaman Tsunami. And that means that Apes is just pulling further and further ahead in this game, managing to hold on to those 4 bases. And right now, the Horde side basically has nothing going on for them.
Yeah, they are slowly but surely winning this team fight, but as long as they can have people spinning that flag, all right, now it looks like they might be able to get it. No, there comes Roomba here in the back line, making sure that no one is taking that. And now Apes are respawning over and over and over again. And just look how much time was invested here by Zugzug Esports without actually getting a Zug. I mean, you can look here, all of a sudden, Apes have gained, almost 300 points during the course of this fight. The result for Zugzug Esports Club is that they're still down 4-1 in bases, and they are getting some killing blows, but it doesn't really matter when Apes are just kind of letting it happen and just recovering their players with that res. Galax here looking for a little ninja cap. He's waiting for Slicey to potentially leave the base here. He might actually get this. Slicey, what are you doing?
Slicey, you're about to get yelled at. Ooh, he's like, no, please. Oh, he manages to poke him.
Loot ban from Mythos was inevitable there, but Slicey, he's going to hang on to his DKP for a little bit longer. Excellently done.
That is really, really funny. Definitely would have been the loot band. You find a situation like that, you're a hunter defending, a little rogue ninja cap on you, but great job by Slicey. He's able to just play the max range, and that's exactly what you want to be doing. I mean, if you don't have Shadow Meld, you just play as far away from the flag as possible. And the reason why you do that is Sap likely to break. And as well, you have a pet. So even if you get the sap, that means the rogue has to slowly make his way all the way to the flag and cap, and the pet's going to attack you anyways. And it's one of the things, it's just so difficult for a rogue to actually defend against a hunter, and Apes kind of realizes that. That's why they didn't even bother bringing in rogue. They just brought in as many hunters as they possibly could. They're winning these team fights, they're making it look easy, and they still have their 4-1 lead. Apes, these are the champions of Warsong Gulch, in Europe at least, and so far in Arathi Basin, they're looking quite dominant indeed.
Yeah, Apes are definitely living up to their reputation right now. I mean, Zug Zug Esports Club here is basically just getting clubbed to death here. And you can see Apes, they're just basically chilling in their jungle, up in their trees, eating their little bananas. And it's business as usual for them here, you can see Slicey here having Mythos scratch his back, and that was another ape pun, but that was the last one, I promise. And we're going to see a team fight happening here in Blacksmith. It's looking like Apes actually have the numbers advantage, and once again, this is what you've kind of been talking about a lot. But just look at the position of these players. Look at Roomba, how far away from the fight he's actually playing. He's just sitting in the outskirts, casting, on max range there, and that's all he needs to do. Just poke them out, poke out the fight, win slowly. Make sure you're giving those Vipers enough time to tick here for your team, and that's basically all you have to do. You can see this players here that are gathering in Blacksmith. I don't think the spirits are too high right now. The moral definitely not going to be too high after Zopi takes the 5th node here. Zug Zug Esports Clubs gets 5-0'd by Apes, man.
This is the first 5 cap that we have seen, although it doesn't look like the final base will be converted. That is a demoralizing game to play as Zug Zug Esports Club. And I'm going to be honest with you, when we saw the first battle go down after like 10 seconds and the shamans are just one-shotting everyone from Apes, both warriors fell. I think we saw Mytos as well as Monkey News just immediately die. It was Zolpi and Monkey News. I was like, wow, these guys are true contenders, but Apes, the experts that they're able to play it calm, cool, collected, wait for the respawns, hit multiple pressure points on the map, and they were able to hold on to the lumber mill, the mine, blacksmith, and stables throughout the entire game, and it was looking good for them. And Zug Zug Esports will be going down to the lower bracket. Apes will be advancing to the round of 4, and that does mean that's the last game we will see from Apes today. Looking forward to seeing more from them, I believe, tomorrow. So definitely looking forward to that. But now I think we might be, I could be wrong about this, but we might actually be going down to the lower bracket, and that does mean we will be going for some elimination games, Zico.
One more upper. I knew that. Production didn't literally just tell me that. One thing is interesting. They totally did. I'm just, one thing that's kind of interesting here is that the killing blows, I feel like there are not, like, when you look at the Horde team, it felt like they were blasting in the team fights, but when you look at the killing blows now, it's looking a little light on the Horde side. Don't you think, man?
I mean, definitely it is. I think they had a really good start, right? They definitely had a good start, but I feel like once Apes got into position, it's like they're just one of those teams. Arathi Basin it can be really unforgiving. If you fall behind, it can be really difficult to come back into the game, especially when you're playing against veterans like Apes. And I think Apes, they were able to get that advantage, and once they have that advantage, they're not going to let it go easily. So unfortunately for Zug Zug, that does mean that they will be losing, but they still have another chance. It's not the last time we will see them. We'll be able to see Zug Zug and the 3 elemental shamans in the lower bracket a little bit later on, but that does mean we'll be moving on to the Pressburg Pumper Blasters versus the Noxus Finest. And we haven't seen the Noxus Finest play out just yet, I believe, but the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they've been doing a great job so far. They took down Ashbringer, as well as Fighting Club Bale Salona, and now for their 3rd game, we'll see if they can make it through to have a chance against Bamboozle.
A little bit heartbroken for FC Barcelona, but looking forward to see what they can do in that lower bracket. The Pressburg Pumper Blasters definitely breaking hearts here on the virtual desk. I'm sure in the chat, a lot of their fans, definitely feeling the heat here. and cheering for Venox's finest. You know, I definitely consider myself one of those people, and we're going to see what Venox's finest can bring us here. I mean, if their name is suggesting anything, we're expecting top-notch gameplay here, man.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it depends on Venoxus in general, right? You'll definitely have to see. I mean, it's not going to be an easy game for them. Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they're warmed up. We've seen quite a good performance from them so far on the day. But this is the last upper bracket match. And one of these teams will be making it to the round of 4 in the upper bracket. The other will be going down to the lower bracket and having to fight for the tournament live. So definitely a high-stress game. And let's see how this one does play out. I believe, yes. So the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they are going to be representing the Horde side, bringing in multiple Elemental Shaman, and for Venox's finest, their composition looking pretty balanced. They're not bringing in that heavy Hunter composition. They do have a Rogue, so just a really well-rounded composition, not particularly stacking anything. Actually, is that a Shadow Priest? They actually have a Shadow Priest on their team, which is interesting. I don't think we've seen one of those yet.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Classic. You know, you got to play your main. If your main happens to be a Shadow Priest, well, hopefully you still get a team to play with. I think Shadow Priest, they can bring a lot of, well, because you usually want to have a Disc Priest, right? So I feel like having a Shadow Priest, it kind of, you know, it's one priest too many, but we'll see. Here, the Shadow Priest does bring a lot of, you know, healing for his entire team with that Vampiric Embrace, which is basically a spammable cursing classic. And also, he's going to be bringing in a lot of damage. Shadowward Pain is the highest damage dot in the game. So Shadow Priests, in addition to that, are also going to be bringing in those dispels, a little bit of crack control, and you know, it's nice because they are a target that you want to be taken down, but there's so many other targets, you know, hunters, shamans, etc., that you probably want to focus before you go after a Shadow Priest, and that gives him time to ramp up. But I don't even care what's happening on Blacksmith right now. I just want to see this fight happening here. We got Macunia finding himself in a bit of a peculiar situation here, together with his boy Krotos. What can they do? Krotos actually breaks out of that. He gets trapped. He breaks out of everything. Big NS heal on Macunia, but it's a 3 versus 2 here. I don't think it's looking too good here for Venox's finest. They find themselves outnumbered, and the Hunter is taking massive damage here, man. A couple of more hits, I think he's just going to straight up go down. He's catching a few heals in the backline, but is it going to be enough? Krotos doing what he can with that Nature Swiftness earlier, but now he's going to be forced to just cast, and now he's the one taking the damage here. And honestly, I got to say, Venox's Fine has been holding on nicely here in this fight, buying a lot of time for their teammates down there at Blacksmith to just clean up.
Yeah, not only that, I'm kind of curious to see the 1v1 that's going down at Goldmine. It does look like the Alliance will be able to pick that one up. So Alliance so far, they've got Stables, they've got Goldmine. They actually pulled their defenders, and it looks like they're going to be able to clean up Blacksmith as well. This is a great start for Venox's finest, although potentially losing that Lumber Mill fight. If they're able to pick up the center node, which it looks like they are, and as long as they can defend, can they defend? The full blind comes in, but it looks like it will be breaking, unfortunately. And I don't think this rogue has enough time to actually grab this flag. And Lumber Mill is still a node that's up for contention.
Wow. The Shadow Priest comes in, stops the cap, drops in on his little levitate, stone forms the fear with that dwarf racial, keeps the base for his team. Venox's finest off to a very fine start so far, but they're trying to get Lumber Mill. Can they do it? They got a druid here. He's in a fear. Nims, can you make it? There, he charges in. Oh, he got it. Oh, that was a close interrupt. I could feel it. I saw the orangey swirlies coming through there, but he does get one-shotted, and now another fear here onto Krotos. Actually, no, he's on complete fear DR, so he does have a few more Moonfires in him. There it is, another Moonfire before he goes down, and now, did he buy enough time? The reses are coming out. I don't think so. I think the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are going to be getting Lumber Mill, which is fantastic news for them. They still need to find Blacksmith, though.
Yeah, but not too much time has elapsed in this game. You can see resources still really, really even at this point in the game. Once Lumber Mill converts, the Horde will start collecting a lot more points, but still down in a 2 to 3 base deficit. And we'll see how well Venox's Finest can really do in this map. I mean, they've got Goldmine right now, they've got Stables, as well as Blacksmith, and that's definitely an ideal position for them to be in, especially on the Alliance side. These 3 bases are incredibly well connected. I think as long as they do a really good job rotating and defending, they're going to be looking good in this game. Whereas for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they're going to have to win a big team fight or send off kind of a split force, maybe a Ninja Task Squad over to Stables or potentially Goldmine. And if they can do that, then they could come back in this game. But so far, it's very solid defense from Venox's Finest.
Yeah, they're going to have to rely on that ninja stealth squad to potentially get something going here because it's not looking good so far for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. Looking like Venox's Finest is having a great opener so far. They're holding on to their bases. The Horde finally gets the lumber mill, and now that 3-2 point advantage is going to start snowballing in. Let's see what they can do here in GM, though, as we do see a bit of a fight break out here. We're going to see a cap attempt here happening as well on Stables. There's nobody defending here no, I do see, what is that thing on the bridge? You see that little spirit beast waddling across that blue circle? Barely see it. I think that is a pet from one of these hunters here.
I think it's a pet. So. It's a something. Is that a rogue?
Well, I don't know. What is that? Yeah, can we get okay, that is a rogue.
I think it's a druid. It's actually a druid. The druid's going to be a hero. I can see he's got a mace. Let's see if he's going to be able to do anything. He grabs a sprint and he's just going to hightail it out of there, I suppose. And we'll see right now. We have a bit of a 1v1. He's actually the druid is a defender, and this rogue is the attacker. Let's see if he can find him in stealth. If he can find the sap, then that could just be an easy ninja cap. But you can see on the mini-map right now, there's actually 2 Alliance defending Stables. So this rogue right now, hoo-ha, hi, definitely has the work cut out for him right now.
Yeah, Hoo-Huron here, looking to do what he can.
Hoo-ha, hee-hee.
We're going to keep our eyes open for some puns with that name. But, the rogue, he is scouting far and wide for this druid. And the druid, I mean, he can't even get sapped. Even if the rogue does find him, the rogue would have to sheep shot, gouge, blind him, and then also make it to the node in time. So the druid is playing this expertly, staying really far away. Woo! As I say that, he does get a sap on, I believe that was the hunter here. He goes for the mind control cap, it backfires, and he's going to go for the vanish. He knows that there could be 3
defenders now.
Here.
Look at this. Yeah, he doesn't know. There 100% is. Look at this. There's no way he's going to 3v1 this rogue. This is super unfortunate. The mind control cap backfiring is that one definitely is a tilter. So hoo-ha, hee-hee is going to be potentially leaving this base. I feel like now that he's revealed this position, just kind of sitting here in this 2 versus 1 is maybe not a waste of time, but I don't know if he's going to be able to actually do anything with this.
I feel like that's the only play they can make, though, on the side of the Pumper Blasters. They have to have, their stealth bombers going in. And he does find Krotos. He does force out the trinket. Krotos here, doing a great job so far. Pre-abolished the blind. And there's a pet on this rogue. He popped evasion, but he still got hit from range with that hunter. And, he has backup. That's why the rogue is being so persistent. But he is taking big damage to the face. Macunia lands the trap, lands the damage. And now Buzzo, I can tell you he's not buzzing right now. He's about to get kidney shot and potentially about to get slaughtered. So not looking too good for him. As we see Venox's Finest deal with that stealth attack pretty patiently there. Very nice for them.
Yeah. They did a really good job defending, and so far that's kind of the story. Horde actually fighting in the road right now between Stables and Goldmine. These 2 Horde members looking to make something happen. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Crit is really laying in with a big Frost Nova, improved Counterspell, Arcane Explosion, Fire Blast, and Crit. Ooh, now we got a little bit of 1v1 between Jatus and Crit, but not a 1v1 that's really going to be going Crit's favor. It's way too behind on health and mana, but luckily for him, he's going to be respawning here at Goldmine with full health, full mana, and that's going to be a good look for this mage as he can assist his team in defending once again.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Venox's Finest cleaning house here once again at GM. This attack on Goldmine has been happening for quite some time. I'm not sure if this is the play, but they're actually trying to keep them here on purpose as well. You can see they're not really trying to kill Xurek over here. They're just trying to make his life as miserable as possible. You see, melts you living up to his name there, melting another face, sending him to the graveyard right there. Bakuri, he's gonna be the weaker hunter on the day here, but unfortunately for Meltsu, it doesn't look like he's actually able to get anything done with that. He's just defending his base, just playing his role for the team. I'm sure he would like to be, maybe one of the players attacking somewhere. I get like that. I don't know about you, Van, but I definitely get like that. When I'm defending a base, I'm the type of defender. Eventually, I just get bored and leave it undefended and try to ninja cap. So, good thing they have Melsu on their team, who seems to be content with just staying at his location.
There's definitely two types of defenders, right? There's the one type of defender, which is like you're saying, it's like, okay, my team's not getting it done. I need to get in there. I need to make something happen. You just leave your base and then it gets capped on. Or you could be the type of defender that's just like, yeah, I'm doing my job. Why aren't you guys making something happen? Just blaming your team. Those defenders aren't quite so nice to play with, but we'll still see the Pressburg Pumper Blasters try to make something happen here. They are actually getting a few killing blows here, Gold Mine, but a few of them dropping, and with the reinforcements coming in, Zero as well as Dravelin are going to be able to be there and back up their team. And this is kind of the story. I mean, for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, what's so difficult about Arathi Basin, if you're behind, the reason why it's so difficult when you're behind is because you have to steamroll a fight, which is not easy to do. You have to basically wipe everyone at the same time and then not allow them to reconnect from the graveyard, loot everyone's corpses to prevent them from body rezzing. And I mean, it's really difficult. So normally the only way we see teams come back from this situation is by sending like one big squad. You send a big amount of your force. For the Horde side example, then you send a bunch of people to Goldmine and then maybe send a few over to Stables. But Venox's Finest, they're playing it out expertly. They have multiple defenders at every single flag. They have people rotating around the map quite nicely. Now a little bit of a fight here at Blacksmith as well. And we'll have to see if the Horde can make something happen, because as this game goes on, right now the Alliance side is just getting more and more of a lead.
Yeah, the Alliance side this is just one of those games so far where the first fight really has set the pace for the game here. And, for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, it's all about their rogue attacks. It's all about ha-ha-hee-hee to go in and, be the Joker of the team, wreak havoc here in Gotham. And I'm just kidding, here in Arathi Basin, of course. And we're going to see a little bit of a fight here in Blacksmith, but once again, it is looking like Venox's Finest fight to lose. But they do have a lot of players here in this fight participating, which means other areas are exposed. And we do see a bit of a 1v1 here. Big shatter combo here from Dubbed, taking a big dub there on the road. May as well farm some HKs here before he gets into Blacksmith. And now we're going to see an attack here on the Stables. And this one is looking pretty good. They cut off the reinforcements on the road with that mage, and they are keeping a lot of players here in Blacksmith. This could work here. Let's see what they can do. Flash bombs connecting. Krotos taking fat damage. Area of Smooth throwing out the polys, and now they're setting up the damage here. Who is going to be taking it? Krotos takes a big heal. I'm pretty sure he resisted a Chain Lightning there. His HP barely moved. And now even more people here from the Horde squad are dogpiling here on Stables, but they need to make it quick, because as long as the more this fight keeps going, the more time the Alliance have to send people here. And all of a sudden, the Hordes are the one outnumbered. The Alliance are fighting near 2 of their graveyards, and they are going to be in a commanding position here to, even if they lose a few members, to not lose the base, then res and win the fight. So unfortunately for the Horde squad, they weren't able to take a decisive win here before the Alliance got to rotate. And that means the Alliance are going to hold on to their base a little bit longer, which of course means more points here for Venox's Finest.
Yep, slowly but surely still developing that lead in the match, and their defense has been solid, but we do see a big fight here at Blacksmith. The Horde have a lot of their team there, but reinforcements are coming. If they can just stop, this is going to be big. Can they stop them? Can they slow them down? And it looks like they will stop the flag cap. And once again, the Alliance will be able to reinforce this node. And that is the power of having those 3 connected bases. You basically have a triangle defense. You just have people floating between all 3 nodes, and it's not too much time for them to actually
Oh,
make it. 2 defenders consistently there. It looks like there is going to be a blind onto Jadis, and potentially Raman going to be able to get this 2 versus 1 going, but this 2 versus 1 is not going to be happening today. WG and Jadis easily defending this node together as a mage and restoration druid. And I feel like if you're a rogue, that's that's pretty much the worst combination you can run into. If you get caught, you get fairy fired. You can't sap the druid when he's in cat form. And then, of course, going after the mage, he has multiple ice blocks. So not going to be easy to ninja cap there, but it does look like just applying that pressure is nice.
yeah, to quote one of the greatest rogues of all time that I played with, he said that I got Fairy Fire on me, my class is deleted. So that's usually how rogues feel when they have that debuff on them. But it's a little bit different in BGs. You can use those restorative potions to actually dispel yourself. Those are allowed. Most consumables are allowed. I think there's a rule against flask, because if everyone has a flask, no one has a flask. But for those other consumes, people are free to do whatever they want. And here we're going to see Slim OCB trying desperately here to get something rolling on stables, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Area of Smooth takes down 2 players, but there's still a druid here. Oh, this could work for them if they can kill Slim. If they can kill Krotos here, he takes a big frostbolt to the face. Where's Slim OCB's damage though? He's not really dishing out the pressure, and now Nim's going to come out of CC. I don't think that the Mage Shaman are going to be winning this 2v2. Plus, there's a graveyard there anyway, so let's be honest, it's not looking good there for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. Macunia is going to res. Viper Sting has been pressed on the Mage. Krotos dies finally. Can they get the CC they need, though? Macunia is here with the Tidal Charm, going for a little 2v1 action. Mage completely tapped, it looks like, on mana, trying to get into dead zone range at least so he doesn't take too much damage. And now Nim's going to come out of that cheap right there. 1 sword proc should be enough here potentially to win the game. Escape Artist not going to be found here for Nims. 1 more swing is going to do it. They're not even going to kill Slim OCB here. They're now going to kill him after you saw Krotos just come back from his res. They have a weak aura that tells you when people are resing. Krotos reses, the other guy gets killed. Now he has to wait for the rest timer, and we're going to see a big fight here in Blacksmith. Seems once again to be going in Venox's favor, though.
Yeah, and it looks like Venox's finest once again. They will be able to hold on. Blacksmith has been defended. Stables have been defended. There is 1 horde in the back of the gold mine right now. We'll see if he can do anything. Hoo-ha, he is just sitting in stealth, waiting for an opportunity to potentially move in, but that's why we're seeing Venox's finest are always putting 2. Having 1 person defending would be really, really risky, but as long as you have 2, they can kind of work together, play kind of a range game. Look at Valerie and Devarlin, how far away they are from each other. That basically makes it impossible for a hoo-ha, he to get out multiple crowd controls and actually defend the node before the alliance can reinforce. So not an easy spot to be in. You can see the horde. They are kind of regrouping at the lumber mill, kind of hiding where their main squad is, sending a small hit squad potentially to mine, and then maybe sending a big kind of task force out to stable. So I think that's kind of the strategy for them right now, kind of just hiding what their intention is, maybe actually just going for a big push here onto Blacksmith. We'll see if they can do it. A few members of the horde also going down to mine to create a diversion. And now, I mean, at this point, they need to win this. They need to win this really, really quickly, or they're just too far behind to even come back with 3 bases.
This is exactly what you need to do. If you are the team behind, you attack Goldmine, you attack Blacksmith at the exact same time, and if things go well, you should be able to maybe get one of them. But right now, that Shadow Priest is looking a little strong here for Venox's finest, keeping himself alive, barely there in the nick of time as he takes another Frostball. But look at Valerie here, sending people to Valhalla with that warrior. Another one is going to go down, an Area of Smooth. He is going to ice block right there, Venruki. I had to. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about right now. Oh, man. I guess that joke will never get old, huh?
I'm never going to stop saying it, man. Especially when it's just me and you casting, you know?
I never want you to stop saying it, so I think it
You
works out
can't
quite
reverse
nicely.
psychology me.
No, it's true. I never want you to stop saying it. Look at the Horde side right now. They have half their squad going to. They're basically pincering the blacksmith right now. I think they want to just say send a few to stable, send a few to mine, see what happens. But Vinox's Finest are looking kind of bulletproof in this game. Their defense has been so solid. Their rotations have been solid. They're doing great in the team fights as well. And you just get the feeling that they're going to be able to hold on for a few more minutes. And that does mean that they'll end up winning the game at 1650 resources right now out of 2000, 1660, just slowly ticking up. So I'll actually potentially going for a cap here. Will be able to do it. And this is the most promising we've seen. This is the most promising push from the Horde. They're actually doing a great job here at mine. They might be able to take it down. Pitbat as well as Draven are going to be able to defend a little bit. They're getting reinforcements now by Hogaz. The priest just levitating in. And now with reinforcements, I think Vinox's Finest is going to be able to hold on to the mine.
Yeah, and this is looking like the final pushes here for the game. I think at this point, the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they're going to need 4 bases to even have a chance in this one. Big chain lightning is going to connect here on Goldmine, but is it too little too late? We still have Hogwarts here chilling with those Holy Nova spam on top of the flag, really defending it with his last breath. And now another res coming through, Area of Smooth, trying to move across there to the graveyard and stop the people resing there, slowing them down with Novas and everything. That is exactly what he needs to be doing in these team fights. He's playing his role excellently, but unfortunately more reinforcements coming in here, and I don't know if even Area of Smooth is going to be smooth enough on that mage to potentially handle this Valerie all over him with a Blessing of Freedom. And I think if you're playing a mage and there's a warrior on here with freedom, there's no spell still. So Area of Smooth, he's just waiting for himself to potentially go down here. But again, they're playing the res game, and he's going to go for the Sheep Nova combo. And I don't think it's going to be enough. Finally, he's going to be getting sent to the graveyard. And I mean, at this point, bearing a miracle from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they're just going to be the lower bracket Pumper Blasters.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is looking like that. And if they do go down to that lower bracket, that means they only have one more chance. All of these series are just a best of one. And that does mean Vinox's Finest will be making it to that round of 4 in the upper bracket, which is likely going to be the case at this point. Only 130 more resources needed. And so far, the Horde, they're trying to find an opening, but they just cannot find it. And that's why the early stages of these games are just so important. Once you have that 3 base lead, if they're the connected 3 bases, it's really difficult to make that push and come back in it. So right now, Vinox's Finest just holding on to their lead. And as long as they do a good job making sure they don't have any openings for the Horde side, it's going to get more and more demoralizing. Because at this point, in order for the Horde to win, I think they quite literally need a 5 cap. So almost impossible for them to come back in this one. And we can kind of see the score screen at the end of this game when it does end up concluding, and we can kind of take a look at kind of the overall story of the match.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, I mean, you guys played a clean game, but what it came down to, I think, is just those opening stages of the match. Whoever gets that first blacksmith, very, very likely to be able to hold on to it, and they're able to do that on the side of Vinox's Finest. They never really let go. They had some good, ninja attempts all around the map, and they're able to kind of just hold their bases, stand their ground, and take the safe victory here.
Yep, we can see there wasn't actually that many bases assaulted this game. It was kind of just teams getting their bases and holding on to it. And I mean, Vinox's Finest, their defense was amazing. You could see killing blows. They had quite a massive lead as well in this game. And just that's the defender's advantage in this game. Once you have 3 bases, as long as you do a really good job defending, you will likely be able to hold on to those 3 bases unless the Pressburg Pumper Blasters were able to come out with something crazy. Unfortunately, they were not able to. And despite the best efforts of Hoo-Ha Hee-Hee, there was just no openings for him to actually try to go for a ninja cap, unfortunately. And after 24 minutes, that does lead to Vinox's Finest victory, and they will be marching their way through the upper bracket and into that round of 4, which means this is the last time we will see them today. They're going to be able to take a break. And now we're going down to the lower bracket, the elimination game, Zico.
Yeah, we are moving over to the elimination matches. So all the games we've seen so far have been in that upper bracket, and all the games that we're going to be watching throughout the rest of the day, they are elimination matches. These teams are going to have their backs against the wall, and they're going to have to, really fight for their lives down there, which is, my favorite part of the day is, sending people home. So. I'm excited.
It's your favorite time is stamping people's passports out of the tournament.
Yeah, one ticket away here. Venox's finest, looking kind of deadly, kind of venomous there in that upper bracket, though.
Is this the lower bracket? I think it is. So now we're down to the lower bracket. We've seen some teams already fallen. Unfortunately, Nuts OG, farewell. For a Forest Fever, Fighting Club. Oh no, your favorite team, they're gone. How do you feel about that? Yeah, look at them, they're eliminated.
FC Barcelona's game, guys. Can we just right now get some hearts in the chat here for FC Barcelona? They didn't win the tournament, but they definitely won the competition of having the best name. Wait, we have Scooter here. Yeah, who has a better name than FC Barcelona?
Zugzug Esports Club? I like Zugzug Esports Club personally.
Zugzug Esports Club it's not too bad, but like they're also the only team that got 5 capped, so I don't know. You got to live up to your name a little bit,
Yeah, but these things happen when you go up against apes. What can you do? Anyways, so this is going to be the lower bracket that we do have set up for y'all, and we will be jumping into these lower bracket games. The next game I do believe is going to be Scooter versus I'm going to try Zerf Iglaus. I tried my best. That's going to be our next game. Yeah, and we will be getting back to that one right after a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Scooter versus Zerf here, and this is going to be our first lower bracket game on broadcast, which means that is our first elimination game on broadcast. We've got two squads here, both of them actually playing Alliance. So this is the first Alliance versus Alliance matchup we've seen as well. Zico, how do you think this one is going to play out?
Well, I think the Alliance is gonna win this game. So if you are a fan of the Alliance, you are gonna be pretty happy with the outcome here regardless. But yeah, since we are using the Wargame feature, this is something that is entirely possible. And what happens is one of the Horde teams just gets put on the Alliance side and have Alliance colors. I think this one should be exciting. I'm gonna give it to Scooter. I would say it's weekend. So Scooter should win.
Wait, how does that make any sense? Please explain that one to me, because did I miss like a reference or something?
Yeah, there's an artist named Scooter. His song Weekend. I think it's in the playlist I sent you yesterday. But anyway, we are going to be going into the fight here. And this is exactly what you want to see. Two people on Lumbermill. Big fight here on Blacksmith. And just a single Maximus here on Lumbermill. Finding himself a little outnumbered here.
Let's see what he's going to be able to get done. There's two here at the lumber mill, and mind control cap comes in, but it gets trapped. Breaks immediately, going for the full blind. Maximus going for a hero play. We've seen him actually do a great job defending earlier on, and now actually going for a big play. Did he actually throw a flash bomb? Oh, he's got backup. He threw a flash, but it gets scattered. Unfortunately, the mind control cap, the rocket helm breaks early. And Maximus, despite his best efforts, we'll see. Actually, maybe they can take down this hunter. They might actually win the fight. Maximus really making plays on this rogue.
Oh, if they can get some more CC onto this priest, if they have a vanished sap, they could actually just take the base. Maximus, he's gonna go for the gouge here potentially. Looks like it. Oh, he gets feared out. He trinkets out. There's the gouge. He has, I think, one common point for a kidney. There is the vanished sheep shot. I would have loved to see just the vanished sap earlier on the blind. It would have looked a little bit cleaner. But regardless, Maximus doing a great job here together with his druid. They are going to be taking this 2v2, and they are going to be getting lumber mill. And these are the plays that really set the pace for the game here. All of a sudden, there's a lot of pressure on the Horde team because they lost that fight.
Yeah, and at this point, things are looking pretty good here for the Alliance. We got Lumbermill, we've got Mine. Actually, Mine is completely undefended. I think if the Horde realized this, if Zerf realized this, they might be able to actually make a push down there. It looks like they are going to be sending one. Not a bad spot to be in, and it does look like if they can get that, they'll put themselves back in this game, as Blacksmith's still uncapped at this point. And the fight, although is going in favor of the Alliance, if they can wipe up a few more members of the Horde right now, they should be able to get the flag, and then things will be looking extremely good for them. And we'll see if they do it. DPI, they're trying to hold on, trying to heal up his team. They're all just so low. Lumbermill actually potentially getting capped here by the Horde side. And I mean, both teams are playing Alliance. Oh, he takes his Soulstone. Did he take it too late? No, he didn't. The flag actually converted, which means they weren't able to cap it. I believe, as both teams are playing Alliance, still need to figure out which one of these teams actually is Alliance and which one is Horde. I believe the red is
They're both Alliance.
I know they're both Alliance, but...
Yeah. The red is Horde, the blue is Alliance.
Okay.
It's been a little bit confusing throughout the day because we've had instances of the red team being Alliance. So it might be obvious, but it's not been super obvious. Either way, it looks like the Alliance team are going to be holding on to this node here at LM, and look at the squad coming into Goldmine. 9 Lion is going to need 9 lives to potentially survive this push here. There is 4 members surrounding him, another 2 members there as well. Moving up, they think they're just going to get this. And look at the Night Elf Hunter multi-shot from stealth. They do get a full sheep here onto 9 Lion. He couldn't line that one, and now all of a sudden the Hunter here is getting blasted. But if he can anti-cap for a little bit longer, nice nade coming out, triple multi-shots. They're doing a good job here just keeping the node under attack, making sure that nobody is actually taking this node. Now Sheep's coming out, Frostbolt's coming out, big damage, but 9line, he's out of crowd control, going for some heals, but he gets bashed on it, and I don't think B-Berg is going to be living this one. Maybe a fear coming out, some heals, he's going to go for the flash heal, he gets kicked on it, counterspell coming in, and finally the Hunter is going to die, but look how much time he managed to buy for his teammates to potentially come in here, but there's no one. There you go. Finally,
they didn't
so
lose
close. They get it. They get the nade, and B-Berg actually runs to his body, rests as himself, and gets the nade. He gotta loot the corpse in that situation.
That's a rookie mistake.
B-Berg just playing it out beautifully here, buying so much time for his team. And honestly, I gotta give his teammates here a little bit of flack. What were you guys doing? Your name is Scooter. You should be here in no time. That was the last one.
They're all over the map, though. I mean, they have 4 bases. They have to defend all 4 right now. And the Horde are Reserve is sending out multiple hit squads right now. Goldmine, I think, is the most interesting node. They've been able to hold on. B-Berg doing, honestly, a phenomenal job on that Hunter. Then, honestly, a little bit of a mistake coming in from the Horde, not looting the corpse, allowing him to run back and body res and deny the cap once again. But still, the Horde are kind of unrelenting in this assault. They really want to pick up the mine. But even if they do, they're still behind a base. And every moment that goes by, every second that we do see Scooter defend these 4 bases, they're just pulling further and further ahead in this match. And things are looking extremely good for the Alliance in this one, just as you predicted.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in the name. And you can see here, Maximus taking another base for his team. This could be the second 5 cap of the day, and it's going to be in the lower bracket with Zerf Figelaus. I don't know what they're going to do here, but they need to figure it out because it's not looking good for them. They're going to be eliminated if they don't make something happen soon. And in Aratha Basin, once you get those 5 bases, those points really start snowballing. If you can hold the 5 bases for 2 minutes or so, that's a straight up win. So they are in a very commanding situation here on the side of Scooter.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's about as good as it gets, to be quite honest with you. And this might actually be the first 5 cap that we do see. We did see Apes get the final cap, but it didn't actually convert to 5 bases. So if we can get all 5 bases, that is when things spiral out of control extremely quickly. And keep in mind, this is an elimination game. So for Scooter, their tournament lives on the line. You could tell they're really playing for it here, trying to get all 5 bases, and they got it. And look at the points just skyrocket, 30 at a time every single second, and all those seconds just really, really adding up. 2 points. B-Berg once again getting the multi-shot. They're trying so hard. No, Cleanway's there. He gets the nade. A complete nightmare disaster for the Horde. And this game is just a few moments away from closing out the Horde. They need to try to do something, but I don't think they're going to be able to. I think this is going to be our fastest game of the day, and Scooter, that does mean for them, they will be advancing, and Zerf, unfortunately, they will be eliminated. And like you predicted, Zico, the Alliance side will win this one in just 9 quick minutes. This is the fastest game we've seen by far.
Yep, this is a 9-minute game. Basically, what happens when you queue up a pre-med versus a pug at home, and Scooter here, they are going to be just super happy with that one. They're going to move along in that lower bracket, taking a very convincing victory here. And I got to say, this Maximus Rogue, we saw him a little bit earlier today in the upper bracket. He was playing out of his mind, defending some of these bases, and here, very, very proactive on the map, getting caps on these bases, and also in the start, that 2v2 that he played with that Druid, phenomenal stuff coming out of those guys, and they're going to find themselves, moving forward.
Yep, they will be finding themselves moving forward, and it'll be a great game coming in from Scooter. Our first 5 cap, fastest game of the day. Definitely a nice plays coming in from them, and their tournament dreams are still alive and well. And I'm actually curious which team it was that sent them down to the lower bracket, because they look pretty solid in this one, and they must have played against some pretty fierce opponents. Actually put them in this position, but yeah,
Last in Sleep.
Oh, Last in Sleep. Okay, so Last in Sleep doing a great job as well. I believe still in that upper bracket. So We'll see how this one plays out. We're just going to be marching through this lower bracket now, and I mean some of these games might be blowouts. And our next match, once I get confirmation, I'll let you know what it is. We can take a look at the bracket. So it is going to be Last in Sleep, yes, still up in that upper bracket. They're going to be playing up against Apes, I believe tomorrow, and then the Pressburg Pumper Blasters and Bamboozle still in that upper bracket as well. So some really strong teams, some great performances so far. But now it's going to be all about that lower bracket, Zico, and how these teams can kind of hold on to their Arathi Basin tournament dreams.
Yeah, lower bracket is it's getting stacked. You got teams like Scooter down there, 5-capping their opponents, winning a game in seconds. You're going to have to go up against these guys if you do lose in that upper bracket. So the teams that are up there, they definitely want to stay up there. And the teams that are down here, well, it's not looking great for them. They're going to have to make a lot of stuff happen here. And I think our next game in that lower bracket, if I do take a look here real quick, on the lower side of the bracket, so we got, do we have Tribe versus XXL, a fanny pack here potentially? I think that one hasn't been played out on that side. And then after that, we should have those other games coming up. We got Gaslighting versus Titanen, I think, coming up next here, man.
Yeah, and I mean, just taking a look at this bracket, you may have noticed that it is Venox's Finest in the lower bracket, and the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are still in the upper bracket. And that was a series we watched before going to break. And just to give you kind of an update on what happened there, in the Venox's Finest versus the Pressburg Pumper Blasters series, the team Venox's Finest used a consumable that was not on the permitted list for the tournament. And as a result, they forfeit that match and drop down to the lower bracket. So that's why we see Venox's Finest in the lower bracket and the Pressburg Pumper Blasters still in that upper bracket. There's lots of consumables in Classic WoW, some of them permitted for the tournament, some not. And unfortunately, using a prohibited consumable will result in a loss. So that's what happened there. But now we can turn our focus back onto our next game and see which one of these teams is going to be able to hold on and which one is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, and I don't know, Gaslighting, Titanen. We haven't really seen Titanen play today, but we have had a chance to look at Gaslighting. They had a pretty close game, I would say, but ultimately they were bested. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm trying to figure out here, Titanen, who actually knocked those guys down. It was Last and Sleep. Last and Sleep have just been sending everybody down here, man. They're going to be going up against Apes, though, so probably going to be feeling some of their own medicine potentially tomorrow there. But yeah, so Titanen, we don't know exactly how strong this roster is going to be, but we do know that Gaslighting, they have 3 priests. That's why they have this name. They have 3 priests with mind control, gaslighting you, potentially off the edge of that cliff on Lumbermill. And let's see if they can do that. I'm not sure. It's going to be a matchup of the Titans.
I get it.
Sorry,
I get it because
today.
Yeah, Titanen. No, well, yeah, I'd say you're doing a good job overall. And the thing is, you miss all the shots you don't take, right? So just keep shooting, Zico. Some of them are going to land slam dunk eventually.
Yep, that sounds good. We just keep throwing them out there until something sticks.
Yeah, pretty much. But so what do you, I mean, we're a few matches in this tournament so far. What do you have any like overall thoughts on Arathi Basin and Classic so far, and how this tournament's kind of playing out? Like anything you didn't really expect that's happening?
It feels like it's a bit. I think the most surprising thing is that when I've played AB, I guess like a long time ago, and like rated BGs and stuff on live, it's been a lot about ninja capping, but it feels like in this tournament, it's really only been those skirmishes, those like small group PvPs that we see, like 2v2s and 1v1s in the start on the side nodes. But then it's mostly been decided at the back of that team fight. Whoever gets that blacksmith cap usually has a pretty solid shot at winning it. And I do think a lot of it is because Classic is a little bit of a slower game. So if you are good at just kind of keeping your distance and disrupting the flags, you get really rewarded for that. And I think that's why we're seeing some of these teams just being really good at how they position and kind of how they stay back. But it's been a lot of action, it's been a lot of chaos, and it's been fun. Obviously, seeing all of the PVE gear that these people have been able to get their hands on from AQ, things like the Cthulhu axe, seeing that proc on some of these healers. It's just been a lot of fun, what about you, Van? What's your initial thoughts here so far?
I mean, I think you did a good job kind of explaining the overall, what's happening in these games. But yeah, I think it's been a lot of fun so far. I think my favorite moments in the game are these kind of 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2 scenarios where people are going for those ninja caps. Those scenarios are just really hard to set up if you have those 3 connected bases. And I think the big takeaway for me, something I kind of already knew, if you can have those 3 bases and you're just doing a really good job kind of rotating, defending, making sure you always have at least 2 at a base. So one person isn't getting ninjaed on, you find yourselves in a really, really good situation. In this game, you do have Lightning. They are going to be playing, or Lighting, they are going to be playing the Alliance side, and then, of course, Titan, they will be playing the Horde side. You can see how many Shamans that they do have. The Horde really going to be implementing those Shamans, those big Chain Lightnings, the Wind Furies to empower the warrior damage. That's another kind of nice surprise for me, is just how strong Shaman are in these team fights. And we'll see. I mean, both these teams playing for the tournament lives. At this point, the gates are going to be opening. We'll see where they decide to allocate their resources.
Yeah, Gaslighting versus Titan. Loser gets sent out of the competition. Winner stays alive. The stakes are high. The comps are loaded up. The farm is being capped. Let's see who can get ahead here. Both teams looking like they're sending a lot of people here onto the blacksmith, but we do see a 3-man push here being sent over to Lumbermill. And we're going to see what they can do here. It's a 3 versus 3 situation here on Lumbermill. And that means it's going to be dead even fight here, most likely on Blacksmith. You can see blinds coming out. Crowd controls already being put in place here on Lumbermill, and already somebody's trying to get a cap, but he gets sheeped up here. Mage here doing a lot of work, but that sacrifice by that paladin is going to break him out of the polymorph. Does use the divine shield there to avoid the counterspell of that mage slug. And now a trap coming out here on the mage. Step back. He needs to be very careful. He gets sent to the graveyard. 2 massive swings there from that hunter, and that warrior is going to take him down. And now Slug, he is shortly going to be following here. He gets taken down as well. And it looks like we are going to have the Alliance squad taking first blood here on LM.
Yeah, it looks like LM and Goldmine are going to be going in favor of the Alliance. Let's see if they can win this blacksmith fight. It's looking like the Horde are getting a slight edge here, but with the 3 bases, the Alliance do come out slightly ahead. However, that central base is really, really crucial in this match. And I think as long as the Horde side can hold on to that, they might be able to find opportunities to hit the blacksmith, to hit Lumbermill or Goldmine. As I mean, you can just take a look at the map, look at the distance between Lumbermill and Goldmine. It's really, really difficult to defend both of those nodes, and this is not going to be an easy task for Gaslighting, but if they can hold on to this for enough time, they will secure enough of a point lead where Titan is going to have to go for a 4 cap if they do want to win. But I'm curious to see what the Horde decides to do. Looks like they're going to be sending a few of their team down to the mine right now, but I think they should send a few to the mine and also send up kind of a hit squad to go after Lumbermill as well. But seems like so far the Alliance are doing a great job, not overcommitting to a base, not overcommitting their defenders, but they need to really consider reinforcing mine, as this is going to be a really impactful fight.
Yeah, the mine here is being swarmed with Horde members. We got a sheep here coming out, and this mage has been having great control. There's a rocket helm coming out. They need to get some counter spells. They get one here on the back line, but there's one more member diving in for the fear bomb. Very, very nicely done there, making sure that it doesn't get capped there with that beautiful fear. And now we have a full-on team fight here erupting. The Alliance side, though, have the graveyard, and the Horde side is winning right now. Gaslighting, trying to light up these people with the chain lightnings, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. They're trading 1 for 1 here with the killing blows, and there it is. A wave of Alliance just spawned on that graveyard, and now the Horde is completely outnumbered here once again, but still hanging on very well. I got to say, the Horde have been playing this fight out a little bit better than the Alliance side, even having multiple reses, still looking like the Horde side is just winning here. invested so many players into this push. They need to send people to the graveyard immediately right now and stop those people rezzing. They're sending people over there. They got sheep here coming out. The ice block gets used into the Arcane Explosion. Sheep gets broken, and now that mage is going to be able to anti-cap one single player. Bought so much time for all of those players to come back from the graveyard and overrun this Horde team here on Goldmine. And this is why it is so difficult in Classic to actually get those kills.
Look at the map. You see two alliances slowly making their way to the farm. They're trying to maybe set up something here, but they realize the Horde is saying, yeah, you go have fun at farm. We're going to go take Lumber Mill. So Lumber Mill being assaulted right now by a few Horde members. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything. There is relatively even numbers, and Alliance has actually just got another res. So mine is going to be completely defended, and now it's going to be Lumber Mill as the main point of contention. Let's see if the Alliance are going to be able to hold on. Not an easy thing to do to hold on to these three bases as the Alliance, but so far, so good for gaslighting. Titan definitely going to have to try to find an opening, but let's see. I really feel like they need to figure out a way to hit both of these nodes at the same time, but it's just a really difficult spot to be in. The defender's advantage of constantly getting reses, it makes it really difficult to just have even trades at a fight. You really have to overwhelm your opponents, get an overwhelming victory, or you just fall further and further behind. And so far, the point difference isn't too much, but for the Horde side, it's going to be a real struggle to pick up these flags. Although at Lumber Mill, they are winning this fight quite nicely, getting a few killing blows. Let's see if they can continue that lead.
Yeah, let's see what they can do here. They're running up the Lumber Mill here, trying to get something going. They got a lot of people here. The Horde team has been doing great pushes so far in this match, but I think they need to get something more going here, potentially on Lumber Mill, if they are going to be able to climb back into this game. You see a lot of people dogpiling here on the flag, and the Hunters, they're having the most amount of fun right now, just in the back line, poking everyone. You can see that Russian Hunter there at the far side of your screen, just shooting in here. You got the entrapment proccing, you got everybody slowed up, and you're just having a field day, just lunch, basically all you can eat buffet here for this Hunter. They're going to clean up the fight here on the Alliance side, on Lumber Mill, and now Horde side, just going to be defending their own base there. Blacksmith being under attack, and having sending a few members around, even if you're the team in the lead, is always nice because you can make people overcommit. But it has to be people who know that they can kill out the defenders in a 1v1. They have to be playing the right class. They have to be playing. You have to be good at it as well. Obviously, you have to have mages or rogues, something like that, to go for these ninja caps, and then you can force the team that has to attack to send too many resources to defend. And I mean, sure, you're defending, but you're defending two bases. So that's it's all about wasting your opponent's time when you get that lead. Ooh, nice mind control cap here coming out from the mage on the Alliance side. And now, is it 3 versus 1 right now happening from this rogue with the mind control cap and the blind?
Look at the Alliance. They're going after farm. They might be able to actually get farm here. So unless the Horde side, they manage to pick up Goldmine, I fear that farm is going to be lost. It's a 3 versus 1 situation. There's a few members that are going to be able to potentially help out. Double blind coming in. Rogue gets a sap, and let's see what they can do here at Stables. It looks like Stables will be able to hold on. Step back's just going to be running away. And for the Alliance side, they're defending mine quite nicely, but they're also putting pressure on farm, which I like, forcing some of the Horde to come back. And this fight could actually go in favor of the Alliance, and they might be able to pick up that 4th base if right now Titan isn't careful.
Yeah, and we're going to see more damage here. More players being killed off here at Goldmine and farm. I like the initiative here, but let's be honest, single priest is not going to have too much fun down there. And we're going to see the Horde team still going strong here at GM, trying to make something happen. At this point, the game is so early that if you do cap a base and you just hold those 3 bases, you're going to be able to win the game. So for the Alliance side, they just want to hold these 3 bases as long as possible, hold them, with their dear lives, good communication, call inks, fight on the flag, all that good stuff that you learn in the BG chat when you're just queuing at home. And then for the Horde side, they got to keep making these pushes. Like right now, if you look at the Alliance, they have Goldmine, they have LM. Perfect. Attack both. send half your team on one side, the other half on the other side. It's a pretty good recipe for success most of the time if you do it like that.
I do love myself a recipe for success, and let's see if they can follow that recipe at this point. The Horde, they have a decent amount of people right now at stables. Let's see if they can actually make anything of this team fight. There's also an assault going out at the mine, so multiple pressure points coming in. This is exactly what we do want to see from Titan. They have a few members as well looking to go after the Lumber Mill, but you can see there's 3 Alliance defenders at Lumber Mill already, so it's going to be difficult for them to kind of find that opening right now. Gaslighting, I would say they're doing a fantastic position, having players in the right place at the right time to defend, and a really excellent job. Another Horde member will fall during the gold mine fight. And it looks like at stables, the Alliance are going to be able to hold on as well, getting a big reinforcement, multiple reses there. And unfortunately, in these long, kind of drawn-out team fights, mana becomes a real issue for some of these classes. Classes like mages, if you're assaulting a base, you do have a finite amount of mana you can really work with, and constantly dealing with the reses. You're on a time limit. You only have a few reses where your mana is actually going to be effective enough, unless you're chugging potions and using evocation and stuff like that. You do kind of run out of steam, and that's where the defenders get that advantage with mana as well. But we do see 6 Horde kind of trying to get a numbers advantage here at the mine. Alliance is going to have to reconvene and kind of help out there. This is the best push I think we've seen from the Horde right now. They're going after the stables, they're going after the lumber mill, and now sending a big assault here to the gold mine. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Multiple nades coming in as the Alliance just kind of spamming out AoEs. Infernals actually get dropped down, so big cooldowns coming out from both these teams.
Yeah, and it looks like the Horde are actually winning this fight here. Finally, they've been relentlessly pushing here, but we got the reinforcements coming in from stables here. They need to try to cut these off on the road. It looks like they might be able to make it here. They need to send somebody to the graveyard here on Goldmine immediately, clean up this last player, and immediately have that mage, Franklin, go to the graveyard. He's not going to be making it, and there's a nade flying in. It's going to stop all of the caps, and another player coming in from the side there, as we see a 1-versus-1 kind of situation happening here in stables. But Sluck, he is going to duck out of that one, realizing that he's not going to find that rogue, and he's going to be wasting too much time there. Horde still going strong here. MGM, Sluck on his way to back them up here. I don't know. I think the Horde actually, they're going to get this, and they should be able to hold it as well now. No more Alliance players are going to be around. If they just have, enough people defending here, it shouldn't be actually getting stolen back. All of them left the base. Okay, they are going to send somebody back there. Definitely don't want to just give that up after you fought so hard to get it. And they do get a third base now on the side of the Horde, and they have Blacksmith. I mean, if you look at the bases that they have, Farm, Blacksmith, Goldmine, the easiest ones to hold. The Horde, all of a sudden, only 300 points behind. They could easily make it back into this game.
Yeah, there really is no question about it. Now it's going to be up to Gaslighting to either get back this base or try to find an opening. And they do have 2 right now. It's a 2-versus-1 situation at the farm. And we'll see what results in that. The Horde have taken the mine, and that does mean the Horde have 3 bases, and they're going to start trying to get their points back in this game. See how this one does play out. It looks like the Horde will end up falling, but they do have a lot of reinforcements coming, and that is the nice thing about having that central node. That central node, having Blacksmith, it is so much easier to defend these 3 bases than what we did see Gaslighting have. Having those outside bases, not an easy spot to be in. Your rotations are a lot longer. I think they did a good job holding it as long as they did, but now the fact that Blacksmith has been kept for the Horde in this game, and now they were able to pick up the mine as well, it's going to be a close call. Big Chain Lightning Lions, can they actually get a pick in this game? Let's see if they can do it. They do have the reinforcements in favor of the Horde at this fight. If the Alliance are managing to hold on, they're sending in more players as well. Everyone kind of dogpiling in for this big fight. This is a really important moment in the match. I mean, if Gaslighting can reclaim this, it's going to be massive, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it. With the reses going now in favor of the Horde, this is getting more and more sketchy for the Alliance.
Yeah, I really think the Horde is starting to take control over this match here. They still need a decent amount of points here, but patience is the name of the game here. If you can hold on to these bases, you are going to win this game. If you are on the Horde side, you do see a push happening here onto Goldmine, but there are so many Horde players here. There's no way they lose this base here. We're going to see that Hunter get erased and sent back to the graveyard, and now his teammates should shortly follow. So many people still here on Goldmine against only 3 Alliance players. This is an easy one fight here for Titanen. And now you can see already, as soon as the fight is starting to be won, you can see step back, lives up to his name, takes a step back to the farm, starts rotating to wherever else his team might need him. And that's the perfect situation to be in. You just want to have people rotating around and just disrupting the incoming flow of players. And for Alliance, I like that they're constantly rezzing on stables, sending those people that res down to Goldmine, but there needs to be more pressure. I think those guys down there at farm, kind of between farm and blacksmith, I think those guys need to group up, attack the farm, attack Goldmine at the same time, and then that way you need to have that 2-node pressure. If you get that, then all of a sudden you can force a mistake to happen somewhere. You can force, an uneven res somewhere, and you can set yourself up to potentially steal a base. Similarly to what just happened to them when they got attacked on 2 spots at the same time, couldn't hold Goldmine. And I think that's pretty much your only way back here. If you are gaslighting, the faster you can do that, the better it is. Obviously, if you can't do that at all, though, I think this game is just going in Titan's favor. It's looking like they're winning the team fights. They're making the proactive plays on the map, and they're holding the bases.
Ooh, let's see what happens at Blacksmith, though. I mean, I guess they are just getting those reinforcements. The reinforcements, that's the most difficult thing to deal with, is even if you do pull it ahead in a fight, the reinforcements just really make it so difficult to come back in. And I do agree, we need to see, at this point, we need to see gaslighting hit multiple nodes. I think going after the farm, if they can get some people kind of hidden at Lumbermill and then send an attack over to the farm while also maybe hitting Goldmine at the same time, I think that's going to be kind of a recipe for success if they're going to be able to do anything here. But yeah, definitely a really difficult spot. We even have some Horde players kind of just fighting in the midfield, the road between stables and mine. And that's just going to be looking to shut down some of the reinforcements coming in from the Alliance. See this Blacksmith fight right now, kind of going in favor of the Horde. And these reinforcements just really adding up. Big chain lightning is going to land. A couple members are going to get dropped. And that means Titan is going to be able to hold on to the 3-base lead.
Yeah, Titan doing a great job so far. We're going to see big damage coming out from these LA Shamans as they clean up the Blacksmith. And then they are just going to be looking at the map, looking at rotations. You can see people are already disengaging from the fight here and just getting ready to potentially drink or rotate for that next objective here where they need to be defending. And I mean, at this point, just hold your 3 bases. Don't even go for a 4th. If you go for a 4th, it has to be the least amount of investment possible. Maybe 1 rogue. Actually, where is Step Back right now? He's in a fear here. He's in a duel somewhere on the map. I think he's going to be getting taken down. I'm pretty sure he got found by a Warlock, and he is going to be sent back to the graveyard. So he did go for a little ninja attempt there on stables. It's a very low-risk play to make, and I think that's completely fine here for them to make. Step back and just res. Try to go for something similar. Rogues in team fights are kind of useless. They have a hard time sticking on their targets. They're squishy. If something like a warrior just charges them and gets a sword proc, they basically just instantly die. So having a rogue run around, forcing multiple people to deal with him when he's trying to CC and cap a base, much more effective. And as we see this, look at this. This is where rogues are super effective. They get the blind, they get the mind control cap. All of a sudden, the Alliance does what they need to do. They steal the base, and that's going to be a 2-2 right now in favor of the Alliance. If they can hold this, then all of a sudden they're going to have that same point lead. But again, the big story of the Alliance squad is that they don't have Blacksmith, so extremely hard to hold Lumbermill and Goldmine at the same time.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, they did it for quite a while, the beginning stages of the game. But once again, we're going to have to see Titan and try to figure it out. I mean, they're still behind. I mean, they had that 3rd base for quite some time, but Now the gold mine has been recaptured. The Alliance are going to be able to reclaim that lead. Let's see, in terms of numbers, were they going to be able to send a small squad coming in from Blacksmith? Are they going to go stables? Are they going to try to go gold mine? I feel like at this point, gold mine is kind of a lost cause. They're just losing members of the Horde left, right, and center. And now a small squad going to be going after the stables, realizing mine is like completely a lost objective. But right now, I feel like Gaslighting, they're in a really good position. And I think it's unlikely they make the same mistake that netted them losing that last node. And for Titan, they're going to have to figure out a new game plan if they actually want to come back in this game and recapture a third node.
Yeah, and honestly, this has been the closest match, I think, so far. We've had, I think, one game that was extremely close, but this one, very back and forth. It's not often you see a team have, 3 bases and they drop it and then they can get it back before they lose their point lead. This one is getting really exciting here. Let's see who can pull ahead here. We see another fight coming out here on the stables this time. You can see the mage blinking in, trying to go for those ninja plays here. Tyronix trying to make his way to his target. You can see the polymorph has been spammed out, and there's so many Alliance players here. There's no way 20k crit is going to be able to steal that. There's no way. It was actually kind of close, but they do get the lumber mill though on the side of the Horde, so very, very nice for them. Again, attack Blacksmith, attack Goldmine, separate the enemy team, and you will find a crack in their armor. And they're exactly doing that, exploiting the fact that they have Blacksmith to regain that node that they had in terms of disadvantages.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe they managed to actually get Lumbermill. This is big, and that's one of the problems. We talked about it again. If you don't have that central node, it's really hard to defend these multiple locations, and although they cleaned up the Horde at Mine, that just allowed the Horde to regather and quickly go to Lumbermill before the Alliance could actually gather enough of a defense to help them out there. And now, all of a sudden, Titanin is back in this game. They're still behind on points, but they have an opportunity. If they can hold on to these 3 bases, I think they still have this game in the bag, but for Gaslighting, they're going to have to try to find an opening. It looks like they're trying to force the issue, have Blacksmith trying to take over that central location, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. There's just so many Horde there. A couple team members actually going for the lumber mill, so maybe sending 3 to the lumber mill right now, being intercepted by 1 member of Titanin, actually committing even more. They realize that we really need to get Lumbermill back, and that's what they're going to be going for. While at the same time, creating kind of a diversion. So 3 nodes being hit, Blacksmith, Farm, and Lumbermill all being hit by the Alliance, and I really like this play. This is the kind of spice that is nice if you actually want to try to mix it up and push through that really solid defense the Horde have available.
Yeah, I like that way to phrase it, and we are going to see the Horde going to be winning that fight here at Lumbermill. They're going to be winning the fight at Blacksmith, holding on to their bases. JK, the caster curse, as we see the farm gets sniped here. Both of these teams doing a lot of work here. I like that they're not even going for Blacksmith. They're just using Blacksmith as like, a little attack point. Almost trying to turn it into a weakness somehow, and just going after the side bases. And they're going very back and forth right now. Gaslighting does get the farm, but we've said this a couple of times today already. Farm is the worst node to defend if you are an Alliance, and stable is the worst to defend if you are a Horde player. So for them, this is not the best situation, but it means that they slow down the bleeding, and actually they get some of those points back onto themselves here. So very, very nice stuff coming out. Alliance side looks like they are going to be able to hold on to their lead a little bit longer if they can just keep the farm. If they can just, like when the game is at this point, if you can just hold these bases, is all you got to do. Just hold bases, focus on defense, focus on rotations, focus on keeping people where they need to be, and they are going to be taking the farm. And now I don't expect them to hold this for very long. So if they can just play the anti-flag game, like spin the flag game, that is the best you can hope for here. They're not going to win this fight on the side of Alliance. There's no way. I mean, they might win the first battle, but they're not going to win the war, not with how many Hordes are rezzing and coming back here to farm. So they need to potentially use this time to try to go after another base when they realize that they're not going to be able to hold on to this one. You see the last Alliance member going down right there. No, there's still a pet in the back line there poking them. And this is an excellent time to just go for a different base if you are on the Alliance side.
Oh, this guy, did they actually stop it? Oh, they managed to defend it. I can't believe it. They get the res, and they actually managed to defend it. And the Alliance now still just securing their lead, pulling out further and further ahead. That was looking so good for Titan to come back and actually reclaim that node, but just too little, too late, a little bit too slow. And that's a problem. What we need to be seeing from these teams is if they're advantaged in a fight, Zico, they really need to send someone to the graveyard. Like, someone has to be sent to the graveyard to try to slow down the reinforcements, get crowd control, get snares, get roots, get anything going. Because if they don't, this is the second time, or not the second time, we've seen this many times actually today, where somebody reses, some hero is like, yo, I got this, and he manages to res at the graveyard, runs over, and manages to stop them from actually capping. And now, as a result, Gaslighting, they're going to be looking good. They're still up 3-2. The Horde completely abandoning the farm right now. They're not going to be looking too hungry, and they have to kind of retreat and figure out the next place they're going to be going.
Yeah, the crops are not growing here for the Horde on the farm, and we are going to see them go over to mine some gold potentially. And it's looking like they might be able to... I almost read that as funky flex, but he's going to dish out a big Chain Lightning here. That freezing trap, though, I don't think it's going to be holding on for too much longer. They might be able to ninja it. I'm not sure here. There's one Alliance player coming in, but is it even going to be enough at this point? Assaulting the mine, by the time it starts giving them points, these 2-2 situation is going to definitely favor the Alliance. I'm not sure. It's going to come down to the wire here. It's very, very close, and there's a 1v1 situation here. Mage versus Hunter. The nade comes down, and big damage coming out. That's not a 1 versus 1. That's a 2 versus 1. The sheeps are coming in. The kidney on the pet. They're trying to steal the base, but they're not going to be able to. There is another player there on the far side of the screen, rezzing, shooting out arrows, and secures the node for the Horde. But again, they're wasting their time, big time here, and there's no way a 3-2 is going to win for the Horde at this point. Only 90 points away from lighting those fireworks for victory celebration on the side of Gaslighting.
Yeah, and this is a classic fall Conquest, and it looks like right now Titan, they realize it's, coming up close here to Halloween. They're looking to get these pumpkins from the farm, and they're going to be looking to claim that base from the Alliance. And let's see if they're going to be able to do it. It's getting close, but unfortunately it looks like they will be denied. Too many Alliance were able to rotate back up. Look at how many of the Horde members are so low, getting executed, just flying in. Big sappers, big nades, and a huge fear as well. And this is not, if you're a healer right now on the Horde side, you're a little bit scared. Big Chain Lightning going to be taking down that priest, though. Really nicely done. Cheap Shot comes in. Zor, is he going to be able to hold on? It's getting low, and they're running out of time. 2 bases right now for the Alliance. But I just feel like time has kind of run out for the Horde. Only 20 resources to go. And it looks like Gaslighting will be able to win this game. And although Titan, that was a really well-fought game, really back and forth. I would say this is probably the closest game we've had so far. It will end up being the Alliance that walks away with a win.
Yeah, how often do we see a game where the team that wins is the team with 2 nodes? There's a 150-point disparity. The team that got Blacksmith kind of early on, actually, and held it the whole game, didn't win. These are all kind of anomalies here. And it just shows that, Gaslighting, they're thinking well on their feet. They're just attacking a lot of different bases. We see here how many flags got captured, a lot of flags spins as well. So definitely a different approach here to just kind of roam around the map and just go for skirmishes, go for ninja caps, but it works out in favor of Gaslighting, and they are able to stay alive in that lower bracket.
Yep. And this lower bracket is really unforgiving. You lose one game, you are completely eliminated from the tournament. So no more mistakes can be made. And you got to feel for Titan in just a little bit, because that was such a close game, like we kind of mentioned. Just taking a look at the scoreboard, you can see it's actually the Horde side that ended up kind of owning on the scoreboard. But sometimes it isn't the scoreboard that dictates the end result. The only thing that matters is that little message at the top where it says Alliance wins, Horde wins. That's ultimately what matters the most. And in this case, the Alliance win, which means the Gaslighting, they will be advancing. And yeah, that's going to do it for this game. And we will be looking forward to the next matchup that we do have here. Probably take a look at the bracket and see exactly what our next game is going to be in a moment. And we'll be getting into that one soon, Zico.
Yeah, and I mean, this was this. I really like this game so far. This was, I think, my favorite match that we've seen so far. I mean, it's nice to see the 5-0 domination that we saw, but I really do like seeing, when a game is going back and forth, and you think, okay, this team, they're gonna win. Just hold your bases, lol. And then the other team, they find just defend, just right click the guy who's trying to who's trying to cap the flag. You have 10 seconds to do it. It's not that hard, right? So it's nice to see though a game go in this direction. So yeah, that was a really good game.
No question about it. And congratulations to the winner. And like we said, we're going to be slowly, actually quickly marching through this lower bracket. Today's actually been going by relatively quickly, I would say. Lots of games have gone by so far. How's it going over there? You happy with everything that's going on, Zika?
I mean, I was, yeah. I didn't really have a horse in this race, but I don't like Gaslighting's team name that much. It's like okay.
So you basically you just want the team that has a better name to win at this point.
That's that's my stakes here. Unless I know the players on the team, then obviously I'm going to be cheering for my friends. But yeah, Titanen. I guess their name. Yeah, I think the team with the better name did win here in this instance.
All right. Well, these are the games that we still have lined up in the lower bracket. It's going to be Venox's Finest going up against Tribe, Gaslighting versus Titan. We did just see that one, so that does mean we will see Gaslighting advance in that one, and then of course Zug Zug Esports Club versus Deutschbahn, and we'll see who pulls out ahead in that one. Scooter actually beat Zerf. We saw that a little bit earlier. And yeah, I mean, there's only a few. I think this is the last round we're doing today. I could be wrong about that. We'll get confirmation on that one. But yeah, it's a few more games to go, and we'll see who can stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, Venox's Finest versus Tribe. I mean, Tribe beat XXL Fanny Packer out. No. All the teams. I'm like, oh yeah, I like these guys. They're out. Oh, I like the Bale team. Well, FC Bale Salona. They're bailing on this tournament, and we're gonna have Venox's Finest here versus Tribe. It's gonna be an exciting one here. Venox. Whoa! We forget about that. We are going to the fast lane here. We got Deutsche Autobahn versus Zug Zug Esports, two of the fastest team names in the competition here, fighting for their lives in the lower bracket. And I just got to give a big shout out to one of the players on Deutschbahn, Mr. Prey, aka that rogue that came second one time at BlizzCon. An old teammate of mine I used to play with a lot on retail. And it's amazing because he stopped competing on retail WoW and went competitive in FIFA. And then now he's playing Classic here on his Ellie Shaman competitively. This guy is a big player. I think we saw him as well in some of the community tournaments in 1v1 tournaments. So having this guy on your team, this is exactly what you want. And he's playing Ellie Shaman, which has proven to be an extremely potent class in this tournament. I am super stoked of this game.
You sound very hyped up, and you're getting me hyped up as well. We've got 5 Elemental Shaman in one arena. Sparks will be flying, and we'll see where these teams decide to allocate their resources. We do have mine. A few members being sent over to the mine right now. Big fight going to be happening here, and I feel like interrupting these shamans is going to be absolutely crucial. We have a bit of a 1v1 setting up here at the gold mine, lumber mill fight as well. But blacksmith, I mean, we've seen it time and time again. If you can win the blacksmith fight, you put your team in a really dominant position. And both teams actually pulling their defenders. So stable's wide open right now, as well as farm completely wide open. And both these teams are just playing really aggressive here.
Yeah, both teams have fast names, and this Deutsche Bahn is actually from Venox's as well. And I think they're going to make a good case for themselves as potentially being Venox's finest here, but they have to take down the Zug Zug Esports Club, a team that looked very, very scary a little bit earlier on. They did get 5-0'd, but they did win that initial team fight here on Blacksmith, and it's looking like Deutsche Bahn is just running over these people here on Blacksmith. A couple of more players are going to be alive still, and we're going to see here that nice situation here on LM. You can see Jolly here trying to stay alive here, using the ice cube to stay alive. Gondo is definitely trying to just steal that node, but I think Jolly should be able to exit it. He gets the cone before Sanchez coming in with the gouge. Do you remember Sanchez? He was in the Warsong tournament. Dirty Sanchez here making a little guest appearance, but we are going to see him slay that mage, and Sanchez looking to pick up the first base here, aside of farm and stables, of course, for Deutsche Bahn, as we see the team fights continue here on Blacksmith.
Yeah, Lumbermill will be converted in favor of the Alliance stables as well. So far the Alliance are looking good. This Blacksmith battle still very back and forth. Teams bringing in reinforcements, players going down. This is a bloody battle, and we'll have to see which one of these squads does pull out ahead. It looks like the Alliance side actually a little bit ahead right now. Both priests being picked off. Big Chain Lightnings do land. Now 1v1 situation here at the Mind. Dantos getting cheap shotted into a full kidney shot. Galax, what is he going to do? How is he going to play this one? He does get the freaking double blind going out. Definitely, I mean, that is an interesting play. We'll see what happens out of this one. Are these rogues going to go for a restealth? Are they going to go for a gouge? What are they going to do? Double vanish at the same time. These rogues just mirroring each other. And now it might come down to who's mashing that sap key a little bit harder, who ends up finding who, is probably how this one's going to play out and determine who's going to win.
Yeah, this is very exciting because Dantos, if he gets sapped, say goodbye to the base. Galax, if you get sapped, say goodbye to the base. This is a very scary situation. Dantos, he is going to walk away from there with his tail between his legs. He doesn't want anything to do there with Galax. And I don't even know if this is the right line of play here I feel like it's a 50-50 that you straight up cap it there. If you're Dantos, why not? You can just stick around and see what happens. But I guess he wants to fancy his chances somewhere else. We do see some more. Did we see Blacksmith just get capped right there for Deutsche Bahn? So they got Lumbermill, they got Blacksmith, they got Stables. That's the recipe for success here.
Yeah, it is a good recipe. I mean, so far it's been working out for a lot of these teams. Another one is going to get dropped in the Horde. They have a big squad right now, and they're charging straight for the Lumbermill. The Alliance are going to have to reinforce this. You can see them panicking right now. Uh-oh, getting on their mounts. They're going to be going the opposite side. And let's see how these Lumbermill defenders hold on. They need to buy the Alliance just a little bit more time. One sap comes in, nicely done by the Rogue. Mage as well has his ice block available if he needs it. Taking a big chain lightning, getting lower. Looks like he will get dropped, but they may have bought in just enough time, a little bit more time. Sanchez coming in. He's using the sapper charge just to deny anyone from capping the flag. Mind controls as well. Escada going to be there. Prail as well. And let's see. Horde so far, they're just absolutely dominating this fight. But the one nice thing for the Alliance is every single time one of them goes down, they're going to have an opportunity to res. And I think so far the Alliance are going to be able to hold on. Those reses really starting to add up. Big AoE damage coming in from NVMD. Just getting out big cones and arcane explosions. These mages really doing work, but they're just getting dropped. And the Horde are doing quite a good job. Big reinforcements coming in once again. And it looks like the Horde, they are really struggling. And I just feel like, once again, these teams, they need to send someone to the graveyard. They're winning these fights, but it doesn't do you any good in a team fight if just all 5 members are sitting on the flag trying to cap. It's a really bad position to be in. If you're winning these team fights, a little bit of a slip there by Kronos as he falls off the side. Banana peel on the side of the map, I guess, and they will get cleaned up, and it looks like the Alliance will be able to hold on. But if I have like one criticism, it's these teams, you can't have all 6 people just sitting on the flag, right-clicking it, hoping that you get it. Like, send 1, send 2, send 3, send 4 over to the graveyard and try to, at least shut down the reinforcements a little bit. That could have easily been a cap for them.
Yeah, definitely do agree with that statement here. But I do have some breaking news for everybody. Deutschbahn means German train. Now, Zug the healer. What does that mean then?
Zug the healer. I
It's
don't know.
train the
We
healer.
attack the healer? Oh, train the healer.
Yeah, so we got a train versus a train here, and right now, Pry on that alley shaman is looking like the locomotive handler. Look at him dashing out those chain lightnings, and he is just navigating through a storm here of hordes, slaying anybody coming near this blacksmith flag here, and he is going to be able to tremor that fear, I do believe, and clean up that last member here on blacksmith. Once again, Deutschbahn just holding their bases, playing it very, very expertly here. They're not going for any crazy plays as far as I can see right now, and I think for them, it's all about consistency. If you just hold these three bases, you're going to be in a prime position to just win the game.
Yeah, I mean, just holding on to those three bases, the longer you can do that, the more of a lead you get. You can see in the early stages of the game, not going to be really resulting in too much additional points, only 70 ahead, but every single time those points do tick, it's just going to be more and more of a lead and more panic for Zug Zug Esports Club as they try to come back in this game. Where are they going to go? Right now, these three connected bases going to be easy to defend. You can see one Horde member actually sneaking right now over to stables, kind of just doing a little bit of scouting work, seeing how many people are over there. Can they get something done? A second Horde member getting in position. So this is what I like. The Horde right now, they're building up a big offense. It's very obvious. Hey, we're going to either hit the blacksmith, we're either going to hit Lumbermill, while at the same time they have two stealthers ready to pounce at stables. And that's the exact kind of offense you want to set up. And actually, they're not even going to go after stables. They're just going to send basically all of their resources to try to win a big fight at blacksmith.
Yeah, I think the guy at stables he probably has visual confirmation of at least Pry right there. So he knows that he can't really go after that node because there's two members defending there. So he's just waiting for his team in the middle to win the fight so convincingly that more people have to be pulled from the defense. That's when Galax here on that rogue is going to be able to really get in there, get his crowd control off, and try to look for a play. With that said, though, I don't think that his plan is working out because it's looking like they're holding on just fine here on the side of the Horde team. You just had a big fat wave of people rezzing. The Alliance members are starting to lose mana, starting to lose a lot of HP here, and Galax decides to just completely abandon that push and enter the team fight here on that rogue. But a rogue, not going to be the scariest member in that team fight. He has to try to, get on top of his targets, those squishy healers, while being very squishy himself. You kind of have to expose your position a lot there on those rogues, but he's doing a good job so far going after this priest right now, taking him down, and it's looking like they might actually be able to win this team fight, but I'm not sure. Big wave of people just res right now, and they're going to be sent to the graveyard. Big chain lightnings connecting, and that's going to be another team fight here going in favor of the team defending blacksmith.
Yeah. I mean, the defender's advantage it's a big advantage, so we won't beat around the bush. It definitely is one of those things where if you're the team defending, you have a massive advantage in any team fight, and that's why more often than not, when the team is getting the flag, it's off the back of a ninja. You commit to a big fight, you try to create a distraction, and then you have a few members break off and try to get a different objective completely. Right now, I can see a Golden Calf, what he's going to be able to get done, trying to just slow them down a little bit here at Lumbermill, looking for a big chain lightning as both the shamans kind of battling it out. Pry looking to get a chain lightning as well. Can he get it? He managed to absolutely explode Golden Calf down to about 1% health and will be taken down. Nicely done there by Pry. And so far, it looks like the Alliance will be able to hold on to their three bases, or it's still trying to figure it out. I mean, where can they go? I feel like right now there's a big opening at stables, potentially even a 1v1 chance for whoever's wandering between stables and Goldmine. Let's see if they can make anything happen.
Yeah, let's see if they can do just that here. We got to see the Alliance actually cleaning up again at Blacksmith. One single lonely little warrior here with his priest on the lumber mill. Don't think they're going to be winning that one, sadly. And Sanchez is going to be triggering out of that fear. Look at his priest. He just wants to jump down. Sanchez is like, nah, I'm going to kill this guy. And he does actually kill him there with the help of his elemental shaman. And look at Pry loading up he's bringing the pain train here. another lightning bolt's got to connect. Oh, Sanchez might actually go down there. So close there. Deep wounds almost could have killed him right there through that shield. So very quick fingers there from that priest. And it looks like Deutschbahn, they're just in control right now.
Yeah. Right now, just complete control. And I mean, they're able to hold on. I still think their main opening for the Horde right now is stables. Like, I guess Bisk is defending right now, and they're worried about actually going after him. But still, I just think for the Horde, that's their key to victory. That's their key to getting back in this game. You can see there's quite a few members of the Horde right now. They actually rezzed over at the gold mine, and they're going to be positioning to maybe go after stables. And this two-pronged assault coming in from the Horde, a good offense ready to go either blacksmith or lumber mill, and then also a hit squad to go after stables. This is the exact type of offense you want to see to try to get that opening. But as time goes on, we still find ourselves in a situation where the Alliance are up 3 bases to 2, and they're looking quite strong right here. El Casa going to get dropped A1 as well. And right now this German train is getting slowed down just a little bit, but with that defender's advantage, they are just going to keep getting those reinforcements, and it's going to be really difficult for Zug Zug Esports Club to actually secure their lead. That being said, they are getting quite a few killing blows right now. Right now, Deutschbahn, they are getting picked apart, but the advantage of having those reses really kind of paying dividends for them in these team fights.
Yeah, and we are gonna see this push on stables. Actually, it might net them something, but I don't think so. We see. It's so satisfying watching mages AoE 4 or 5 players just ZFing them, just literally like a pack of zombies in ZF, and that's exactly what you love to see as a mage player. Excellent work there by Gondor, and we're gonna see another attempt here. I don't know, Tarar, I think you are a little bit overextended here, my friend. A little bit behind enemy lines. They are gonna let him go though. They don't want to overextend too much, leaving that base potentially exposed. And Deutschbahn, they're not even trying to go for a fourth base. They are just completely happy with just playing it out slow, methodical. Don't give the other team an inch, and you're going to be completely fine here. And I think that's exactly what they need to do. But on the side of the Horde squad, you got to look at the bases here. Like in AB, it's all about the distance between the nodes. So you got stables and you got LM. Both of those, if you are the Horde team, would be okay to attack. What you don't want to be doing is attacking Blacksmith and trying to take it. If you do that, it has to be like you have to go in there with a massive numbers advantage and just try to run it over fast and try to cap it. And kind of what we saw Apes do. But like this, it's not going to happen. I think BS is more of a distraction. You just go there to bait more people to go there, or you just leave it and you just go for the side nodes. And if you don't do that, well, I think Deutschbahn is just going to slowly but surely kind of grow their lead here and just win this game.
Yeah, the Horde, they have so many people here, but they're all grouped up and they're just getting sappered down. No! Positioning is just, it's not been good from Zug Zug, honestly.
Sounded like you were about to throw up there.
It's not a good spot to be in. Look at them. They're all just clumped up and they all get nova'd and sappered. And I think Apes right now is looking at that and just going, ugh, we would never do that. And I just think you need to stay a little bit more spread out. AoE is so powerful in Classic WoW with grenades and with sappers and mages. And if everyone gets clumped up, it's impossible for your healers to do anything about it. They're not going to be able to heal everyone up. And I think that's, not the first time we've seen this mistake from Zug Zug Esports Club. They really need to spread themselves a little bit. Zug-zugging a little bit too hard. All these orcs just going after the flag at the same time has not been a big part of their success, unfortunately.
Yeah, and right now it's actually a slow rotation here from Deutschbahn. This is potentially a good push here on Lumbermill. Can they get there in time? Can they clean up in time? Pry trying to do what he can here, trying to get some damage out, making sure that his team can stay alive long enough for them to group up here in Lumbermill. And we do see the reinforcements are coming in. But Pry has his elemental mastery up. Can he get a heal or two? It looks like he is going to be falling right there. And El Costa looks like he's falling as well. I'm not sure if that was intended. He gets dispelled on his. That was actually kind of nice there. It was very cheeky dispel on the levitate, and making him take full fall damage right there, almost killing him. I've killed a few people like that myself, with spell steal. So I like to see that move there. Kuzunak, he gets a little bit of plus points despite being on the losing team. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get this lumber mill though. It's like they had a good initial push, but the reaction from Deutschbahn was so fast. They were just there within a second. Or
they might actually get it. The reinforcements coming in. Oh, Arcane Explosion stops every single one of them once again. And the reinforcements from the Alliance side, these two shamans bought more than enough time, and now the Horde is being overwhelmed, and they're going to get slapped away from the lumber mill once again. And we'll have to see if they can do anything, if they can bring it back in this game. Right now, still 3 base lead for the Alliance, and they're just getting more and more of a lead in this matchup. 1,400 out of 2,000 resources. Horde not out of it yet, though. They still have a chance. If they can somehow pick up a flag, they can stay in it, but definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, the problem for them is picking up one flag soon is not going to be enough for them. So they need to get that one flag immediately. Otherwise, they're going to be in that tough situation where, you're going to need 2 flags. 2 flags more than what you have. You're going to need a 4-1. And I just feel like Deutschbahn, they are just so well connected throughout the map. They're just moving, zooming across, going where they need to be right away here. So for them, it's just looking like business as usual. And, never mind there. Just jumping in with that big Arcane Explosion was exactly what they needed to stop that LM from being capped. But I don't understand, why is Zug Esports not doing the same thing again? That LM push was literally one player away from being, a success. I think going for LM, it makes sense. Going for BS, I feel like it doesn't make that much sense.
Yeah. And at this point, I would tend to agree with what you just said. Right now, it's still a big fight happening here in the middle, but it's so difficult to pick up that blacksmith, and we're not seeing really any ninja attempts going out. There's only one defender stables once again, and I still feel like stables is the biggest opening Zug Esports has to coming back in this game, but not going to be able to do it. And right now, the Alliance side, they're going to need some reinforcements. All the Horde are grouped up once again. Lots of warriors and shaman. They're getting sappered and naded once again and potentially cleaned up here. One sapper charge will end up landing. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. They're getting dropped here in this team fight, though, and without getting those reinforcements, super duper unfortunate for them. But Deutschbahn is going to be able to hold on to their lead, and it looks like they're going to be able to defend this blacksmith. Not easily, but it looks like they're slowly, potentially pulling out ahead here. Still, there's a decent amount. This is just so back and forth. These reinforcements, once again, it is just so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, these reinforcements are brutal. And, you got to know that when you're going to attack BS. Like, this was for sure your last push where, getting a 3-2 might still be enough.
Ooh.
At this point, even if you do get a 3-2, I just don't see it. And we do see a decent-sized push here happening. Ooh, Nashio finds Galax here on that rogue, gets blinded up, and it looks like they're actually capping it. I don't know. I see somebody in the back stealing it. Can somebody stop it, though? And Gondor's going to blink in. Can he get the Hero Nova? He does, and there it is. That was probably a second away from being capped right there. Very, very close attempt there. And now, once again, the Sappers are coming in. The ZF is happening. Never mind. He's going to be taking down both of those players. Galax in the back line. And this was actually a team fight where Deutschbahn was completely outnumbered, and they still were able to walk away with a win there.
Yeah, and this has been the story of this match. Honestly, it's just a slow, painful chokehold here. Zug Esports Club finds himself in. This is a lower bracket game. This is an elimination game, and they just have not had the opportunity to push through this defense. Right now, the Alliance able to hold on to these 3 bases. The Horde actually trying to make a play here at stables, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Too many Alliance are coming in, And now I feel like they look at Lumbermill. There's only one person at Lumbermill. They have the perfect chance here. One does spawn, so it's 4 versus 2 at Lumbermill. They need to cut off the reinforcements. That's what I want to see them do. The Horde, instead of going up there, then just all dogpiling, I want to see them try to cut off the reinforcements, go on either side of the ramp up to Lumbermill, and just deny the Alliance from actually getting there. If they can do that, that would be amazing. But even at this point, I mean, we just heard the bells, the whistles, 1,800 resources right now for the Alliance side of things. And for the Zugzug Esports, even if they get this flag, it's looking like they might actually be able to. Can they get it? They do manage to pick up the Lumbermill. I think they're too far behind at this point. They need to get another base.
Oh, they're definitely too far behind. There's no question about it. They need to get, even getting one other base might not be enough. It depends on when they get it, but I think at this point, you need something of a miracle if you're going to win this game. Oh, never mind. I actually thought that they got it. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, me too. I was like, wait, did they just get farm?
Yeah.
Oh, look at A1. He's dancing. He's enjoying this. Oh, he's dancing to the tune of victory right now. Look at that weapon, too. It's looking kind of good with that rank 14 gear. This warrior is quite geared.
That's the Cthulhu axe right there. Let's see if it procs.
Let's see if it stuns people.
I think it's the Cthulhu axe. I think.
Oh, it's the Cthulhu axe for sure. Look at that eye.
Yeah,
the mine's got assaulted too. Oh no, things are just unraveling here. Oh, the Horde has 0 bases. Their points aren't going up. They're hard stuck right now, 1340, although Lumbermill finally is going to cap over them. Jolly as well. Can he defend? Is he going to be able to defend this? Maybe the victory dance. No, the victory dance was at a good time. I was going to say maybe they used it a little bit too soon, but look at the Horde. They're just picking up all these bases. Oh, big nade comes in at stables, and that's going to deny them from actually capping that. They're all grouped up and getting AoE down, and it looks like this game is just going to be about Deutsche Bahn. The German train will end up winning this one. Unfortunately for Zugzug Esports, that is going to result in their elimination.
Yeah, Zugzug Esports, they are going to keep on zugging outside of the tournament, sadly. But, I mean, Deutsche Bahn, I feel like these guys, they could be one of those dark horses of the tournament. I feel like this was a very convincing victory. They didn't really let go of any of their bases. They just kept their cool, played to their strengths, fast rotations, good composition. I think Deutsche Bahn could be one of the teams that could definitely make a deep run here.
Yeah, there really is no question about it. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. I mean, this is the last game we're going to see from them today, but definitely did quite a good job in this match. 25 minutes elapsed, kind of back and forth, but at the end of it all, it was Deutsche Bahn that was able to just hold on with the 3 bases, defend the stables, defend Blacksmith, and defend Lumbermill, and that is just a recipe for success. If you can get those 3 connected bases, your starting base, the center node, and then either the mine or the Lumbermill, that is a great position to be in, and it was just too difficult for Zugzug Esports to try to find an opening. Unfortunately for them, they will be eliminated, but definitely really fun to watch them play.
Yep, absolutely. Definitely been a fun team to watch and a fun name to pronounce. Hopefully we'll see them, in the future. And we're gonna have Deutsche Bahn here moving forward. And we take a look at these kills. We do see the Horde kind of feels like they were kind of owning, but when you look at the, when you look at the grand scheme of how they just defended the bases and how they rotated, the Alliance team was pulling ahead, and I think that's the big story here in AB. It's maybe not necessarily about how many people you kill. It's about killing the right people at the right time and just dying as slow as possible, stalling as much as possible, essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, I think what you said, it's like the Horde looks like they're kind of owning, but when you're in that position, you have to own. Like, it's not kind of own, you actually have to completely own, because just reinforcements over and over and over, fresh troops coming in with full mana, full health, being able to come in and back up their team. You really have to have that kind of overwhelming presence. And I mean, without those res points, I really think Zugzug, Unfortunately, that's not the game for them, but if the reses didn't happen, they would have been in a great spot, right? They really were doing a great job in those team fights. They just fell behind early on, and German Train was able to, maintain their lead in the match. And as a result, they will be staying in the tournament. But yeah, definitely a good game. That is the last we will be seeing of both these teams today. Deutsche Bahn will be staying in the tournament, and we'll be seeing them play a little bit more tomorrow. But I think that does mean we have one match left today. We can take a look at the bracket and see exactly where we are at in today's games. But so far, it's been really, really good. We haven't seen too many teams able to come back from that kind of 3-2 deficit. We'll see. I mean, still plenty of games to go and plenty of really solid teams left in the tournament.
Yeah, I think you are right. Is this our final game of the day? Venox's Finest versus Tribe. I mean, you got to feel a little bit for Venox's Finest here. They did use something that wasn't allowed, and they actually stomped in their upper bracket game. They used some kind of consumable that wasn't, permitted, and now they find themselves in that lower bracket. And for Tribe, I mean, they just knocked out XXL Fanny Pack, which has been a pretty strong team so far. So I think this one should be a pretty close match here. I don't know who I want to give it to, though.
You don't?
No.
Which one? For you, who has a better name?
I feel like I can do a lot with both of these names. I mean, on one hand, you got Venox's Finest. You can talk about, how they're fine gentlemen, and you can also make a lot of puns about the Venoxes and ZG. You can, talk about snakes and poisons. But on the other end, you got Tribe, and, just chilling with the Tribe, I think you also have a lot to work with there. So I don't know.
Do you?
Yes, of course.
All right. Okay.
Don't put me on the spot, but of course.
No, I'll agree with you.
I think what tips the scales in favor of Tribe here would have to be that Tribe from Apes, the player. I kind of like him, so maybe it reminds me of him. Good memories.
I wonder if their team is named after him. You think so?
I wouldn't be surprised. He's a great man, and there's probably lots of people naming their teams after him. So, what's your favorite here, Ben? Which team do you think is going to win based on their team name?
Well, I don't know if I can really go with that for my analysis. I don't know if team name is enough information for me to kind of determine who's going to win. But so far, it's been working out. Actually, it hasn't really been working out that great for you. I'm not going to lie.
What it has?
Are you sure? I feel like a lot of the teams you've been going for are not left in this tournament, but Venox's Finest and Tribe, they're going to be duking it out in our last Arathi Basin of the day, I do believe. And Venox's Finest, they are probably, they're not happy. A little bit of an error coming in from them using a banned consumable. They find themselves in the lower bracket, and hopefully they've got all those consumables out of their bags for this one, because they actually had a really dominating performance. They were looking really, really strong, and I honestly would have to give an edge to Venox's Finest in this one.
Yeah, I mean, judging by how well they played that game, I would have to agree with you. And I know we're trying to be professional right now, but I just got to call you out real quick, Van. Your favorite team name is Zug Zug Esports. Well, where is Zug Zug Esports?
I didn't say that was my favorite.
Tournament. That wasn't your favorite? Okay.
No. I'm going to call you out a little bit. And I call you out on calling me out. So how do you like that?
Well, I can happily admit that the FC Barcelona was my favorite, and they're out. So I don't really have a leg to stand on here. But these players, they do have one leg left in this tournament, finding themselves in the lower bracket facing elimination, man.
Yeah, and if we're going purely based off names, I would say that my favorite name in the tournament is probably Apes. And, it has nothing to do with, them being a really good team. And I just really like Apes a lot, so we'll see how they end up doing. Maybe we'll see them tomorrow. They could do all right just based off their team name. But we have some fights going out on this one so far. Both teams still with 0 bases, And it looks like stables will be capped for the Alliance, and the farm will be capped for the Horde, kind of standard at this point. Actually, mine going in favor of the Horde very early on as well. We have a bit of a 1v1 situation going on there. If the Alliance can win that 1v1, they might be able to recap and reconvert that node. That would be massive. Big team fights at Lumbermill as well as Blacksmith right now. And as long as the Horde can hold on to these bases, things are going to be looking good for them. Actually, the Alliance, they did it. They managed to actually cap it. I can't believe it. The Horde member is still there. I didn't see what actually happened, but the Alliance did manage to convert the mine, and that puts them in a good spot. They're actually the ones that are slightly ahead in that regard, as this battle for Blacksmith is still panning out.
Yeah, and it looks like the Alliance is also winning Lumber Mill, so already in a very commanding situation here, winning Goldmine, winning Lumber Mill. Honestly, I want to see what's going on in Goldmine because there's still 2 players there, presumably having a 1 versus 1 down there, and we're going to see here on Blacksmith, there's also a big team fight going on here, but nobody looks like they are going to be getting much work done down here. It looks like the Horde team is the team that's winning. Seeing here what's going on. There's a full blind coming out from Ramon. He's going for the ninja cap. He's got the hunter backing him up. Can he get it though? Ramon winning the 1 versus 1 here against the mage. It looks like he goes for the sap, and now he's going for the cap. Macunia is there. Macunia, go scatter shot. JKs, what are you doing? Macunia, that's going to be a minus DKP coming in here. No, that's okay. He's got the Brugrim. I thought it was a Fell Hunter first. I'm not even kidding you. What is that Fell Hunter name? That's like a demon name right there, man. He used the rocket helm on JKs, and they're able to get that gold mine. Very, very phenomenal situation to be in here for the Horde squad. At least getting one of those side notes, and I'm pretty sure they did get Blacksmith as well. So the Horde team all of a sudden in a lead, like you predicted, then.
Yeah, I mean, things are looking good for them so far. That 1v1, definitely really, really interesting at the mine, but that is going to go in favor, very back and forth, but it will eventually go in the favor of the Horde side. And now they've got the 3 connected nodes, mine, blacksmith, and farm, a dominating position to be in. Let's see if they can actually convert it right now. The Alliance have their 2 bases first, so they might pull slightly ahead on points. Let's see if they can do it. The Horde are just waiting for these bases to convert so they can start getting a few more points in the match. It's only 2 defenders right now at Blacksmith, but a few Horde members basically just floating between the farm, floating between Blacksmith, making sure that those bases are nice and healthy. And so far, just with the positioning of the Horde, I feel like they're in a relatively safe position.
Yeah, the Horde team looking like they are cleaning up here in the basin. And I mean, for them, we've said it time and time again throughout the day, but for the Horde squad, they won Blacksmith. They got one of the side nodes, and they have their farm. All they got to do is, well, don't let this happen right here. That looks like a terrible situation. Oh, but Valkyrie coming in there with the clutch charge, able to deny this. Look at this triple CC that they actually set up, that hunter and that rogue, making a very, very nice case for themselves. And this is what you need. You need players like this. You can just go CC everything that's defending, force additional players to go and defend there, and then you can make something happen at some other point or at some other node in the map. But unfortunately for them, this play is not really being capitalized on here by anyone. I gotta say, that is a sick name. Brugrim for a warlock. I swear this guy probably just made a warlock, saw what the pet's name was, deleted the warlock, and then named his next warlock after the pet. And I mean, it's working out great for him so far. 3-2 in the lead, defending Blacksmith with honor.
What if it's like what if it's like actually just like his first name? You know what I mean? That's his first name,
you want to know what my first name was?
After a Fell Hunter.
You want to know what my name was? My first name? It was a warlock as well, and I was going for like a demon name.
And what was it?
I named my first character, which was an orc warlock, Balthazar, and that was a demon in. You ever seen Charmed?
I don't think so. No.
It's a great show. Yeah, he was a demon from that show. But anyway, it looks like
that's good to know.
There. That's yeah. So a little fun fact there, fun factoid. What was your first name, Ben?
My first name, I think the first character I ever made was my last name, Venzel. So
Okay.
not super interesting. I mean, it's kind of an
Not
interesting
as
last name, but it's not as super interesting. Like I don't have any, cool stories about it. It's just my name.
I mean,
So it's
that's fair
just,
enough.
yeah, definitely. And right now, once again, we see the Horde in a nice defensive position where basically all their team members are actually sending what? Are they going to
Oh,
get stables? They're going to get stables. Ramon, is he
Ramon.
going to do it? Who's defending stables right now? You are in trouble. Oh, the
Oh!
shot comes in at the last second. What a close call. That had to be half a second, 1 second left. That Hunter was, I don't know what he was doing. He's alt tabbed, changing his music or something, but that was such a close call. And that would have been an absolute nightmare situation for the Alliance to come back from. They're already in a horrible spot, but that would have been too much to handle.
Yeah, definitely a big arcane shot coming out there. Ramon barely losing that one. And that would have been, like a ninja cap this early on into the match. This is exactly
Look
what
at
you
this
need to
slow
happen.
fall. Mission
Snowfall
Impossible coming
gang.
in.
They're cruising in. They're diving down. Big push happening here onto Blacksmith. What are they going to be able to get done? The mind control caps coming out here. Big damage where Nim taking a big charge to the face, getting executed almost immediately here. Blessing of protection onto crit. And he's going to be looking for some big crits here. Jeddah, well, he's about to Jeddah out of here. Back to the graveyard potentially. He gets title charm. He gets aim shot. Brew Grim chilling in that polymorph. He should probably use his Fell Hunter there to dispel himself. Make sure that that macro is not dispelling the Fell Hunter. And then, of course, now Tesla here about to get electrocuted.
You're on fire right now, man. Can be honest with you. Rugrin still in this fight. Might get taken down by Jackal. Big gouge coming in as well. Let's see if they can find it. And once again, it looks like the Horde, they're able to defend the Blacksmith. And honestly, things aren't looking too bad for them here at the farm as well. Just defending their resources, defending that food as long as they can. All those pumpkins. I'm not going to make a Halloween joke again, but I really wanted to.
The first time you did, you're like Halloween. I was like, where is he going with this? But
There's pumpkins. I mean,
an,
that's what they grow at the farm.
yeah.
It's a lot of pumpkins, man. Just
Wait, I thought they just added that now for Halloween. Is
is
it
that
always
true?
there,
I don't
the
know.
pumpkins?
I feel like the pumpkins are always there. I could be wrong. Maybe chat could let us know.
Well,
But
yeah, so we're gonna just assume that pumpkins are growing at farm all year round, supplying every single house with their needs here for Halloween. But Halloween still about a month away. You know what's not a month away? Venox's finest moving forward in this tournament. And right now we are seeing a push. The tribe has been gathered. The drums of war are ringing. They get the mind control. They get the rocket helmet. Do they get anything else? Can he get some CC here? Smooth. Can he do it? Not going to be a smooth criminal there. Unfortunately for him, he's going to get naded. He's going to get clotheslined here. A lot of people coming down here. You can see Sko says with that Shadow Priest as well, really bringing the pain here with that Shadow Word pain. And we are going to see the Horde here once again kind of clean up here from this Alliance push. But I do like that the Alliance, they're not afraid to send in a member or two, a little bit of cannon fodder to these bases, make sure that the defenders aren't, tabbed out or anything like that. So very, very nice.
and just for clarification, I believe it is Venox's finest that's the Alliance, right? In this particular game. Or actually, maybe not. Venox's finest actually playing on the Horde side. So right now, yeah, they are up 3-2 in this one. It is a Alliance versus Alliance matchup, and the Alliance are looking to defend, and they will be able to clean it up once again. But we've seen Venox's finest. I mean, they've been in this situation multiple times today, and honestly, the way they rotate, the way they defend, it's been really, really solid. And Tribe, they're going to need to find an opening, and I still feel like their best line of play is probably going to be either go for like a 3-person or a three group assault, like send a group to the mine, send a couple stealthers to the farm if they're going to be able to do that, and maybe a few to blacksmith as well. Just really create diversions and distractions and try to find an opening, but it is not easy to do. Looks like they are going to be committing quite a bit of offense here to the mine as they look to slow fall down, and this should be an interesting team fight. Let's see if they have anything else planned. It doesn't look like it. They're not really going anywhere else. I guess they're sending a few to Blacksmith as well. So we'll see if the Horde are going to be able to defend both the mine and the Blacksmith. It seems like so far at the mine they're looking good, but the Blacksmith is still up for contention.
Yeah, it looks like the blacksmith is going to be saved for now. Gold mine, big push happening here, but I don't think that the Horde... maybe they can defend this. I'm not sure. They would have to do it very, very quickly. More resources there being used here. Blessing of Protection coming out here onto Neptune, and he's going to be able to top himself. Get a beautiful fear there, topping off the rest of his teammates here. The Alliance side is looking nice and healthy, and they are looking to press the issue. Dratex needs a few more executes here to be able to clean up this battle here down on the gold mine. One more player falls. The Horde team actually still kind of staying in a little bit, but I do think with these resources coming in now as well, they could potentially still hold on to this base. You can see Valerie now caught up in a Hammer of Justice. You can see the Hunter just keeping a very nice defensive position, staying as far away as possible, poking people left, right, and center. The Sappers are coming in. The ZF is being initiated here. The Tesla has arrived, but still, it's actually the Alliance side getting cleaved here. Big multi-shot hitting multiple members here. Warriors sweeping strike damage as well, but there's so many Alliances just overrunning this gold mine here. Can they cap it, though? That is the question. They need somebody to run to the graveyard right now, and there it is. The next wave of mobs have spawned, and now they need to clean that up. The problem is, even when you're outnumbering the Horde here as the Alliance, they just keep rezzing with full mana every time. You're not going to have full mana because you're not rezzing. You're going to kill them, lose half of your mana, and then you have to kill them again. Eventually, you're going to get cleaned up by these players unless you can get a cap. Right now, they need to send somebody to the graveyard. They need to make sure that these players in the back line who are just poking, that they deal with them. And if they can do that, they should be able to cap it here. Full fear onto the... Oh, nice nades. It's going to stop it. The fear is coming in. Multi-shots are flying in. And now, all of a sudden, you can see the Horde. They've rezzed enough time here to get control here slightly. But there's more Alliance coming in as well. This is really a big slugfest here in Goldman.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think one thing just to note about today is... in these games, in these tournaments where all these players are fully equipped and ready to go with engineering, dude, the amount of effectiveness you get from a nade is just insane. Like, nades are so powerful for denying flag caps. The ranged stun and damage that just is able to deny from so far away. And when all these players are just throwing in nades consistently, it makes it really difficult to get these kind of ninja caps. But at this point, it does look like there's actually a little bit of a Horde presence over at stables, just kind of fishing, doing fishing for information, kind of just testing the water, seeing if maybe they can get a cap over there. Raymond and Stealth right now, you can see just kind of patrolling around, and I really like this. Send your rogue to put a little bit of pressure on the enemy bases. When they're behind, they're going to stay behind if they have to go back and keep defending. So I think it's a smart choice, actually grabbing the sprint boots, potentially looking for a sap or a cheap shot. Depending on who is going to be defending. The Alliance right now, they're actually going over to Blacksmith, and this battle isn't going too bad for them. But once again, I think it's just a story of, actually, Raymond's going to be at caught in stealth. So this 1v1 definitely not going to be going in his favor. But once again, it's just a story of reinforcements. I feel like Tribe, they're actually doing a pretty good job in these team fights. They're getting kills, but the reinforcements are just too much of a disadvantage to come back on. And that's why I don't know if they're going to actually get victory with these team fights.
Yeah, Ramon actually gets a clean restuff here. He gets the mind control cap onto the Hunter, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That means no pet can do anything. Ramon, what are you doing? Okay, he goes to the restuff. He's what? Are they killing their own teammate right now? This one just charged in, about to pump a wreck. Calm down there, Dradex. That guy's on your side, buddy. he actually
That's a highlight.
did it. Dude,
that was a highlight of the day. He's like, I need help. I need help. Mind controls. They're going to cap. They're going to cap. He's like, don't worry. I got this. He jumps off his mount, charges, pops a wreck. I would have laughed so hard if he got a crit and sword proc him and just killed him. That would have been amazing.
Dude, Ramon almost took down the mage. Imagine if he killed the hunter, he took down the mage, and then he just blinded the warrior and capped it. That would have been legendary. Ramon definitely keeping the teams guessing here with those plays. And I don't know about Dratex there, bro. You got to get those eyes checked a little bit here, buddy. You can't be popping wreck on your teammates like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a questionable thing to do right now. Horde side, look at how they're kind of fanned out on the mini map. There's just so many of them, maybe even ready to make a push, or just preemptively. They're just not even allowing the alliance. They're kind of like bottling them in right now. There's a big grouping of alliance at stables, and the Horde are just like, yep, this is the wall. You got to get through us. You want to get to mine. You want to get to blacksmith. Well, guess what? You're gonna have to take us down. And that's actually an advantageous position for the Horde side to be in by like kind of defending there, because in that mid fight, if they end up losing and they end up losing a few members, then they're just going to respawn at their bases anyways. It's not that bad of a spot. The Alliance kind of reconvening. Looks like they're going to be going on kind of the west side of Blacksmith, and we'll have to see where they're going. But once again, the Horde, they're just going to be running into the road, trying to create kind of a distraction, a road fight. And if they can force that fight, that's a good spot for them to be in. Once again, a little bit of a 1v1. Ramon wants a second chance, but let's see what he can do. Did he actually get a sap? He might have actually landed the sap. He did, and he's actually going for the cap. And if he can land a flash bomb on the pet, then he might actually be able to convert stables, and this is not a great position to be in. I think he's going to do it.
Yep, Ramon gets the stables there. He finds the hunter, he gets the sap, and I mean, the pet is running after him right now, so I do believe... he did blind the pet or flash bomb the pet there potentially, but that's going to be good for Ramon. But now a trap, and Hunter's just going to take it back. No, where's the backup? Where's the backup? Ramon is like, team, come on, guys. Come on, where you at?
Spamming blind. He's trying to do something. Oh, defended.
That's going to be devastating for Ramon there. Really trying to put the team on his back, but not really gonna be too much as a result of that. Well, he did buy his team a couple of seconds there, but could have potentially snowballed that lead even further here. And now we are gonna see big damage coming out here onto Ramon the Hunter. He's chasing him down. He's not happy with losing his base, even if it was for a couple of seconds here. And Ramon, he's chugging those potions. He's not making it easy for him. He's not giving it out for free. And now there's the concussive shot. He's going to go down right there. There's no way he survives there. That kitty cat in his back with the claws. And now another kitty cat on your screen there. Mr. Krotos making his way into the flash bomb there. I do believe that was. I'm not sure. It looks like he was able to dodge that one. And now they're making their ways to the blacksmith here. Big fight happening there, and actually they do secure the blacksmith on the alliance side. I don't know. I don't think 3 bases is going to be enough though. But this game, if they can hold blacksmith for the rest of the game, this could be huge.
It definitely could be. I don't think they have enough time. I still think they're too far behind at this point. So they're going to have to keep Blacksmith and maybe even poke Goldmine. And this is a great opportunity. This is potentially the most defining moment in the match. There's someone headed down from the Alliance side to Goldmine right now. If he can take this node, they might be able to actually come back in this game. There is a chance that they can win. So really, really important here. But look at Davlerin. He's going to be sitting so far away as a defender. Safi moving forward in stealth. Can he get the sap? If he can get the sap, then he might be able to actually cap this. This would be so big. What is he going to be able to do? We'll see. This 1v1 right now is really, really important. There's actually 2 more Alliance going down to the mine, and the Horde are so focused right now. They're so focused on taking the blacksmith or defending it that I think they might actually just give up this node. There's another Horde member coming in, and it looks like the mine is going to be able to hold on in favor of the Horde. The Alliance have to figure out a different game plan in order to come back in this game, because I'm pretty sure... Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, Safford Money, what are you doing? There is another Horde player right there. Nim, can you blind? Oh, he gets rocket out. It breaks out from the consecration. He gets the full. He's got Jetta with him. He might actually get this. If the sap doesn't break, he's gonna get it. The Pala can't bubble because he is on forbearance from that blessing of protection. It breaks early, and Sapphire Money. He's wishing that his mage sheep the other guy and CS the Pali potentially, or did something better than that. Maybe throw out the nade. I don't know. Could have done a lot of things there actually to potentially secure that one. But Sapphire Money. Nice try, but no money for him. As the rest of the Horde squad is dogpiling here on the gold mine. You can see the Rage Sapper being pressed here onto that piling. He's going to throw him into a kidney shot. And Sapphire Money, he knows this setup is over. He's just going to stand there and try to cap it through sheer desperation. But it's not going to happen. He's going to be taken back to the graveyard, and he can thank his mage for that one.
Yeah, and during that downtime, if you didn't notice, the Horde took back Blacksmith, so they're going to be maintaining their lead, and all that big 1v1 action we saw down at the mine, it's not going to really result in too much, unfortunately. Sapphire Money gets caught into a sap. Ramon right now, he's still poking Stables. I like that he's been doing this the entire game, just creating a pressure point there. And as long as Blacksmith gets defended, I feel like this is going to be a victory for Vinox's finest. A little bit of redemption for them in the lower bracket as they're continuing to stay in this tournament. Tribe's not out of it yet, but they have to make some hero plays coming up soon, and it doesn't look like they're really setting up to do so.
Yeah, we are reaching the point in the game where desperation is kicking in. You can smell it in the air here from Tribe right now. They know their qualification is on the line. We're in the lower bracket. They're only 130 points away from being bested. It's true they are getting bested by Vinox's finest, but still not a situation you want to be in here. They're making their last stand here on Blacksmith, pushing in here, but they are outnumbered. Anywhere I look, I just see blue. It's just blue all over the place. Sapphire Money trying to do what he can here, but it's not going to be enough here. It seems you can see all of these other players here on the side of Vinox's finest. They're just dogpiling here onto that Blacksmith, and despite all of that blue there, it's not gonna be blue dabbity dabba die. They are no. Dang! I could have said they're all gonna dabbity dabba die.
I really like it, man. I feel like you're really putting in the extra effort today with these puns, and it's been a joy. It's been a joy to not only watch these games, but also just watch you, kind of develop into this very punny man. So it's been good. Right now, Vinox's finest, they're just 30 points away, soon 20 points away. And at this point, it would be almost impossible for them to lose. So we'll be Vinox's finest representing the Horde side, but playing Alliance that will be moving forward in our last matchup of the day. And unfortunately for Tribe, they will be eliminated from the tournament, but definitely a really close game, super back and forth. But unfortunately, once again, Vinox's finest, they're able to find themselves in a position where they get the 3 bases and they can just hold on, really good rotations. And I think this is going to be one of those teams we definitely have to look out for.
Absolutely. Vinox's finest, despite their misfortune in that upper bracket, they are staying alive. They are looking good to survive to tomorrow's games here in that lower bracket. And they Tribe in their own right. They look like a pretty convincing team here. I mean, there was a few missteps there. Dratex maybe didn't want to, sure, he had 17 killing blows, but you probably don't want one of them to be your teammates. Aside from that, they look like a good team. They had a lot of good pushes. They had good strategy. Just Vinox's finest looking a little bit too hot here on the day. And I, just kind of like you mentioned, I really like a lot of these players individually here on Vinox's finest. Macunia on that Hunter has been very crucial for those 2v2s at the very start, and when they're sending people to Lumber Mill, when they're sending people, for those skirmishes, and also just as a defender. And also, we got to give a big shout out to the boy Ramon, doing a phenomenal job, knowing that the rogue is not going to be super, super potent in that team fight. But if you have him, even when you're in the lead, pushing forward, trying to find those 1v1s, trying to it cause chaos on those bases and move more players back to the defense, that's always the type of player that you want on your roster.
Yeah, definitely. Showing that flexibility and kind of knowing when you need to be where on the map, super important in battlegrounds. And yeah, it's just been a joy to see a lot of these teams play out. And I mean, we can take a look at the bracket and kind of see where everything played out today. We have still 4 teams, I believe, in the upper bracket and 4 teams in the lower bracket. So 8 teams left to kind of play out tomorrow. You can see the Pressburg Pumper Blasters and Bamboozle. They're going to be in the upper bracket. So definitely some interesting teams here. And then, of course, we have what I would consider to be the favorites, Apes, and they're going to be going up against Last and Sleep. So really, really strong teams still in that upper bracket. But all these teams are just one Arathi Basin from finding themselves in that lower bracket. Definitely a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of this tournament as well. There isn't much room for error. If you can snowball that momentum and you can keep it going in that upper bracket, you're going to find yourself in a great situation. And if you lose, you have that one lifeline. But then after that, every single game backs against the wall, and you're going to have to make the best of it.
Yeah, no question about it. And that's what it's going to be about for these teams, just trying to capitalize on those little victories throughout the game and trying to close it out. But tomorrow we do have more games, ladies and gentlemen, for the Classic Fall Conquest in Europe. And those games will be starting at the same time, 10 Pacific, as well as 7 p.m. CEST. So we can reconvene tomorrow and see the rest of these games play out and see which of these teams are going to be making it to the European finals just a few weekends away. And I, for one, am really excited about that. Just looking at, or just kind of thinking about the teams that are still in it, Zico, do you have any top 2 teams that you think are going to make it all the way?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say Apes is probably one of those top 2 teams. Just judging by their track record and also,
just judging by their name.
Play today. Yeah, only going by their name, I would say Apes probably have the best name right now. FC Barcelona, one of the worst named teams, going to find themselves immediately knocked out. But yeah, no, I do think Deutschbahn looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I do think also Apes for sure. I mean, it could be any one of those guys, and also. What is the name of the team that Apes is fighting in the upper bracket? I feel like those guys knocked down a lot of good teams here as well. So I think those 3 I would put as my favorites.
I think that's pretty safe to say, honestly. Those 3 teams are looking really, really solid. But I'm still kind of curious to see what happens. I mean, there have been, I would say, actually a lot of the games today were relatively even. It seemed like they were very, very back and forth, but I kind of want to see at that very top level when you have kind of the best teams and the best players go head to head, if that kind of Horde versus Alliance matchup plays in favor of the Horde, or if kind of this composition that the Apes has built with 4 Hunters on their roster, no Rogues, no Druids, is going to play into their favor. And I think that's one thing I really, really like is the fact that these teams are able to experiment with their different compositions and try to pull out a lead. But that is going to do it for us here on the desk. On behalf of Zico and myself, thank you so much for tuning in today. Really, really appreciate it. And remember, if you're interested in more Arathi Basin classic action, we will be concluding the European side of things and see who do make it into that championship bracket at 10 PST and 7 p.m. CEST. So we'll see you tomorrow.